I want to thank everyone for coming tonight. We're going to get started. First things first, we're going to do the invocation. Ryan?
Bow your heads. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this day. Thank you for this town. Thank you for the many blessings you bestowed upon us. Watch and guide over us as we do work for this town. In your heavenly name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Chad?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, call to order, time 6 o'clock.
Are we doing municipal or regular?
Look, we're on regular first.
We're going to, okay, we switch around. Okay. Keith Dennis.
Here.
Ryan Dawson.
Here.
Chad Fisher.
Here.
James Smith.
Here.
Okay, number 5, consent agenda items. All matters listed under consent are considered by the Town of Union City Board of Trustees to be routine and will be enacted by one motion. Any Board of Trustees member may, however, remove an item from the consent agenda by request. A is approval of the minutes for regular meeting for February 9th. B, approval of payroll and payroll tax purchases for April 2026. Approval of the insurance and retirement purchase orders for April 2026, and approval of utility purchases orders for April 2026. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion for item 5, A through D to approve.
Got a motion, do I have a second?
Seconded.
Okay.
All in favor?
All those in favor, I'm sorry.
Aye.
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 Motion passed.
Okay. Number 6, correspondence from citizens. First is A, Brian Murphy. The following correspondence is provided to the Board of Trustees for discussion regarding the arrest of Brian Murphy in 2022. Mr. you have the floor. You're welcome to stay sitting there. You can come up here.
I'm going to come up here. I was arrested on 5/18 of 2022 at $2,100.
Okay.
And the charges have been dropped. August 17th, 2022, I was wrongfully arrested by the officers.
Okay.
That's the point I'm here to prove.
Okay.
Things aren't always what they seem to be.
Okay.
That's a civil suit for wrongful arrest.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I'm not here to take money from town, but I'm tired of town taking money from me. Every time these officers write me a ticket for whatever it may be, I'm a constitutional driver. I have a right to drive, regardless. I was born in the United States of America. I'm a citizen. Okay? But here's the deal. They took money away from me. I had to go pay a bond whenever I was innocent and never touch those minor children. Whenever I asked my son not to leave because he just turned 18, and the 16-year-old girl said she was going to go rape his dick. That's why I got beat bloody in my front yard. They cleaned the blood off of me before the 3 officers got there. The officers didn't even listen to my side of the story. I was trying to save my son from the charge. I'm the one that got saved from Canadian County Jail, had to pay a bond to get out, had to take pictures of my wounds and take it to the DA, and it says right here, they didn't want to press charges on me. That's charges dismissed right there. What can y'all do for me to make it right? For my distress? For my reputation? That's what I'm asking today. I mean, I've been shot in the head. I've had my jaws broken off my face, you know. Been assaulted many times. Recently, I was just shot in the back of the head by Russell White and Ronald White out in Pullman, Oklahoma. What are these officers going to do about that? Are they going to stand by and just let these people get away with it and still take me to jail for stuff I didn't do? Or if they see me out driving, they're going to take me to jail, but yet they won't go catch murderers that shot me in my sleep, chloroformed me and put me to sleep, shot me in my ascending colon, and shot me in the back of my cerebellum, you know? That's not right.
Where did that, did you say Corn, Oklahoma?
Corn. pouring Oklahoma by Lake Eufaula, yeah. You know, what's the big boys gonna do about it? You know what I mean? I just got hold of Cherokee Nation today, marshals. You know, I know this ain't our subject neither, because I'm making a point. What are these officers gonna do for me? I'm a team player, you know? I ain't done nothing to knock one of these officers.
I mean, I don't know what your goal is today. Our goal is to listen to you, give you an
Right.
opportunity to speak and kind of let us
Right.
know
Right.
what happened from your
Yeah.
point of view. And if you want to go into any further detail, you're welcome to do that.
Right.
I think for us right now, it's just a fact finding.
You're
kind of-
receiving information.
Yeah, just receiving information
Yeah,
from
most
you.
definitely. Most
So
definitely.
anything you want to add, you're welcome to do so. And then I guess my only question is, when we do have citizens like him that come in and want to, contest these things, what is like the standard operating procedure for our department and for our town?
Situation like this.
Yeah.
Charges are presented, DAs have the discretion whether or not to accept them or not, they can decline, they can accept and file them like a plea deal. The decline doesn't indicate what the reason was that they declined, have no idea why they declined it. A complaint can be filed, you know, anytime a citizen feels that an officer has done something improper, incorrectly, they file a complaint with the department does an internal, if they find any issues, they can take corrective action. Of course, depending on the severity of the issues, the corrective action may have to be taken to the board. If they find no wrongdoing, then they can clear the officer. The citizen, of course, has their own avenues that they can pursue to try and raise an issue if they're not, whether they're satisfied or not satisfied with how it was addressed. I do have a question, Ms. Murphy. Is tonight the first time that you, say, submitted a complaint about what happened?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, but it's a violation of my constitutional rights.
Well, and the reason I'm asking is essentially to ask whether or not, if that occurred in May of '22, whether or not you filed a complaint back in '22.
No, not on the department, no, I did not.
Okay.
I didn't. I went and got it, sat there at my house and shut up about it. You know what I mean? But I keep getting pulled over. You understand what I'm saying? Regardless, it says right here, if you was wrongfully arrested, jailed, or had charges dismissed, you may have grounds for a civil lawsuit based on false arrest, false imprisonment, or miscellaneous prosecution to seek compensation for damages like legal fees or emotional distress. You must prove the arrest lacks probable cause or involves misconduct and immediately secure all documents. My charge has been dropped. Miscellaneous false imprisonment. You know, that's violation of my constitutional rights.
So charges being filed or not filed doesn't affect whether or not it was a good arrest or not. Arrests have to be based on probable cause, the standard for convicting somebody is proof beyond all reasonable doubt. There's all sorts of reasons that prosecutors will decline. Sometimes they state the decline, what their reason is, sometimes they don't. And in this case, you know, we see things like in the best interest of justice, victim not cooperative. Sometimes I've seen it as no probable cause. The decline is simply decline from August 17th of 2022, signed by one of the ADAs, the Office of the District Attorney of Canadian County, State of Oklahoma, declines to file a domestic abuse, assault, and battery on the above defendant at this time. It doesn't offer an explanation of what their reason was, so I don't know what the.
Because I took them the proof in of me being beat and stuff like that.
And again, without knowing who the ADA was and talking to them, I have no idea, so.
And because I'm here talking to y'all, I don't want repercussions from any of your officers or anything like that, you know, because it's not even about money, it's about respect. Have a mutual respect for me. I've lived here for 40 years, grew up here. I'm still here mentally and physically, no matter what's happened to me. But I want some justice for me too. Quit focusing on trying to write me little measly tickets and taking food out of my mouth. That's taking food out of my mouth, making me starve. I barely can swallow right now because of my bottom jaw. I'm losing my bottom jaw from here to here. You know what I mean? I'm not asking nobody to feel sorry for me or anything like that. But hey, go catch the murderers and drug dealers. Leave me alone. I don't do drugs. I'm not sick of them either. You know what I mean? I know who I am. And that's all that matters. I want to know what y'all's going to do to make this right with me. It financially hurt me to have to go bond out, you know, on stuff I didn't do. You know, what kind of respect are y'all going to be able to give me in this town? I mean, that's defamation of character and everything. I mean, it's a violation of my constitutional rights. It is. I proved my case against the state, against the Union City Police Department. The charges never got filed and they got dropped on the spot. My grandma even came in there for me. Said I never once touched them. I tried to defend myself as far as wrapping up and hitting the ground and trying to keep their arms from beating on me. That's not against the law.
I don't have any further questions. Do you need copies of any of this stuff here?
No,
Okay.
what was the second document?
Was there anything
This is
else?
the police
Okay.
report too, if you want to go ahead and read it. There was 3 of them. I'm just tired of being attacked. And I'd like to know what y'all's gonna do to make it right. I mean, it's fair, whatever sounds fair to y'all. I'm not greedy and I'm not here to take money from the town, but I'm tired of the town taking money from me. And I don't want no backlash from the officers, you know, because I respect these officers, they have a job to do. But they need to go find drug dealers and murderers and leave me alone.
Mr. Murphy, my only question on the document from Mercy, it looks like it's a form for like a family member or caregiver.
It was to make sure if, I didn't need to go back to work. I do believe that's what that says.
Yeah, I mean, this sounds to me like one that they would give, like if I took my wife to the ER and I needed a note to explain.
No, I
my
don't have to have a
family
caregiver, I'm very capable of taking care of myself.
Oh, and that's why what threw me is to whom it may concern. One,
Yeah,
a
it's
company
like
who's
doctor's
able to
notes of work,
run
yeah.
our facility.
Yeah, basically doctor's notes of work,
Okay.
you know.
And so
But, because I did lose time from work from this, you know,
And it has a caregiver signature on here, and that's why I was asking.
yeah.
But yeah, the decline, my assumption is either we got a copy or that we
Yes,
need to
sir.
get a copy from
Yes,
the
sir.
DA's office.
Yeah, most definitely. And the
I
pic-
got that case number for
and the
okay.
pictures are on file at the DA's office, if you would like to grab them and look at them for yourselves. Are you the attorney for the town?
Yes.
Alright, I'm Brian Murphy, and I'm not here to hurt anybody or, you know, dog people out, but I need a mutual respect, you know what I mean? Mutual respect's what I'm asking for.
So Mr. Murphy, from a legal standpoint, what your expectation tonight was that the town board would vote to do something, there's no, they can receive information from you, but there's nothing that they can do or really engage in amongst themselves, much of a substantive discussion about it. This item is to receive information from citizens, but they're gonna talk about the substance of what you talked about here tonight. Beyond asking you some questions just to get some additional information.
Right, most
They
certainly.
have to have a specific agenda item that notifies the public of what they.
Well, most definitely wrongful arrest, but you see where my stress is coming from, they wanna hinder me in my pockets whenever they're not out taking somebody else over murdering me, an attempted murder. That's the problem I have with the police. And I have brought this to the chief's attention, Adam. I have brought to his attention, he's FBI now, you know, he does have reach, okay? So,
And the attempted murder that you described.
Yeah.
Didn't occur here.
No, there's people shot me in the head here too in my grandma's house. Yeah, I've been shot here too.
Okay.
I've been broke in half here in this town, been hit in the back of the head with a 2.5 pound weight in my back by actually the same person that wrote this report on me. But he's a special needs child, and I can't hit him. You understand? I can't defend myself against him, okay? So I do have a special needs child, you know, and I've taken a lot of abuse, all right? And that's part of it, you know? So I'm not exactly the bad person everybody wants to try to make me out to be. I try looking out for my children regardless. But I have a subdural hematoma on the back of my head from my special needs child, the same one that filed this report, knowing that I never even touched him. You understand what I'm saying? Like, every day I wake up's a blessed day. I'm terminally ill from being hit in the back of the head with 2.5 pound weight. This town wants to still keep taking from me? You understand where I'm coming from?
I heard.
I appreciate it if all the badges would leave me alone and let me live life in peace, no retaliation, and go catch the bad guys. I'm not the bad guy. I'm a really good man. Really good man. Been killed by women and everything, by their boyfriends that they trap on me for. You know, this ain't off subject because why don't these officers go catch them? You know, want to write me tickets. That's not fair. I mean, it's not. My constitutional rights have been violated. That's what I'm saying. And I don't like it. I salute, I do the pledge of allegiance to this flag just like y'all do. Grew up doing it in school. you know? So. Did y'all look at this already?
Yes, sir.
I mean, I see familiar faces right here, you know, watch me grow up throughout life, went to school with. I mean, they know I'm not a bad person.
Case number got all that information we need? Okay, all right, thank you very much for coming today.
All right, so who will I talk to about what y'all wanna do as far as trying to make this right with me? You're the attorney.
So there's nothing that they can talk about here tonight, because
Okay.
there's nothing on the agenda that would notify the public that they were gonna talk about that.
Okay, that's fine, so is this something matter me and you need to speak to behind closed doors?
I will take my cues from the board and,
Okay.
at a future meeting, if one of the board members wants that tonight, and to talk about this specifically, they can ask for it.
Does somebody have a number that I could get, so that way I can reach back out?
Yep, what's our main number here?
40.
You want me to write it down, you have the main number
No,
here?
I-
Okay, yeah, you can reach back out to them and they'll be in touch with us as well. And all of our emails are all on the website. And if you need an email, I can even write emails on there if you need it.
Have a good night. Y'all have a blessed night.
All right, next one is, Jacob Johnson, call following correspondence with divided board of trustees for discussion regarding the sale of property owned by, the town of Union City. But there was a couple things left off of there as well. It will include, regarding the land, and then why can Police Chief Adam Taylor lie to citizens about people trespassing and hunting on land, and why can Officer Noteboom lie to the game warden when he received a ticket?
Thank you for adding that, Michelle, getting that done today, thank you. Where would you like me to start, man?
Anywhere you want to.
You wanna start land, or you wanna go into the police, since we're just there? You tell me.
Anywhere you want to, you go right ahead.
Okay, on land, I'll start with land, since that's where we're at. Brian, Matt, I offered you guys more money per acre for that land. Never got a call back from either one of you, never got talked to. You told me in a meeting that you didn't bring it up because you didn't think it was worth talking about, or you didn't think it would change. Well, when you offer someone $5,000 more an acre, and it's city-owned land, I think that should be worth talking to. I know the realtors here, and I'll go back to that same point when I talked to Teresa, you, and the old mayor, Bob McGregor, when I couldn't find it listed. Teresa told me, can't find it. You told me she was gonna call me. She never called me. I made my offer. He emailed me 2 hours before the meeting the night Tamara came up here and talked and said she's gonna be here. I couldn't be here. I said, I hope that's not gonna be late. My offer hadn't changed.
And just so I have some clarification, the land kinda went for sale 2 separate times. This was the first
No,
time,
this,
correct?
the whole time, the whole
Okay,
time.
okay.
It continued the whole time. You're
Okay.
correct. Yeah, it was both times. It got changed from 4 acres the first time to when it wasn't listed and had to get put back listed to 10 acres, which to go along with that, you're selling 10 acres for $125,000. You bought the place for over $300,000. Last week, I just leased to own 5 acres, not as good of land, for $115,000, so that's 10 short. That's probably about what you'll make after closing, and I'm selling half the acreage, and it's not as good a land. I hope this gentleman makes a killing. I just think it's terrible and unethical as a city to buy land at $350,000 and sell it for under what we bought it for. That's playing monopoly with other people's money. That's ridiculous. You're not, I mean, we just spent, we're gonna have other ladies and gentlemen tell us where we're at later, but we just spent $350,000 on what, 13, 14 MOL, more or less, acres? Tore down a house, okay, got rid of a house. We don't wanna mow it, we don't wanna keep it, right? We don't wanna take care of it, so we're selling 10 acres. Just like I told you, Mr. Dawson, even with the offer I said, I'll flip it and make 100% of my money. I told you that, and you know that. And it didn't even get brought up. Those are my things. I'm not here to stop the sale. I hope you all the business in the world, sir. I'm just tired of the unethicalness when we buy stuff at $350,000. I mean, if I did that in my business, I'd be bankrupt. Don't get me wrong, city's not in a great spot, we're gonna be told later. I can understand why when we do things like that. I don't know the last time we passed an audit in this town. I've asked that question. Can't figure that out either. See if I missed it. Bob resigned over it. Yeah, I leased 5 acres, lease to own. He gave $60,000 down. I'm carrying in $55,000 for a year at 9%. So I'll make actually a little over $115,000 for the 5 acres, and we're selling 10 acres of prime land in the city. You could go half-acre lots, you go acre lots. He could almost, in my opinion, make 5 times, 6 times as money what we're selling it for at this point. I told you was what my offer. I was going to double it. I'm not trying to stop it. I just want to know. I just want to let everybody know when we're spending money as this city, we have to do it ethically, and that hadn't been done.
You're aware we're not selling a full 13 acres?
No, I know, you're
Okay.
keeping 3, that you're gonna try to get $225,000. I bought the most expensive land on this main street in the last 5 years per acre. Do you want me to tell you how much I paid for it?
Sure.
$75,000. So if you got $75,000 for your 3 acres, you make break even, maybe, not even maybe paying realtor fees, you might break even on yourself. I've never done that in my life, buying and selling land. Ever. Just to be honest, I've bought and sold a lot of land in this town. I've worked with her, I've done it by the book every time. I've bought and sold a lot. That's why you wanted to buy this land. You thought we could make some money as a city.
No, our goal is growth.
Okay, and Ryan, I told you this too, right? If you don't get what you want, at least 20 or 30,000 more than that an acre, don't sell it. Did I not? It's best interest of the city on the phone.
Probably.
Okay, I'm not here, I'm here for the best of the city. Great buy. I would have doubled my money and I'm still offering you more. That's what I'm trying to say.
I'm just trying to be.
I've talked to Matt, I've talked to Bob, I talked to the mayor, the assistant mayor, and the city attorney, and not
But Bob
one
even sat here in
reply.
this meeting and tried to make it very clear that we want everything to go through that realtor. Nothing should go through just the board members. So why did you not put an offer in to the realtor?
Because that guy told me the realtor was supposed to call me. She never reached out to me. I've reached out to her and him and the old mayor trying to find out what to do. Nobody reached out to me.
So you didn't know to go through the realtor?
It wasn't listed. It wasn't legally listed or on the Times. There was a bank. I haven't went through camera on any of my stuff. I don't have to. My mom was a realtor. You don't have to have a realtor to sell land in Oklahoma. I know the laws and the rules. You don't have to. You can pay 6%. That's fine. You're losing $7,500 off $125. Now, so that brings it back down. That's $117. Then you're going to have closing costs. I get it. You're going to bring down about $115. And wonder why we're budget. All this, I'm not shortfalling anybody. I'm just speaking the truth. Am I wrong, Matt, with anything I said? Am I lying with anything I said on that? I'm contacting you too as well? Because I got emails and proof.
When you and I spoke,
Which time?
I told you who the realtor was, and that it had to go through the realtor.
And I told you it doesn't have to go through the realtor. And I'm not going through the realtor. I already made my offer. And that's what I told you on the phone that day.
And I don't dispute that that's what you said.
Okay?
But I told you that the town.
Okay, that's fine. I shouldn't have had to go through, that's just showing my point, okay? You guys lost money, you can run it however you want. You had a bigger offer, that's fine. I'll go to the police stuff, okay? I don't wanna get interference with this guy making money, that's fine. The city lost money. That's all I want to know. And it was you guys that voted for this, and it's you guys that's voted for everything. So, just to let you know, that's how it happened. You wanna go to the cop stuff now?
Hey, floor is yours.
Okay. Let's talk about Chief Taylor. First of all, did you tell the cops they didn't have to give me the name of the person that was on my property? That's what McCartney told me. I don't want to say it. Well, how do you pronounce it? McCarthy told me this morning or noon at 12 o'clock sitting right here that you told them they didn't have to give me the name of the guy that was hunting on my property.
I'm not gonna disclose any legal advice I've given to the town or any town official.
Okay. Just with that said, I just want you guys to know that your police chiefs lied to you, okay? If you had people hunting on my property, okay? They didn't do an investigation. They didn't go, Canadian County didn't either. I'm going after them too. And if all y'all know me, I'm not stopping, okay? Because the people in Canadian County is covering this up with these guys, okay?
Jacob, can I ask you real quick, that it's a serious allegation that he's a law enforcement officer lying.
Yeah.
When you say that the chief lied, what do you mean?
He lied. He told me they weren't hunting on my property, okay? He told me he wasn't gonna give me the name of the other guy that got caught on my property carrying a duck off and throwing it in the back of the truck like this, okay? He told me he wasn't gonna give me that name, okay? Then, on Thursday, January 29th, you're on this text, you're not, I gave it to you. You'd be able to read it. You know, last month you told me you were worried about me. I sent you everything. January 29th, I asked, who do I file a report on no boom? You didn't answer it, you didn't answer it, David didn't answer it, Chief Taylor didn't answer it. Nobody in this city answered that question. I need to file a report on the assistant police chief hunting on me, and not one reply by any member in here. That's unbelievable. And then for you to say you're not gonna give the name, and just like Adam Chief Taylor running out the door last week bringing my sunglasses, and I cussed him, I did. I told him he's worthless, liar at my truck, because he wouldn't give me the names of someone hunting on me. I said, that's absolutely insane. Don't worry about it. The game warden came in after I talked to my buddies that are in different municipalities that do their job ethically, said, here's what you should do. One, call the OSBI buddy, then he called the Canadian game warden, and the Canadian game warden called me, okay? And then your officer Noteboom, that's your assistant police chief, lied, I'm saying that again, lied to him and told him he was by himself, okay, hunting, and he wasn't. He was driving the truck, dropping him off, letting his buddy run out of my property and shoot a bird, picking him up, then they hauled tail, okay? I got all this on written proof, written note, not lied to the game rangers. Your police department didn't talk to me about it, didn't talk to the eyewitness. The sheriff's department, that are all buddies with these guys that I called out. I lost a friend on Facebook last week, guys. Adam Taylor kicked me off Facebook. He was bragging about his drug arrest in town a couple months ago, which is great, but I asked him on Facebook why he lied to me and covering up for his assistant police chief, and we're no longer friends. I lost some sleep over it, but I'll be over it. I'll be okay. Okay, so I'm here for honesty. You might not like it. I'm going to tell you the truth. You gave money away. And then Noteboom goes and lies to Mr. King, the game warden, says I'm by myself. I was by myself out there. This guy tells me today it's hearsay because I was on the phone with the eyewitness that drove down the road and was talking to him, but I wasn't there, so it's just hearsay. But no one went and talked to the witness, the eyewitness that wrote all this down from Union City or Canadian. But I'm going to go on. I'm just informing you guys. Just like you said, y'all want.
Did the game warden go talk? I'm just curious if the game warden.
Oh, he's already got a ticket.
Yeah. Well, you got the ticket, but did he go ask the witnesses or?
Oh yeah, absolutely. He got a 3-page report on it.
Okay.
He did his job ethically. Absolutely.
Well, that's the person that had the jurisdiction over
No,
the situation.
Union City does. Keep trying, Bubba. Union City does.
I've asked this question to numerous.
Well, Union City can answer. Y'all can cover it up how you want.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep pushing
I'm not
it.
covering anything.
You're,
I'm listening to you
Okay,
right
your
now.
police department's assistant police chief, right? I don't know if he was intoxicated. He don't remember talking to a guy that pulled up on his Ranger on a bike and said, hey, do you guys have permission here? No, I tried to look up on Onyx, but I couldn't get a hold of anybody. Okay? He's like, we're leaving. He said, oh, we wounded a duck over on OMEA. I didn't know you could hunt on businesses, but we wounded a duck and it flew this, you can't even see my fawn. And it's funny, the eyewitness says the duck that he shot flew in from the other direction. That's crazy. That's just absolute crazy. So who's lying here? And who's covering what up? Like I told you, I'm the wrong person to lie to. I'm the wrong person to do unethical stuff. I want all unethical people out of this city office, I will tell you that. And it's happening a ton. Right, wrong, or indifferent, it's happened a ton. Nobu tried to call me the next day after I put the group text out on Martin Luther King Day. Hey, I'm not talking to you. Try to talk to everybody. Told Chief same thing. No one wants to talk. They just wanted to hide. You haven't replied. You haven't replied. No one's replied to any of the stuff on the group text. I got numerous text messages. I'm going to keep showing. But I'm not hiding anything. And Jacob Johnson is here, and I told the Canadian County, he said, I don't give a F. I told him I'm not done with them because they didn't talk to the eyewitness. They just listened to their buddies and acted like it was a cover-up deal. I'm going after Canadian County just like I am Union City, and I know you can't do anything about Canadian County or the game warden, but they're covering it up. You guys handle that. Your chief, you got two guys making over $100,000, and they both lied to a citizen, and they're illegally hunting, and they take a guy, someone else, and won't give them the name, and let them shoot ducks and different things off people's property. Oh, not to mention, over my cattle.
Jake, quick clarification, are you saying the game warden is corrupt?
No,
Okay.
he's the only ethical one in this
Okay.
picture.
You kind of lumped him in there.
No. Dylan King is, and I told him he's the only ethical person in this situation.
And if I heard you right, your allegation is that Nobu lied to the game warden. And that
yes.
if you talk to the eyewitness, then.
100%.
And that the game warden talked to the eyewitness.
He has a report, yes, and we got a court date of May 20th. I told him if he paid it off before then, to tell his supervisors, I'm not okay with that. I'm still fighting it because they're covering it up. Because all he could write him, he lied to him. If you want to know the truth, Noboom didn't even come on the property. And Noboom told him he was driving around out there. Noboom didn't even come on the property. He was driving the truck on the roads on both sides. He let his buddy jump out that you won't give the name to, jump out and shoot, and then come back and carry the duck. So,
For the record, I don't have the name, I have no clue.
Well, I'm just saying,
Up
the
until-
city knows- the
up
city
until
knows
just
the
now,
name.
it was my understanding, because I haven't been involved.
But
in the
that's my
business.
point.
But I was told Noboom's the one that came onto your property and shot.
that's a
the
lie.
duck, So,
That's a lie. That's what I'm telling you. You've been lied to by your police department. You might not want to listen to me, I don't care. I'm going to continue pursuing this avenue and that. I don't lie about anything. I want the best. I don't want unethical. I don't want people giving money away. I don't want people hunting on my property without permission. And it's funny that the game warden can write a ticket, and I asked Chief, what'd you do? I asked Chief, what'd you, I wrote a report. Can I see it? Nope. I'm done with the unethicalness around here.
but is it standard procedure to share personnel issues with?
I'll tell you this,
I'm just
because,
asking
I'll
about
tell you this in case it comes up later, right? Because I'm gonna run for this open seat, okay? And I got investigated on my voting rights by a lady, a citizen here in town, right? They gave me her name.
For what? I'm confused.
She made a complaint trying to say I was illegally voting, which I wasn't, but they gave me her name who was doing it. The sheriff did, when that happened. So, we're not hiding anything. If someone's illegally hunting on you, you haven't wrote them a ticket, you haven't done, I should know who's on my property shooting a gun over my cattle.
But I guess where I'm confused is, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's the jurisdiction of that, in that situation, is the game warden.
No.
And the game warden should have asked.
It's Union City, it's in Union City limits.
Right, but I hunt a lot, and so, I don't know everything by no means, but like,
You're
anytime.
telling me that gentleman can't pull me over for a hunting license and do stuff? Are you telling me that?
Are you allowed to even ask for that information? I thought it was game
They
warden.
can ask, we don't have a municipal citation for it.
Yeah, they can't write a citation for it.
That's wrong too, because guys, and I learned from the
It
game
is
warden.
state law.
No, I've learned
It
from the
is
game
state
warden,
law.
okay? If it's no farmland, okay, if it's just tree land, trees, just trees up, you have to have no trespassing signs,
Right.
okay? If it's agriculture use, you don't have to have that. You don't have to be able to tell anybody, they can write a ticket. But now if it's just trees and you can't see where you're coming and going, you have to be posted. I've asked all of this. They have rights to do that.
So you can write a trespassing
Yeah.
ticket, on agricultural land on the first call.
Yes.
So did you call? I'm just asking, did you
I
call?
text, I called and text. You can go through and ask Mr. Love, to see all the text, I've notified everybody on this side that I was illegally hunted on Martin Luther King Day.
Which was the day after this event took place, right? The day after or the day
It
of?
was the day of.
The day of, okay, okay.
Is it occurred on
Martin Luther
Okay,
King Day.
Martin Luther King, okay, okay, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It occurred about 2 to 2:30, I think I texted, I don't know, I can look at 5-ish, 6-ish maybe, but yeah.
So you texted the chief about it?
I texted the chief, attorney, the assistant police chief, all of them, yes, 100%, not one reply. And then I was told today that you told him he couldn't give me the name of who was on me. That you told them not to give me, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say they shouldn't, but you told them, as the attorney, not to give them me the name of the guy that was hunting on me. By him today.
Sorry, thought the way you had said it in regards to the voting issue was somebody initiated a criminal investigation against you, and they told you who initiated the criminal investigation against you on the voting issue.
Oh, they did.
As opposed to somebody who might be being investigated or might be.
They weren't, no one's investigating it.
Jacob, it works a lot easier, like I've tried not to.
I'm not
interrupt
mad.
you. I've
I'm
tried
not.
not to interrupt you.
Okay.
I'm just gonna tell you from my own standpoint, every city I've worked with, every police department I've worked with, if they get a call about somebody committing a fish and wildlife violation, they tell me, go to jail.
Okay, I'll tell you this.
Because they typically don't even have local ordinances.
I struggle with the same thing, trespassing.
I'll tell you
and
this.
that's who I call.
No, that's fine, I'll tell you this.
I mean, 'cause
But when you talk to your guys, and they didn't talk to the eyewitness, they didn't talk to the landowner, okay? Just like I got a 30-minute phone call with the county sheriff, they didn't talk to the eyewitness, they didn't talk to the landowner. Just like I'm gonna go, if you wanna play that dumb card, just like I told them, I'm not the one to teach you guys how to do your investigation.
But Jacob, it's not the town's investigation, it's the game warden.
No, it's not.
On the
Okay.
criminal side.
Okay, I talked to him, and he told me that it's not, they can do all this, and he doesn't have to be involved, but if that's what you wanna live by, it's not, I'm just telling you.
And if the game warden.
The game warden doesn't hire
If the
the-
game warden felt like somebody lied to them in their investigation, they can pursue charges on it,
They are.
about the lie.
Oh, well,
Separate apart from the fish and
We're not
wildlife.
done there, though. I told you, we're not done there. But you're right, but it wasn't written, it was just verbal, okay? It wasn't a written, because you're right, it wasn't written to him, it was just verbally told to him. But you're right on that aspect, it's a lie to lie off, on a report. Go read the report. It's not the game warden, I've never called the game warden in my life here in town, okay? I called the county, they could come in, I called the Adam Chief, I talked to you, Adam Chief said they weren't hunting on me. Can you explain that? He told me they weren't hunting on me.
You talked to the game warden.
No, I asked, that's a different question.
The game warden talked to the witness.
I asked you, Chief Taylor told me they weren't hunting on me. If they weren't hunting on me and trespassing, how did they get a ticket?
We don't employ the game warden.
That's exactly right. You employ your guys, and they were lied about this situation. All I'm doing, if you want to keep covering it up, because you're involved, Matt, as much as anything, just like a lot of the other stuff, getting taken off the list and all that. I'm not done fighting all this stuff and unethicalness. I'm just telling you. You can just be careful what you say, because I learn stuff new every day in here. And I was real nice to you up front. I haven't been lately, because you've been covering it all up, just going along. With the mayor resigning, to all this other stuff, to my offers, to all this. Do what you want. I'm just pointing it out. You want people to point out the truth. You want the truth. You want unethicalness. Your police chief and your assistant police chief are lying and covering up stuff. And I'm going to tell everybody in this town, if they get a ticket, to look into it, because they lied. And then this is the same guy that pressures you guys, oh, if you don't hire me, it's this, or I don't get this, I'm leaving, just like the chief when all that happened. You guys hired him for pressure. And now it's others. You guys, I'm just giving you all the information. I'm an open book, I don't lie. You do with what you guys think. This is the process. I'm notifying you, okay? Now you guys have been notified. Any questions about the hunting incident on my property?
I got one.
Yes, sir.
After it happened on Martin Luther King Day, and when was the citation written from the game ranger?
Oh, not for, I fought Canadian County for a while. I was complaining to my friends that are officers. I don't know the exact day, but it was weeks.
So they can backdate a fine like that long, or they just got the information from the
They just got the eyewitness.
to write the ticket,
Yeah.
even though he didn't witness the actual event,
He
right?
saw him shoot 4 times.
The game ranger did?
No, the eyewitness.
That's all I don't know.
That covers 2 and 3 then?
Yeah, I mean, if you don't have any more, I go to Chief Lion Love, notified Thursday, January 9th. Let me see what else I have. Well, pretty much.
Anybody have any other questions?
And Jimmy, my health's okay. You were worried about me last month. My health's okay. I tried to call you 3 times this month. You didn't call me back.
Well, what did I tell you to do if you had a problem?
What?
Go to the other authorities.
I'm still going, brother, but I'm just like, you were worried about me. I'm okay. I just haven't heard from you.
Okay, you good? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, number 7, financial reports. The regular monthly financial reports for all funds are provided by the Board of Trustees for their review and information by Union City Treasurer Michelle Burns. At the close of business February 27, 2025, bank balances are as follows. ARPA is 0. Capital Improvement Bank First is $270,294.16. Capital Improvement First National Bank is $221,650.52. Community Events is $5,742.51. Have we already paid for the fireworks? I was just curious if that.
No, we don't pay for them till we get them.
No, okay, all right. And then federal assist forfeiture is $11,199.69. General fund is $138,212.89, and that is up from $74,137 from last month, so it's up $50K roughly. Public safety limited use is $97,703.21. REAP grant is at 0. State asset forfeiture is at $14,448.09. Street and alley is at $13,283.81. Traffic bond and refund is at $61,347.41. Union City PD community projects is at $6,082.65. Union City dispatch is at $9,764.09. Union City Fire Department is at $493,303.01. Union City Police Department is $182,055.73. Anybody have any questions on that? We have 3 speakers tonight, so I want to get to those first if we can. So I'm going to skip to agenda item number 9A for Park Drive property. Phil Hagan, the following correspondence and possible actions are provided to the Board of Trustees for discussion regarding the 10-acre property located at Park Drive.
I don't have any formal presentation. We're still waiting on topo survey, title commitment. I just wanted to introduce myself.
Okay.
I know Ryan, but I don't know the rest of you. My name's Phil Hagan. I'm a local land developer, partner of Ryan Livingston's here also. So, we are waiting on the survey to get some detailed plans done, but our general plan is to do some single family next to the existing single family, some duplexes to the east of that, and then senior housing south of that, closer to the mall. Those are our general plans that we're working on, waiting on the survey.
Okay. Do you have a rough idea on when you think those plans will be available?
We hope to have we're gonna come in with a PUD because we have 3 separate uses, so we can detail everything out, make sure any unwanted uses that may be allowed in those are not allowed in this PUD. So I would say within 45 days we'll have something before you.
Okay.
Mostly here to just introduce myself and look forward to working with you, working with Teresa, on the floodplain, there's floodplain that goes to this property. There's also floodplain that goes right through the middle of town. We're gonna do a study that will delineate both of those.
Okay.
And we're working with her to submit it to FEMA, and hopefully we'll be able to take a lot of the houses right now that are in the floodplain out of it, so people don't have to pay flood insurance.
Okay,
We're working with her on
I
that.
mean, just generally speaking, obviously, we're a board where we vote, but we would want to be included in that for the simple fact that if we can remove some of the floodplain on the property that the town still owns, doing that all at one time is probably, could be a smart move and put it in the same
That's what we're
thing,
talking
so-
about.
Yeah.
The discussions we're having, we'll pay for the study. There'll be
Right.
no cost to the city at all. And
Yeah.
it's just as easy to do both tributaries as it is to do one, so we're gonna go ahead and cap both of them at the same time. And that'll be something that the city will review prior to going to FEMA. That's all I really had. I just wanted to introduce myself, say
Okay.
hello, and look forward to working with you guys in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, is Randy here?
There was a gentleman walked up to the door
Okay.
earlier.
Okay, so 9A is done. I'm going to skip over to, yes, 16A or 15A? 15A. Fur and Associates presents the audit with Kim Fur, consideration and possible approval, denial, amendment, revision, or the acceptance of the audit performed by Fur and Associates for fiscal year 2023 and 2024.
Actually, just 2023.
Okay, all right,
Yeah, so there will have to be an adjustment to that.
okay.
Okay. I gave you guys a couple of things in your packet before we dive into the 23 audit. The first thing that you've got to look at is a timeline since you hired me, so you can kind of see why we are just now where we are after being about 2 years later. And so we're not going to go over that, but it's really good data. Let me know if you have any questions on that. The next thing I wanted to cover, just in case I run long, was you have a single page in here. So we started on the 2024 audit. We are not completed on that because it was discovered that the financial statements were incorrect, and we discovered the financial statements were incorrect on February 5th. So we've only done limited procedures so far. What we've done so...
Clarification.
Go for it.
Financial statements on 23, 24.
On 24.
23, okay.
Yeah, so on 24, the financial statements were incorrect, we discovered that on February 5th. What we started on 24, I know it's not the agenda, I'm just giving you some data so you can know, is we just done the non-financial part of our audit. And during that non-financial part of our audit, we've uncovered a few things that need to be corrected. But that's not on the agenda, so we're not discussing that. We stick to the agenda.
Can I pause for one second?
You sure can.
Eli's baseball game's over, I think.
There's another one.
Oh, okay, sorry. Sorry, I'm just
Okay.
trying to make sure my kids get picked up.
Oh, you're totally
Go ahead.
fine. You're totally fine. Okay. The next thing in the packet is this letter, communications with those charged with governance. Before we get into the actual audit report, we are going to go over this letter. This is required by Statement of Accounting Standards 114, and it talks a little bit about the audit. So before we dive in, now this would be mailed to your home if you weren't here, or if I didn't present, you would have gotten this letter at home to make sure that you guys know. The first page is pretty boilerplate, and same with the second page, because nobody really cares about accounting changes but accountants. So we start with page 3 is really where city councils care about. Page 3. At the top it says difficulties encountered in performing the audit. Okay. As the timeline kind of shows is we did have some difficulties with the audit of 2023. One was inability to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence regarding grants, expenses, cash reconciliations, payroll, and capital assets due to incomplete or unavailable supporting documentation. So we had some difficulties finding documents, okay? And so my job is to make sure you, the council, knows that. And we're going to go into more detail on what exactly was missing in the next letter, okay? And then the second difficulty we encountered was the significant delay in receiving requested information, which limited the procedures we could perform within a reasonable time frame. We received financial statements in April of 25. Financial statements were deemed inaccurate in June of 25, and we received the updated financial statements in December. So that's part of why it took so long to get the job done, is we had to wait for financial statements to be corrected. Okay? Questions so far? Great. Now, the next thing is the next section, corrected and uncorrected misstatements. We really care about the second paragraph in that section. During the course of the procedures that we were able to perform, we identified certain misstatements that had not been recorded as of the date of this letter, January 28th. A schedule of these uncorrected misstatements have been provided to management and is included in an attachment to the management representation letter. So it has been emailed to, if it hasn't been, it will be emailed tomorrow to Michelle to correct. Because of the scope limitations described previously, we were unable to determine whether any additional misstatements may exist beyond those identified. Okay? All right. Then the next section, significant audit findings. As a part of our audit, we identified 6 deficiencies in internal control that we consider to be material, and we're going to cover that in the next letter. Disagreements with management. For the purposes of this letter, a disagreement with management is a financial, accounting, reporting, or auditing matter, whether or not resolved. We're pleased to report that no such disagreements arose during the course of our audit. And then on page 4, the last thing I want to point out is management consultations with other independent accountants. In some cases, management may decide to consult with other accountants about auditing and accounting matters, similar to obtaining a second opinion on certain situations. If a consultation involves application of an accounting principle to the town's financial statements or determination of the type of auditor's opinion that may be expressed in those statements, government auditing standards require the consulting accountant to check with us to determine that the consultant has all the relevant facts. To our knowledge, a consultation was made with an outside accountant by management. However, at the date of this letter, this consultant has not made contact with us. So if you are receiving conversations from an outside accountant, they have not asked us for all the facts. So their opinion may not be accurate.
Yeah, and I pushed for them to be here tonight, because this was the first night we were supposed to meet them as well.
Yeah.
And they already have 2 prior obligations.
Okay.
I'll have more to that, I guess, as time goes. But
Yeah, well, this is the right place to talk about it
he's
if you
supposed
want
to be getting started. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, and as this stuff, I've already read that preliminary report that you emailed to me, and
Awesome.
obviously it's, not nowhere near where we want to be, and it's not I don't feel like it's a direct reflection of what we're trying to accomplish. And what becomes tough for us, as we've talked about in the previous meeting, is whether or not we're looking at purposeful wrongdoing, mismanagement of paperwork, and not having SOPs in place, or
lack of training.
correct. And
Yeah.
so that's
We
the
don't know.
frustrating part for us, because
Yeah.
unless you're able to bring us direct, proof of
Yeah.
any wrongdoing, which we have not been able to prove at all throughout this process,
Correct.
then we haven't been able to make, we can't correct that, correct?
Absolutely.
So until you bring us proof that there's been wrongdoing or anything like that, we can't really fix that. On the
Right.
training side and
Yeah.
the SOP side,
Yeah.
that's what we're hoping to achieve with the,
The outside consultant.
correct.
Yeah, and I actually did speak to the consultant yesterday. Yeah, today's Monday. Yesterday, he did
Okay.
call me, because I was gonna say, hey, I'm looking forward to meeting you tonight, because
Mhm.
I've never met him face to face. Never even worked with him before. So, I worked with his associates, but I've never worked with him. So I wanted to meet with him, right? I wanted to say hi before we got here. And he didn't ask to see any of my documentation. He didn't ask to see any of my work papers. He didn't ask to see anything.
He hasn't really gotten started yet, has he? I mean, he's
Okay.
kind of, obviously he's been hired, and we're moving towards that as soon as possible. So, and it's gonna be one of my questions towards the end of this is, do we stop where we're at and circle back and give him time to dig into this, or, and
Well-
then reapproach some of this stuff? As I've fitted you over the
Yeah.
phone, and I want the public to know, we are trying to be as transparent as possible with all of this stuff. I try to make it very clear to you throughout this
Absolutely.
process. We don't want if the public has questions, if I've had questions, you've done a good job of answering them, but, we've tried to continue to keep this in front of the people.
That's right.
I can only speak for myself and this board. I've always felt like, for the most part, that everybody here, wants to be good stewards of this money, and we
Oh,
want
absolutely.
to help, control the spending, but it's very frustrating when we continue to not pass these audits. And earlier, Mr. Johnson mentioned, how long has it been since this town has passed an audit? Well, I'll be very frank with you. We haven't passed an audit since I have been here.
I agree.
But the issue that arises there is our previous auditor was a single individual down in southeastern Oklahoma,
But
who
that should
nobody
be,
here, who
but
had ever
that
met.
should be okay for a town this size.
What's that?
a single auditor. I
Right,
mean,
no, I know, but this, I mean, we don't know.
You've
and I-
okayed every budget though. You've okayed every budget.
I have not approved every budget, no.
Yeah.
Well,
The
you've
board-
been
the
here.
board has.
Yeah,
Anyway.
you're part of it.
Yeah.
Anyways, you hired me in March of 2014, I'm
Right.
sorry, 2024, to get you guys
To get
caught
caught
up.
up, correct.
And we're getting close. We're
Yeah.
getting real close. We're on 23. We started at 20. So
Right.
20, 21, 22, we're 4 years in.
Right.
We're getting close. As far as hiring an outside consultant, I said since day one, you guys needed the help.
Mhm.
Absolutely, you needed the help. Only because there's so many changes that are happening in governmental accounting. It changes all the time. And COVID, they created a lot during COVID because I think they were bored. And that's laughing because it's true. A lot of the changes have happened in 23, 24 are being implemented. And no offense against Michelle, but she doesn't have the skills, knowledge, and expertise to implement these changes. It requires an accountant, a degree certified accountant, and so I'm so glad to hear that you've hired an outside person, absolutely. I don't know if this outside person's the right person, and here's why. You need to have a financial report. Okay, first off, I'm getting off on the traffic. Any other questions, about, well, we're still a management consultant. Okay, we're good. We're gonna keep talking. You guys need, in my opinion, as your auditor, somebody to adjust your books every single month. For Michelle to do her thing, and somebody to come in and make sure that it's correct before it's presented to you. You should be getting a financial report, the ins and the outs, the incomes and the expenses, on a monthly basis.
And that's what he plans to do, correct? Okay.
Yeah. So when I talked with him yesterday, he says that if he does that, it's gonna be on top of the charge that he's doing $2,000 a month. But his plan is to only do it once a year, and that's what he told me yesterday. So I just say, if you are using him, really read that contract and make sure that he's gonna come in and adjust your numbers every single month. Cause that's really what you need.
Yeah, well, that's what we'll have to have. I mean, it's just,
Yeah.
I mean, in my opinion,
So-
it's a necessity at this point.
Absolutely.
Until there are SOPs written out that walk you through and them through, and
Mhm.
their departments are step by step on what has to happen. I'm not saying he has to do that forever, but he's gonna have to do that for the first 6 months to a year. I mean, if not, this stuff never gets fixed.
Correct.
And that's just my opinion.
Correct.
So if you can ask him that specifically, next time you talk to him, because that's a very big thing. If he's unwilling to work with us, on a month-to-month basis and help us do that, then we would have to make some changes, but I'm sure he's willing to do that. We just gotta talk to him.
Yeah, and so he told me yesterday that he will only adjust the numbers once a year. And I'm thinking, that's not what the town needs. So yeah, confirm. If he's willing to come in and adjust every single month, then great, you've got the right person. But if he doesn't have the time or the staff to do that, you've got the wrong person. Cause that's really what you need.
And that's the picture that was painted to us. This is, so
Yeah, that's
what
the
he's,
one I thought we were
yeah,
gonna get.
that's, so this is
I
the
would
first
re-
we're hearing of this, but
Yeah.
we will double back down.
Yeah,
to
just
check
double
sure.
check with your contract and make sure it's in your contract. Make sure that 2,000 is him coming on site and adjusting your book
Mhm.
and not just answering questions. Because you really need somebody to come on site and be able to ask questions of Michelle and the other ladies on how to fix things. That's really what you need. So just make sure you get what you need. And I agree, Keith, I don't think you need it for a long term. I think it's just a
No,
short term.
once we have, you know, I keep calling them SOPs, but once we have SOPs in place of exactly step by step as to how this stuff should be processed,
Yeah.
we need someone on site for this.
Yeah, no, I agree, absolutely. And so that's pretty much the end of this letter. The last paragraph on this letter was, yeah, really other audit findings and other matters are really just words. Okay, let's go to the next letter, because this, once we go over this letter, doesn't have a title on it, but it's a little longer, then you'll understand the audit report. So this is communication that's under, Statements of Accounting Standards 115. Okay, so there's a whole bunch of them. But according to Standards 115, we have to write this letter. And the whole point of this letter is to tell you about the internal control deficiencies. Now, it's in your audit report, right? But just in case you don't get an audit report, we are required to give this to you separately. Let's talk about internal controls. Internal controls are the checks and balances that you have to prevent fraud, material misstatements, to be able to determine that a mistake happened in a timely manner and correct it, right? That's really internal controls, the checks and the balances. And we check all kinds of things. We check policies, procedures, state law, federal law, right, all kinds of things. And we found 6 areas that are incorrect. Now, in the way of saying there's 2 incorrect kinds, there's a significant deficiency and a material weakness. A significant deficiency is an isolated incident. It applies to only one area. A material weakness is something that affects all of the financial statements, okay? You got 6 material weaknesses, okay? And that's what this report talks about. So let's go to page 2. The first material weakness that I want to report on is a repeat finding. It happened the year before, okay? And it's about your bank reconciliation. Bank account reconciliations are not being properly completed and supported. During our review, detailed listings of outstanding deposits and checks were not available. As a result, the specific amount and nature of long outstanding deposits and checks could not be determined. Okay. To put you on the right spot, we're talking July 1 of 22 to June 30 of 23. Okay, so we're all on the same page. So there were no records on some accounts saying, here, when you do a bank reconciliation, I don't know if you're done the old school, you keep track of what checks didn't clear, right? And what deposits didn't clear. And you're paying attention to that because the next month you're going to see, did those clear? In the accounting world, when deposits or checks don't clear for a long period of time, then we're going, what happened? If the deposit is outstanding for a long period of time, then you're overinflating your income. Or did that money get put in somebody's pocket? That's what we're looking at in an audit. When a check stays outstanding for a long period of time, we're going, okay, did it get voided and reissued, right? And they just didn't do the math right? Or did they chicken out and not pay a ghost vendor, right? We're looking to see why did these checks not clear and why did these deposits not clear. It's what we do in audit, okay? We didn't have a listing, but we knew that deposits were outstanding and we knew that checks were outstanding. But without a listing, we can't track them down and figure out why. So your financial statements are not correct because we don't know the impact of those outstanding deposits and checks because we couldn't track them down. That's really what finding number 1 is. Okay? Questions on that one? Again, there's a lot of words and we have a lot to cover, so you can read the words at home. But please ask questions. The next problem we had was also a repeat finding, lack of documentation. Now this is a long list, so let's go through this. Documentation supporting significant areas of the town's financial activity could not be located for the audit period. Missing or incomplete documentation included the following. Capital assets. No capital asset listing was maintained for either the governmental activities or the municipal authorities during the year. Okay. A consultant can help you with that one, because their job should come in and implement Government Accounting Standards Board 34, GASB 34, is the requirement that went in place back in 2012, I think it was, requiring towns to maintain an asset listing of everything that you own, your trucks and your equipment. And so you don't have that. Okay.
So I get frustrated about this because this is
Sure.
the same one as last time.
Absolutely.
So I'm specifically told by the employees that they have an asset list.
Okay.
And then even I don't know how many weeks ago that was, it came up about like firearms for the police department and whether we were going to track those by serial number, and I said, that I recommended I felt like we should track all those by serial number. That's
Absolutely.
the only way to track those things.
Yeah.
And so they created a list, correct? And then
Yeah.
and they've had that list, which I mean, just knowing Adam, he usually does a good job of documenting things.
Yeah.
So you've not received any of those lists.
Now keep in mind the audit period, July 1 of 22 to June 30 of 23. They may have
Okay.
just got created in 24 or 25.
But that's not the case. Like, I mean, Adam's told me that. Like, I don't know, you can't really speak for him, but I'm just saying.
I know.
I mean.
If it's not presented to us, it doesn't
Yeah.
exist.
Okay. Move on.
And we ask repeatedly.
Yeah.
It's not like we ask one and done. Oh my gosh, no.
Yeah.
We ask repeatedly for these documents.
Quick question, when
Sure.
was this is FY 23?
23.
When was the FY 22 audit presented? Just roughly speaking.
It's on your time.
Yeah, I think it was maybe,
It was presented in August 11th of 25.
okay.
Yep.
Have you had situations where you had to come in to do catch-up on audits?
Absolutely.
Is it common or uncommon to have repeat findings on the prior years that have been done for a few years?
Something like
You
this.
learn from, would you agree, you learn from an audit and you improve your.
So something like this, the capital asset listing, normally they correct. When we say, in this situation, in August, we said, hey, there's this finding, you don't have an asset listing. Usually, they correct, and they dig something up and give it to us. Yes, sir.
But would you be needing something that existed at that time, or?
We need we need as of, in this case, July 1, 22 through June 30 of 23, here's our assets that we have. Right or wrong, we don't care. Here's the listing.
Would it matter when the document was created?
No.
Okay,
No, because sometimes you have to go back and pull records and recreate.
okay.
Yeah. No, we've done work where town had a tornado, and they had nothing, and so they recreated. Yeah. So no, it could have been created and presented to us. Absolutely.
And I know, I mean, I know you're smiling, but like, one of the things that's frustrating from my standpoint, I'm just gonna share
Mine
with you.
too, brother.
Yeah, that office, for many, many years, that's an elected by the town position. And so, all this bookkeeping, all of this stuff, these documentation, these things that are supposed to be kept up with, it was not under the board's power to
No, I know,
hire and fire
she's
that.
not talking about the board right now, she's talking about Chief not getting this stuff, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
No, sir, I'm not saying just the chief.
Oh, well,
I'm
okay,
saying
he's
the
in
town
charge,
as a whole.
right, they're in
No,
charge.
he's just in charge of the police department.
This is
I'm saying
all
that
departments.
This
This
is
is
all
all
departments.
departments.
Yeah, this is all departments, yeah, absolutely. Okay, another thing that we had lack of documentation on was bank statements. One monthly bank statement was missing for each of the following accounts: traffic bond and refund sweep account and fire department sweep account. They were missing copies of the bank statement. And it's actually really easy. I don't know if the bank can go back that far and get them or not, but we asked for
My
them.
bank can go back 10+ years.
Some can, some can't, I don't know. Okay, license and permits. Documentation supporting license and permits issued during the year could not be located. We'll go into more detail later on. The next page 3, monthly cash reconciliations were not available for many bank accounts, including, so when I say monthly cash reconciliations, it's the report when you balance the checkbook. When you balance your bank statement, you're supposed to have a report saying, here's your beginning balances, checks that cleared, deposits that cleared, ending balance, and any outstanding deposits or checks. That's what the report looks like. And it can be in.
And this is all tracked in QuickBooks, or this is a separate?
Well, this was in QuickBooks.
Okay.
Yeah. And so we're looking for documentation of it being done. Okay. So we were missing reconciliations in capital improvement suite, fourth fest, municipal deposit, municipal authority suite, traffic bond and refund, CDBG, home grant, REAP, sinking, special projects. The asset forfeiture account reconciliations were missing for almost half the year. Dispatch reconciliations were missing for part of the year. Fire department reconciliations were missing for part of the year. Fire department, general fund, and police suite. So pretty much, majority of your accounts was missing a reconciliation report.
And you do those at the end of each month?
Yeah. Yeah, so what happens, the bank statement usually comes in, and then the bookkeeper or the clerk goes in and reconciles the account to make sure all the transactions are in your QuickBooks, and then it spits out a report. Sometimes the QuickBooks will reprint it if you're missing it, and sometimes it cannot be reprinted. And so any of them that could be reprinted, we've reprinted.
And talking briefly, there was a moment where because we were obviously, throughout this process, we tried to introduce new software, introduce new things. And then we have QuickBooks that's being used on the software version, and then we moved that to the cloud. Could have any of this been lost during that process of moving from there to there?
Absolutely, it could.
So, and maybe I'm just gonna ask a question, nobody get too offended here. But when we are going from a software-based thing to a cloud-based thing, me personally, I'm backing up all of that stuff onto an external hard drive, a flash disk, I'm put it on something before I go through that process. It's no different than when I'm switching iPhones. I back all that up, go ahead.
I can answer. We did the cloud migration from QuickBooks on-prem. It was an older version, like 2012, which is why we chose to go to cloud.
Right.
We did that right at the beginning of July when the fiscal year begins. So any kind of starting and ending balance, that would have been on the bookkeeping side, but in terms of records, there was a hard stop at the end of June.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it wasn't in the middle of the fiscal year, right?
It was throughout.
Okay.
Jonathan, do you have any particular month recollection of?
It was sporadic.
It was sporadic.
Because there were some accounts that were created during the year,
Yeah.
and so it truly is sporadic.
And I'm not trying to create excuses, I'm trying to
No.
understand what's going on. Like, I mean,
Absolutely, yeah. Because we don't want to have findings like this. We want to be able to say, we found it. And we do all kinds of ways to find documentation. We know how QuickBooks Online work, I mean, golly gee, we use it a lot. And we know QuickBooks Desktop, and we know your former program, Jack Brown system, very well. We know how to pull reports out of there if they are available. And if they're not available, they're not available. So, it was, to me, a pervasive problem, because it's so many different accounts. Another situation that we didn't have documentation in was franchise tax. Supporting documentation could not be obtained to verify franchise tax receipts totaling $74,000. When the town gets franchise, first off, franchise tax is where the utilities companies pay the town for running lines through their property, and they give a check. And there's always a remittance, a piece of paper that goes with that payment, right? To show what is PSO, AEP, or whatever their name is, what they're paying the town and why. There's always a piece of paper that goes with it. And we were unable to verify, there was not documentation to support $74,000 worth of deposit.
But even if that's missing, isn't that something that Michelle could have picked up the phone and called them, and, I mean, they should be able to reproduce that, correct?
Maybe, maybe not. This is quite old. It is possible.
I was just curious, I mean, because I can go back and usually to my vendors and request information that's missing.
We ask for a confirmation from your utility companies that do your franchise underneath your city. We ask for confirmations, and we've asked repeatedly for them, and we didn't get them, because we tried to get the numbers from a different source. Okay? Then for expenses, for transactions selected for testing, supporting documentation, and evidence of payment was frequently missing. The general fund, of 154 expenditures transactions tested, many lacked invoices or other support, or could not be traced to bank statements, or lacked evidence of purchase approval, or could not be located in the bank record. So we randomly selected 154 expenses, and we had a majority of them could not be found. And same with the municipal fund, 47 transactions could not be found. Citations, we took a sample of 638 citations and 475 related payments, and the documentation on that amount of citations and related payments was incorrect. And then your payroll, you had key payroll report records missing, including quarterly payroll summaries and source documents supporting your payroll tax liabilities. When you pay payroll taxes, for example, you should keep a copy of the confirmation of when you paid it. You should keep a copy of the payroll report that you use to calculate the taxes, to substantiate why you're paying that in taxes, you know? And we couldn't find that documentation. So there was a lot of documentation missing. Questions about any of that? Okay. All right, then let's go to the third one on page 4. Inability, now this is a new one, this is not a repeat finding. Inability to trace miscellaneous revenue accounts to source documentation. Miscellaneous revenue accounts totaling $36,000 could not be reasonably traced to source documentation. This included unexplained variances in the miscellaneous income police department, the traffic bond refund miscellaneous income account, and the error ticket account. We wanted to know why was this $36,000 put into this account, because we were trying to determine if it's in the right account, right? And so we're asking for documentation as to why, and we were not given documentation as to why. And so, there you go. Questions on that one?
I want to reread that.
Yeah, that's okay. It's a little complicated. Miscellaneous revenue accounts totaling $36,000 could not be reasonably traced to source documentation. This included unexplained variances in the miscellaneous income line on the police department. So in your financial statements, it says miscellaneous income police department, that was one category. The traffic bond refund miscellaneous income account is called TBR on your report. Couldn't get verification of that. And then you have an account that says error ticket, and income amount was reported in the municipal authority on that side. I don't know why there's an error ticket line on your financial statements in the municipal authority, but there is. And we're gonna see that. You'll see that. And so,
You understand that?
I'm also curious about the air ticket
yeah,
line.
so,
But yeah, in general, yeah, I mean, it's.
So let's talk about the error ticket for a
Money's
minute.
there, but it's tracing it where it came, I mean, essentially
yeah.
where it came from.
Yeah, because we know error ticket's wrong. Why is there an error ticket account called that on the municipal authority financial statement? We know it's wrong, but until we can find out why it's wrong with a piece of paper or an explanation from Michelle, we can't move it. Yeah, so kind of go to your timeline. And one of the things, if you notice, is that we determined that here, on April 4th, that the QuickBooks was wrong. The QuickBooks files that we were given for 2023 was the first year of using QuickBooks. Before that, we were using Jack Brown software, right, the old software. And this fiscal year, we were told QuickBooks Online. And so on April 4th, or April, April 4th, we discovered, Michelle says, okay, the QuickBooks are ready. We go look at it, and it's not ready. There's lots of errors. And then Michelle went out on medical leave, and thank goodness that you're doing much better, you're still here. But Michelle goes out on medical leave, and then the police chief goes in to help. And we even have an email from the chief saying, so sorry it's taken me so long. I had to make a whole bunch of corrections. And I'm sure you guys are aware of all this, right? I hope. Anyways, so then we come back in June, because the chief says, okay, QuickBooks are all lovely. I've made all the corrections while Michelle's out. So we come back in June 27th, thinking, okay, financial statements are great. Let's get this audit done. No, the financial statements are still boogered up. Now, in our world, we're really, really busy doing library work July, August, September. So we're not paying attention to anybody but the libraries in July, August, and September. So when we come back to you guys in October, so we can keep moving, that's when I have a conversation with Michelle and said, look, your financial statements are still not right. What was happening is there was all these classes, right? So you have all these different departments, right? Police, fire, cemetery. And what we needed the books to say by only the categories that you have. And it had a bunch of categories that had been deleted, but it still had transactions in it. So they were showing up as the title was deleted, but we needed the transactions moved. And we also needed this big column at the end saying unclassified. We needed that classified, right? And that's what we thought was being corrected. And so when Chief said he cleaned up a whole bunch of stuff, and I can get you the email if you need to see it, of what he cleaned up, we were like, great, he cleaned up all of this stuff. But then when we actually get back to it in October, it wasn't. So I had a conversation with Michelle and said, hey, let's clean this up. I'll give you some time to clean it up. And I believe she even mentioned that at one of your council meetings, that she was still working on it. We finally got it back on December. First week or two of December, she finally says, okay, we're done. But when she's done, she says she's done, we're all good, we're gonna use that data. It still has random weird stuff in it, like error ticket, right? In the wrong fund. And so we're gonna ask questions, because it's obvious that there's some adjustments that need to be made. But if you don't give me documentation to tell me how to adjust it, I can't adjust it. I don't know where it goes, right? It's kinda like, how do you put an air filter in the car if you don't even know how to open the hood? You know it goes in there, but you don't know where it goes. Same concept. So, we ask and we ask and we ask, and when she says she has no more, she can't find the documentation, we quit asking.
If you can't answer this next question, it's kind of a tougher one.
Go for it.
You've done a lot of these.
Yes.
You see, I mean, obviously, we knew there were some mistakes because we've made so many changes, right? The
Oh.
software changes, just all the different things that we've made.
Absolutely.
And you expect, you know, there to be mistakes
Correct.
throughout that process.
Sure.
When you look at all of this,
Mhm.
do you feel that it is malicious type stuff, lack of education, needs additional training? Like, how do you feel in regards to that? And I'll even throw in the word laziness, and don't take offense to that, I'm being very blunt here. Like, what do you see as an auditor when you look at all of this? If, and maybe you can't answer that question, but
No.
if you were gonna fix it.
If I was your consultant,
Mhm.
if I was your consultant, not your auditor, then first thing I would do is implement a good filing system. Because that's really most of your problem, is the lack of documentation.
And that part frustrates me, I'm just gonna be honest with you guys, it frustrates me a lot, because it's the simplest freaking thing that we do here. Like keeping documents, filing documents, and I know you're gonna tell me that you've done that we scanned them in, those sorts of things, but nothing in this building can get thrown away, nothing.
Correct.
Not a freaking receipt, not a statement, not anything. Like, I mean, it's our job as public servants to document and save that documentation.
Yep.
And I mean, I have borderline a zero tolerance when it comes to, at the very least, I'm good with making mistakes and I'm good with things not being
Sure.
right. When we don't have the documentation or the receipts or the statements or the stuff to go back and pull from and look from, I mean, what's the timeline on how long we should keep stuff? I got crap
Well,
in my
exactly.
attic going back 20 years, I mean.
State statute says, it's actually it's in your
7
document.
years, I mean, is it standard as the IRS stuff?
5 to 10.
5 to 10.
Yeah, state statute, there's actually a statute on it. Yeah, Oklahoma Statute 11, Section 22-131 requires certain records and documentation be maintained for a period ranging from 5 to 10 years.
And nothing, so we just use the 10-year rule. At 5 to
Sure.
10, that's too big of a window. 10 years. I mean, so technically this building, somewhere in this building, or in that fire department building, should be every single receipt and document for, you know, since 2015.
So when we were on site to go through your records, and Jonathan can attest this, we did most of the work over in the fire department,
Right.
firehouse or whatever.
Right.
And, we were told where the boxes were and help yourself. So we actually moved the table upstairs because this team got tired of bringing boxes down themselves. And we were told, the boxes are labeled, help yourself. And so we went through the boxes, and that's part of why your bill was so high, is because we had to spend the time digging through your records to try to find stuff. And when we asked Michelle for things, right, if she knows where it's at real easily, great, saves us from having to dig, absolutely. But if she can't find it and we can't find it, we didn't wanna waste your money and look a third time, right, because your bill's already high. And so, if I was your consultant, the first thing I would do is to go in the upstairs to that firehouse and organize the crap out of it and make sure everything where everything is. And then I would go in the year that's not being audited, and I'd make sure I have a piece of paper for every single transaction that went through any town bank account before I let the auditors back. That's really what I would do, if I was your consultant. Then I would work on the numbers. Because you can't even adjust the numbers to what they need to be if you don't have the source documentation to go with it. And that's really what your problem is. And that's why you can't get clean audits, is because you don't have source documents.
I mean, and we went over this, I mean, so do you have a comment in regards to that? I mean,
I'm keeping my comments to myself.
Okay,
But thank you for the offer.
but,
I mean, that's, yeah, okay. Any questions about miscellaneous revenue? Okay. Number 4 is non-compliance with Open Meetings Act. I'm really happy to see your new agenda. And what this means is, meetings are not being held separately for the town's business and the municipal authority's business. So during July 1 of 22 through June 30 of 23, you were just mixing your agendas, and you weren't keeping them separate, and that's.
yeah, and we were unaware that that was even, I mean, I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, y'all didn't know.
We didn't know, so.
Yeah,
we
exactly.
That was a very simple fix.
And it's before you hired me, or I would've told you. So, yeah, okay. On the next page, number 5, variance in proprietary fund revenue due to lack of documentation. Condition, a $27,000 variance in water, sewer, and trash revenues in the proprietary funds could not be explained because supporting documentation was not available. Okay, so, we looked at your financial statements and we said, explain this $27,000. What's it from? Okay, we should have been able to run a report and out of your utility system to say, here's where your payments came from, right? Water, sewer, I was gonna say electric, if you don't do that, water, sewer, and trash is what your account does. So we should be able to run a report and say, okay, here's what was credited to citizens' accounts, here's what hit the bank. They should match. And if they don't match, we should be able to know why. Right? Why? Was there adjustments that's not showing up on this report? Right? Did you get a insurance check? Did you have an insurance claim? Did you get some FEMA money? Why? Why don't they match? And the variance cannot be explained because there was no documentation.
We showed $27,000 more.
Was it more?
Have to verify that.
Okay.
I was just curious on it.
Yeah. And then number 6, unexplained debit balance in accounts payable. The proprietary funds accounts payable had an unexplained debit balance of $23,000, and we're going to show you what this is. That was not properly reflected in the financial statements. Management was unsure of the cause, and the source of the error could not be reasonably determined. So when we get to the numbers, I'm going to show you this. There's a number on your financial statement that Michelle doesn't know what it is, and so we can't adjust it off. We can't just randomly adjust your numbers without a reason why. And so because there's no documentation to explain why this variance is on there, I have to leave it on. It's odd. There's just no documentation for it. And again, that's why I go back to, you need a consultant to come in every single month and adjust your books every single month. That's really what you need. Absolutely. Okay. So those things right there are your material weaknesses. They are affecting multiple areas. And when you have this debit balance, meaning it's not supposed to have a debit balance. It's supposed to be a credit balance, right? Debits and credits balance. When you have that, and we don't know what it goes to, it makes us unsure about your other numbers. Okay? So let's actually get into the numbers. And feel free to ask questions at any time. Please, this is your report. Okay, so let's open up past the table of contents to the actual letter. Okay? Now, with you already being notified of what your your material weaknesses were, you're not going to be surprised by the disclaimer of opinion. Okay? So, we do not express an opinion on the modified cash basis financial statements for the town of Union City. Because of the significant matters described in the basis of disclaimer of opinion section of our report, we've not been able to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence to provide a basis for an opinion. And so we're going to jump down to the last paragraph on that page. Management of the town of Union City was not able to present financial statements that are free from material misstatements. During the course of our audit, it was discovered the documentation to substantiate grants, expenses, cash reconciliations, payroll, and capital assets could not be reasonably acquired. Accordingly, we are unable to determine whether additional adjustments might have been necessary to the amounts reported in the modified cash basis financial statements. So there was multiple areas. We tried so hard to give you an adverse opinion, which is an F, but there were so many missing documentations we weren't able to do that. So we're saying, we don't know if we know they're wrong, but we can't tell you if you spend the money correctly or not, because there's so many problems. So let's kind of talk about some things. It's on page 4. Now these numbers, again, I am not putting any assurance on these numbers being right or wrong, or free from mistakes, okay? But let's talk about it. So this report on page 4 is a summary of your governmental activities and then your business type. Your business type activities is your public works, okay? And remember, the public works is supposed to make money and have leftover money so you can transfer it over to general fund to pay general fund bills. It's supposed to be a money maker, all right? Keep that in mind. So, at the last day of 2023, these are older numbers, you do have $1.4 million in the bank at that time, combined in all accounts. You do have restricted cash of $26,000. You have that accounts receivable of $47,000. Accounts receivable is where you've invoiced your citizens and they haven't paid. Okay? Then you have prepaid expenses of $7,400 on the government side, meaning you paid in advance. And then here's this weird thing, other asset unreconciled. If you notice, it's a negative $2,959. And we're gonna talk a little bit about that. Okay. Alright, so we're gonna flip over to, I gotta find the right page. Do you remember what note it was, Johnson?
Ooh, it was in the double digits.
It was a double digit note, yep. I'm gonna find it, guys. Oh, here we go, on page 24, note number 5. It's okay.
What page again, I'm sorry?
24.
Okay.
So we're gonna go back to 4, but we're gonna talk about note number 5. So note number 5 explains what we know. The other assets in the proprietary funds include a balance of a negative $2,959 at June 30th, reported on the financial statements as other asset unreconciled. This amount represents an unreconciled difference identified during the year-end closing process. Management has evaluated this balance and determined that it's not material to the financial statements. So Michelle looked at it and said, we don't know what it is, we're not gonna correct it, it's too small. It worked itself out later on, but as of June 30th, it was still there. Okay? Now let's talk about material balance before we go any further. In an audit, we're doing some math, and we're saying, okay, based upon your assets in your account, your income, how serious of a number are we looking for? So I'm not digging for that penny. You're not asking me to dig for the penny. You're asking me to dig for things that are important. And this $2,959 is below that threshold. So we're saying we're not going to worry about it because it's below. But again, I can't change the titling of it. Okay, so the titling of it is how it is in the financial statement. Okay? Okay. And again, this is complicated. Ask questions. Ask questions. Okay, let's go back to page 4. So the capital assets listed on page 4 of $2 million for the governmental side, $1 million for the business side, for a total of $3 million, is unverified because, again, there's no listing was provided. So that number really hasn't changed over the years. Accounts payable is bills that have been received that haven't been paid. So as of June 30th, we had $62,000 of outstanding bills. And then this payroll liability account was a negative $1,600. As of June 30th, and again, we don't know if this is right or wrong because we didn't have payroll reports, but the records showed that you had overpaid $1,600 of payroll taxes. Again, we don't.
So, under this payroll thing, a question that came up, and if it hurts people's feelings, I apologize. I was told, at least it's my understanding,
Sure.
that you're supposed to do all payroll for all employees with the town. But it's also my understanding that Adam is doing payroll for his department. Does anyone know why that is? Is it an ordinance that sets the tone for who's responsible for paying payroll, or is it just a rule that the clerk is supposed to always handle that, or where does that rule and/or guideline come from?
There's no official ruling. It's really based upon the policies and procedures that you, the board, have put in place. So if you, the board, allow 2 different people to do payroll, then that's okay. It's your decision. It's your town. My job is not to tell you
I don't know if
what's
we've ever
wrong.
made a decision either way. Go ahead.
So, those chief, we at the police department don't actually do our own payroll. We
Okay.
all we do is look at timesheets and approve them.
Okay.
We have nothing to do.
Yeah, but the chief is the only one that can approve his timesheets in the sense that he knows what his guys have,
Sure.
what hours they have worked or not. But then you're the one that actually handles the payroll for that department.
No.
So
All
then
I
have-
do is click to the next button and push it through and get the down wire started.
You understand that?
So in other words, how it works in other places is I would have schedules turned into me. Okay, so I could approve what everybody's working. If they went over it, I would find out why. Were they approved for overtime? Do they want their overtime, like there's cutoff limits for overtime and then it goes to comp time? All of that would be turned in. But here, we have the police side knows who's working what and who gets what. So they approve, they go in and they approve the timesheet. And then what's left for me to do is just push it through and get the downwire started.
Process the payment.
Process, correct, process.
And that's standard for most departments, or
Yeah,
is there a better way for checks and balances there?
Well, usually the chief does approve, the fire chief or the police chief, either one approves their people's stuff because they do know. And then usually the town clerk approves the office people because they know.
Okay.
And then usually the street and alley person approves their people because they know. But then one person is responsible to make sure that everything gets approved timely, everything gets processed timely, make sure payroll taxes are sent off. If you're using an outside company that's preparing your payroll taxes and your payroll reports, then usually one person, the clerk, is responsible for saving all those documentations. Yeah, all towns are different, but.
And that's where our time clerks go, we do all that
Right.
in Paycom.
And Paycom is the one who handles the 941, the Schedule B, OK Tap, all of it.
And then they usually, when you use an outside payroll source like that, they usually give you reports, so you, the accountant, the town clerk, can go in there and make the adjustments to the financial statements to match what happened. And that needs to be done every month.
When you get, a report back from Paycom, or is there, I guess what I'm looking for what data can be pulled from Paycom that could be sent out to every single board member here. We pay bi-weekly here or monthly?
Bi-weekly.
Bi-weekly, so bi-weekly, it would be nice if there was a report that came to the board members to let them know, payroll as a whole.
What kind?
I mean, what I picture.
The number, the dollar figures, or
Correct.
the hours.
It would be nice if it was showing like the comp time, if it was broke down in that such a way. If
Well,
it-
it has to be careful because you're treading into HR issues, privacy issues.
As the board?
Well, ultimately, you've got we don't have the typical separation of government and business form of government, where if it was council manager form of government, you would have the city manager that handles day-to-day, and you would have the inquiry and oversight role here. All of it is vested with the board. That's Michelle's point. Depending on what level of detail that you want.
Yeah, I don't wanna do anything that's, against the law by no means. I mean,
Not much against the law, but how it's conveyed.
In general, though, ask a single board member here, we see the total amount, we don't have a clue, what the comp time is getting paid, what kind of time's accruing, like all these different things, we don't get to oversight that at all.
Getting those numbers, that,
Yeah.
that, like I said, that doesn't implicate the privacy side.
Mhm.
There are certain things that, depending on how deep you want to go, that how it would be conveyed would be the other question.
Yeah.
But getting amounts of, Joe worked 40 hours at $10 an hour, so his check was $400, $300 of taxes were taken out, and he got to take home $100. That's really how it works, right, guys?
Mhm.
That should be okay, because you're not asking for social security numbers, addresses.
Yeah, I
But-
for sure don't want knowing that, I don't want that at
What
all.
happened in the town of Fort Cobb, just to give you a little side data, is the clerk was just giving gross pay, or total net pay to the council. And the council never got actually what the checks were for, and
Net or
the town.
gross?
I'm sorry?
Net or gross?
Net, I'm sorry, I said gross, I meant net. So the council was getting, here's the take-home checks, and then here's my payroll tax, my 941 report. That's all the council got. Well, and I'm not saying Michelle's doing this, I am not saying Michelle's doing this, but in Fort Cobb, what he did was, he gave himself a raise, sent it all off to federal withholdings, and his take-home check was exactly the same. The council never saw gross pay, the amount before taxes. And so when he filed his refund, his income tax refund, he got a huge check. And he embezzled over the course of 5 years over $200,000 by just increasing his check and taking extra taxes out. So you, the council, I recommend that the council do look at paychecks, maybe not every single time, because you guys have a lot of employees, but you should.
And I can only assume, any business owner that Paycom's doing their stuff for, they're sending back reports to the owners of those companies.
They don't send them back, but I have access to a lot of
Yeah,
reports.
I
But
want-
that's what I'm trying to narrow down, is what exactly do you want? Because there's so many,
In Paycom.
I'll be happy to show them where you get it, I mean, if there's a whole
Yeah, go ahead,
bunch.
Chad.
In Paycom, when I approve my employees' time, it tells me how many hours they worked that pay period. 80, 88, 94, whatever. And then at the bottom, it gives you a dollar amount based on their hourly rate, what that check's gonna be. That's all you're really wanting.
Yeah, I mean, we just need a little bit more oversight in that area, more than
So
anything.
So that
I mean,
screen is there every
yeah.
time you
And
hit
it
approve.
produces a report. There is a payroll summary report that lists it out by employee, and it does it by department. Paycom does. We do a lot of accounting work, and Michelle, if you need help getting that report, just let me know.
I already print those out, I have them all in my drawer right now.
Just start,
I
if you
use
would,
them
if you would, and I don't know if you have to write policy around that. I would like that to be emailed to every board member independently, each pay period.
I print payroll summary and detail because I use them for OKMRF and Voya, as well as our monthly budget and our reimbursement for payroll. It tells me all of that I need to know on those two reports, so I have them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that with all employees?
Yes, yeah, all employees, not, we're not.
It's just, it's okay. Thank
For a
you.
while
Thank you, though. It's just one report, and it just has everybody with their title listed, and then the breakdown of what they've paid out. Like, it's one report though, Ryan, it's not something I.
Well, I didn't, I'm just saying in general, like all of our
Oh, and
employees have that.
I appreciate that, cause I know where I think I know where you were going with it. It's just one report for me, and I have to print it anyway to do like I just said, so I'll just save it and email it out. Now, when I email that out, is that also, Matt, a situation where I have to email it to each individual instead of a group? Like I can't use, you know what I mean?
Conveying information to the board members is fine. What I would urge is do it as a BCC, simply so that nobody accidentally hits reply all.
If you blind copy everyone when you send to that,
Okay.
then if anybody here hits reply all,
It won't
it
lead to
won't go back to all, it won't.
electronic
yeah.
discussions by the
Okay.
majority of the board outside of the public meeting.
Okay.
So that's why PCC is a good avenue to not have to send, in this case, 4 and then 5 separate emails. You can send one, but if you do the BCC, it at least ensures that there's no accidental reply all.
Okay, awesome. All right, let's go back to page 4, and then one other thing to report on here is we do have compensated absences on this. Let me tell you what that means. So accrued compensated absences is unused vacation time as of a certain date. And so as of that date back then, you had 60,000 outstanding. Okay, let's keep digging. So on the next page, I love the next page of your report because it kind of gives you a snapshot, page 5, of how much it costs your town to run for 1 year. And so I love that we have citizens in the audience, is because first column of numbers, it takes $2,967,000 to run your town for 1 year. Isn't that nice? You can see it in one spot. Okay. Now there's a lot happening on this page. The second column we've got is you charge your citizens $1,754,000 for all kinds of things: utilities, traffic fines, permits, you know. So the shortage, the 1.2 million shortage, has to come from grants and taxes. Okay? So there's a lot happening on this page, but we're going to really go to just one area. If you wouldn't mind going to this bottom section, we're looking at the 4th row from the bottom. It starts $689,000, $120,000 for a grand total of $809. You'll see those numbers?
Net under transfers.
There you go. That's your surplus. We don't call profit. You're not here to make a profit. You're here to have a surplus. Okay? And so your governmental funds had a surplus of $689,000. Your business type, which is your public works, had a surplus of $120,000. Okay? Now, we have a problem. I'm going to tell you what the problem is on this page. So based upon the financial statements that we were given and the numbers that we were able to verify, the business type activity had a positive transfer in of $123,000. And it came out of the governmental fund. Government can't transfer money to public works. unless it's to reimburse. And if it's a reimbursement line, then there would be documentation to prove that, okay? Remember, Public Works is supposed to have a surplus to pass over to the government. It's the whole point. You're supposed to charge enough for your water and utilities to have leftover money, okay? So really, you're looking at your Public Works back then had a negative $3,085. It did not cover its own bills, okay? Now, we're hoping that this transfer, we're not real sure what this transfer is, we're hoping this transfer was to reimburse for payroll, which would make it okay. Okay, but you may be looking at this prior period adjustment. Let's look at this line right here, prior period adjustment, where it's a negative 55,000, positive 15,000 for a negative 40,000. We're going to go talk about that. It's note number 16. I can tell you that. I don't know what page it's on. Let's see.
30.
Thank you much. 30. Okay. When the computer system got switched over from Jack Brown's system into QuickBooks Online, it was not done correctly. And as a result, oops, you got it?
Yeah.
Good, okay. The ending numbers in Jack Brown's program were one thing, and the beginning numbers in the QuickBooks Online were a different number. They were not, it was not carried over correctly. That transition did not happen correctly. As a result, you have prior period adjustments, because we have to fix that balance. You said your beginning balance was this, but according to last year's audit and Jack Brown system, it was this. So we had to record an entry to fix it. Does that make sense? Okay, we don't like those kind of entries, I'll be honest with you as an auditor. We don't, but we have to. It's very typical when you change accounting systems to not export it correctly out of Brown or your old system into the new system. It happens. And again, if you had a consultant back in the day when you did this, they would have made sure that that transaction would have been done right. But as a result, we have problems. So on page 30, note number 16, the governmental activities, the beginning net position of the governmental activities was decreased by $55,000 to correct the opening balance reported in the system. Now, this is where accounting gets complicated, because now you're seeing $163,000. Let's talk about this. The difference between this amount and the $163,000 adjustment reported on a different report relates to the difference between modified cash and the full accrual method. Okay, we're getting complicated, so let me explain some accounting terms for you. Pages 4 and 5 is on the accrual basis of accounting, right? Generally accepted accounting principles. Those rules say that you record income when you invoice the citizens, not when you get that money. And you report that bill as an expense when it comes in the mail, not when you pay it. On that basis of accounting, that's pages 4 and 5. In order to adjust the QuickBooks Online to match that basis of accounting, that kind of accounting, our adjustment was small, $55,000. Okay, this is really complicated. On the very next page, page 6, right? That is a different kind of accounting. It's on a modified cash basis. Now, the reason why I have to report it two different ways is because the people at the AICPA and at the Governmental Accounting Standards Board, GASB, people in New York City that don't really understand how Southwest Oklahoma works, right? They make these rules. And they say you have to report it this way, and then you have to report it this way because it's easier for the reader, y'all, to understand the financial reports. I think they're full of hot air. But when we report on the modified cash basis, what we're doing is we're not necessarily recording all the expenses when they come in the mail. We're actually reporting on when we pay them, right? We're really doing it when the money comes in. Everybody on the planet but accountants doesn't count the money until they get it in their hot little hands. That's when it's income. And they don't count it as a bill until they actually pay that Netflix bill, right? Just because Netflix is due next week, I didn't spend that money yet, I will count it when I spend the money. That's the modified cash basis. So when we got the financial statements from Michelle, we're looking at which basis has the most adjustments. When we get to the modified cash basis, we had to adjust not $55,000, we had to adjust $163,000, I think that was the number. we had to do a bigger adjustment. Usually that doesn't happen. Usually the adjustment between one and the other is not that radically different. But in this case it was. Because QuickBooks Online actually has a feature of where you click accrual method, and it gives us the GAAP basis, the full accrual method, right? The one pages 4 and 5. It gives us that report. Then you hit the cash basis little button, and it produces the modified cash for us. And if the QuickBooks was set up correctly, then the variances would be explainable, and they would not be that radically different. Okay? And that's one reason why I'm not putting assurance on these numbers, because that doesn't make sense to us. Questions? It's really complicated accounting. Please ask questions.
You're right, it's complicated.
It's complicated. Absolutely it is.
But Meacham and his team, if they agree to work with us monthly, this should get corrected.
They should be correct. They should correct, yes, absolutely. They should be able to come in and get the books where those variances are fixed. Absolutely. They certainly can. Yeah. Any good outside consultant could. Absolutely. Yeah.
Who
Okay.
set up our QuickBooks?
So from the tech standpoint, I did the migration from on-prem to cloud. I did not handle the bookkeeping side.
That's, I mean, he did that, but that, yeah.
I don't know. I don't know who
Yeah.
actually set it up.
You're talking about the transition from QuickBooks software to QuickBooks Cloud? Is that what you're asking?
Well, really, you have to,
just
you have to go
from
back to
ground
who set it
system
up.
to QuickBooks.
Yeah.
Who set it up? He set it up technically.
Well, he just helped.
No, he just moved it over.
Yeah, he just helped
He
with
didn't
the
set it up.
transition.
But I can assure you, I've been through 3 acquisitions in my life, and I've never seen a single one of them. Like, I mean, you got different softwares that are trying to work together, and when you try to bring everything over, it's every freaking time it's a disaster.
I think the
There's-
biggest difference.
Yeah.
Because QuickBooks, we stayed with the same vendor, it's just
Yeah.
a different architecture, because
Yeah.
it was an older version of QuickBooks on-prem.
Yeah.
The biggest structural difference is you had all these QBW files, which is QuickBooks workbooks. There was about 12 of those, because Fourth Fest had its own, Police had its own, Fire had its own, and that had to be rolled into the main, because QuickBooks Online sorts things by IRS EIN as a company.
Correct.
You subscribe by company, so those payees and everything had to be taken into the general account, because you have municipal authority, and then you have general fund, and those are the 2 EINs as far as the IRS is concerned. So there's gonna be a little bit of a difference structurally there, but in terms of when we did it, there was a hard stop of
But,
June
I
30th.
mean, and again, this is not an excuse, it's just a problem I constantly see.
Yeah.
That stuff's only as good as the information that's put into it. The
Correct.
information from the old system, I could assure you, had every bit as many mistakes, data entry mistakes in it as what the second one did and where we're at today. And until we get it fixed, I'm just gonna be honest, it's kind of worthless. I mean, in a sense, everything has to get shored up, because even if you transferred everything over completely perfectly, it doesn't matter, because the data that was in there was trash to begin with. I mean, it wasn't matched up, it wasn't right. I mean, one look at the previous office and you can say there's no way that this was getting done properly. I mean, it just wasn't, so.
Yeah. All right, so let's go to page 7, just because I want you guys to understand the movement of money that's happening. So page 7 is page 5, broken down for just governmental, okay? And so you can see more detail going on. But what I want to point out is really in this transfer category, okay, because we have a lot to cover. If you can see, the general fund transferred out $1.5 million, and the other governmental funds received $1.5 million. That's a lot of money transferring through accounts, and we actually have a note about that I want to point out to you. That's on,
Does this have to do with how we are paying the police department?
let's go look on page 29. Note number 13.
13?
Yep. Note number 13 on page 29.
Oh, sorry.
So it's the way the money's moving. I'm not saying it's wrong, I'm just saying you guys need to be aware. Okay? So you can see the first column is transfers in and the second column is transfers out. right? So the municipal fund is transferring, the general fund is transferring to municipal fund $123,000. General fund is transferring to the fire department $374. General fund is transferring to the police department $814. General fund is giving to capital improvement $162. General fund is giving to traffic bond $175. General fund is giving dispatch $62,000. Right?
Yep.
So, what's happening is your money's all coming into general fund and then it's being passed out to these other places. It's not wrong, it's just not ideal. Okay?
So, I can speak for like the police department, and I was a
Sure.
big part of that decision.
Yeah.
So, one of the things we were trying, in the previous way, when we first came on board is a lot of the citation money, and if I'm out of line here, tell Adam, forgive me, he's not here to defend himself, but we were taking all the citation money and a lot of that stuff, and it was going directly into the police department to cover the police department, budget. And, I mean, to me, that was awful, because it makes it look like, even if they are or aren't doing it, the more tickets they write, the more money they have in their account that they can spend, right? So we wanted that money to come into general fund, all citation money, everything comes to general fund. And then obviously we have a set budget that's been approved by the board for the police department, and then we transfer that specific amount of money from general fund to the police department each month to cover, you know, their budget.
That's fine. Do you have a policy on that? See, that.
Yeah, well, I'm,
See what
I
I'm
don't know,
saying?
I mean.
There's nothing wrong with what
we-
you said, provided
Yeah.
you have a policy. So
Yeah.
that's not
But
wrong if you have a policy.
I believe we made a motion to do it that way.
We
I
have
mean,
minutes.
Yeah, we have minutes on it, but I
That
don't
needs
know.
to be typed up and put in your policy book.
Mr. Attorney? But, I mean, but we're doing that here with more than one thing, I mean.
Correct, and that's
Yeah.
all I'm really pointing out. You've got I'm not saying it's wrong, I'm just saying it's not ideal. You've got almost $2 million moving around, and I don't know, I did not hear in your report tonight that you're approving these transfers.
What do you see, I know the answer, what I see,
Sure.
but what do you see in other
When these
municipalities
when
in terms
transfer-
of having the number of funds, the transfers? Does this look different than what you see in other
Absolutely it does.
municipalities? And
That's why
how-
I'm bringing it
and
up.
what does it look like elsewhere?
So in other places, the council usually, money can't be transferred without council approval. So that you guys know money's being moved, right? The clerk usually does not have carte blanche, free reign to transfer however she wants. It's almost always approved. If it's a budget line, like you're saying, the police department gets a certain budget and you only want them to have their share, totally fine, approve it. Put it on your consent agenda and approve it every month, so you guys know how much is going over there. There's nothing wrong with what you did, where it's all coming in general fund. The wrongness is not being aware.
That's the only one I can consciously remember making a decision on. Everything else
So-
is just probably quote unquote the way it's always been done.
Are you wanting, so if you'll look at, on the agenda, number 5, number 5, letter B, approval of payroll and payroll tax purchase orders.
Okay,
That's where they're approving for all that to be moved around, and it's approved in our budget as well.
right.
So I am watching to make sure that the funds that I transfer to a different department is staying within budget. Otherwise, I would have to amend the budget.
Sure.
So what is it exactly that needs to happen? What are you asking for, basically? Because I'm getting it in 2 places.
True, I want them to be aware of what is transferring around. If the money that's actually moving, if this is only for payroll, fine, absolutely, then it's on your payroll thing. But do you have payroll and capital improvement?
Everything that gets moved from capital improvement is approved by the board before.
We set a percentage of all tax income that comes in, is it 15% still? Forgive me.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, we approve a percentage of taxes that come in to go to capital improvement, I believe it's 15%,
Yes, it was-
correct?
well-
Or did we I know at one time we lowered it and then we
lowered.
raised it back, I thought, or?
No, we didn't raise that. We did, yes, we lowered, then we went back up halfway to keep
But
things
it's a
level.
percentage of our.
But
of
everything is approved by the board.
Right,
Before
right.
we move.
But what is that percentage, do you know off the top of your head, I can't remember what the percentage is now.
5% is, no, that's fire.
No, It's, I wanna say
No,
it's either 12 or 15%. It's a double.
it's
digit.
15 then.
Okay.
Because I don't
Right.
have an
Yeah,
envelope.
and that was approved by the board.
Perfect.
That was actually set up before us, anybody that was on this report, but,
Right.
but we've stuck with that. We had to adjust
And
during
it gets,
COVID a little bit,
it
but
gets
then
readjusted and approved in every budget each year.
what we want
Perfect.
that percentage to be, but,
Perfect.
okay.
As long as you guys have documentation that you are acknowledging the transfers.
But, and
and
you're saying we
approving-
have to do that monthly.
I'm saying when when it's a large transfer like this and it's not a regular item, you guys need to know.
And they do. That's where I get the approval through the email, well, when Bob was, I haven't had to do it with you yet, but when Bob was in, that's where I have the approvals from him to move
Perfect.
money.
Then the rest of the board should know about those approvals as well.
Yeah, and that's, I wanna address that under new business, but, yeah, we'll
But
talk
this
about it.
is a
then.
prime area for embezzlement, because the town may think that it's going to one fund and it's really not going, it's going to the fund pocket, the pocket of somebody. I'm not saying that's happening, I'm just saying I've seen it, sir.
So is it more normal for like the, fire department, the sales tax that comes in for it to go to that department automatically without going to the general fund first?
When the sales tax comes in one check, so you're gonna have to
So you
transfer.
gotta put it that way?
Yeah, you have to transfer
But
that.
what about your, municipal authority, like your water bills and stuff like that? Would that not be easier to track if it came into its own account
It's supposed to go into its own account,
and not be transferred back out from the general fund?
right, it's not supposed to go in the general fund. And it's not, municipal authority money's not supposed to go in general fund, it's supposed to go in its own authority. It's supposed to go in the public works. Yeah, it's not supposed to go. So going from general fund to municipal authority has to be reimbursing municipal authority for something, because it can't go that direction without a reason.
I mean, all
That's
municipal
what
authority
we
money
do.
goes into there, but there, obviously there's an amount here of $123 and, I'm sorry, $123,450 that was transferred from general to, municipal authority. And there's no documentation, you don't know why that was done.
No,
So,
sir.
we would just have to go back and look.
Yeah,
But-
so in the future, when you do things, then there should be, again, goes back to the documentation trail. Right, it should always have transfers in. Yes, sir.
So, just wanna make sure I'm clear.
Yeah, no, go for it. That's why we're here. We're here to answer questions.
Page 29,
Okay?
but that's the one that has the
Yeah.
breakdown. There's 123,450 that went to the authority from the general fund, but in terms of revenue that the municipal authority is working on, I mean, that's not a small percentage of it, but it's
Less than 10%, I would think.
Yeah.
a little more.
A little more.
Comparing page 10 to page 29, in case you guys are wondering.
So what I'm saying here is that all the revenue from the authority is going to be paid to general fund is going to be transferred, but that there was 123,000.
Some reason why it came from, some reason why 123,000 went into general fund instead of the municipal authority.
I think, excuse me, I think I'm sick.
Sure.
I'm staying over here.
That's okay. Thank you for staying.
If you remember, general at that time got 8.25% of the tax. Sales tax went from general to municipal, sorry, in the budget, so I bet that's it.
And is it, are you saying it's one big check, or is it several checks?
It's gonna be,
I don't know that
transfers.
either.
It's gonna be transfers, I picture it's gonna be a monthly transfer.
So it'd be a
I mean,
monthly
is it one month?
8 point whatever percent.
That's what I'm asking, is it one, or is it several
It's
that's
several
rolled into
months.
one?
I don't know for a fact.
I don't know for a fact
we-
either.
When we're guessing here, but it's, I mean, so it's
It's
kinda
okay.
irrelevant, but
Yeah.
I'm guessing it to be multiple months.
Yeah.
And I'll show, after this,
Sure.
the transfer, I mean, when you look at page 10, which is essentially, there's a page 8, but on the authority side.
Yeah.
Just a little bit different visual look, but the same kind of information.
Yeah.
Modified cash basis. You'll see the 120,365, not on the revenue side, but down towards the bottom on the transfers.
Yeah. Yeah, so what he's looking at is how this schedule has both municipal authority and governmental total together for 1.7, and I just said earlier it's 1.5. So you add 1.5 plus municipal, and it's your 1.7. That's what he's getting at. He was trying to figure out how to get to 1.7 when I said 1.5, and so he jumped ahead and figured it out. So that's what he was doing. Okay, all right. Let's flip over to page 10, because it's, well, yeah, oh no. Yeah, no, page 10's fine. this is a recap of what we just talked about on page 5, right? Where you can see real easily that your utility department lost $3,085. And that transfer in from the general fund is made, the reason why you have surplus in that account, okay? But you fixed it by raising your utility rates, so that was good. You've raised your rates, okay?
And can I make a
Sure.
point here real quick? Because
Absolutely.
You noted the issue on the Open Meeting Act, and
Mhm.
I've been here a couple of months, but that was already solved, but these are separate legal entities. The trust authority is the municipality, the trust exists, Title 60 for benefit of public purpose, beneficiary being the municipality, but they are separate legal entities. That's why you need to have separate meetings, that's why you need separate financial statements.
Correct. Correct. This is a combined for the town as a whole, and Matt is absolutely correct. You have two, and also, I'm sorry, I don't remember your name, but he made David. He made a comment to the fact that, you have two different EIN numbers, you know, employer identification numbers from the IRS, because they are two separate entities. We show you a combined report on pages 4 and 5 for convenience sake, but that's why we then break it down even more to show you the different divisions. Okay? All right. So, on page 11 is like a summary of your checkbook for the public works, for the municipal authority, right? And it's a lot going on this page. If you really want to just take it down to the basics, where money came in for utilities, money went out for expenses, how much cash really happened with no accounting adjustments? You're looking at this $8,341. That's really the importance of this report. $8,341. So you did kind of have a little bit of a surplus in the public works side, or in your municipal authority side. Sorry, most of my towns call it public works, and so I'm sorry for mixing the words.
And I know, like, I mean, it's been a tough decision each time we've had to do it. We've had to raise a lot of those rates at a much faster rate than we normally did, because unfortunately the community went, I would guess, to be a decade or longer without doing any price increases at all. And when we came on board, we were losing money in a pretty rough way. And unfortunately, we buy all of our water through El Reno, and they continue to raise rates, and it's just.
Have you done a water study? OWRB will come and do a water rate study for free.
Really?
Yeah, Oklahoma Water Resources Board will come out and do an evaluation of water, sewer, and trash for free, and tell you how much you need to raise your rates to make money.
It'd be nice to have that done.
Yeah.
Can you make a note for that, to reach out to them and talk about it in the next agenda, please?
Do they ever go the other way too, like down?
No, they never go down.
No.
Sorry. They never go down. But if you.
We're not getting rich off of it.
The mayor's comment is sadly, you see it all across the state where they do a one-time rate adjustment and then they don't do rate adjustments, but the costs go up, and so then it leads to a massive rate increase, which of course is not well received, and where your costs are going up year over year, but your revenue's not going up, and you have to make those substantial changes, whereas a lot of communities have started to do smaller increases year over year.
Every year, yeah.
So that they don't have to do those massive one-time adjustments.
Yeah. And if you have OWRB come out and do your rate study and you need to borrow money for an emergency, you've already got it done. It makes the approval process a lot faster.
We don't like borrowing money.
Well, once you can get a clean audit, you can apply for the clean water and the drinking water.
And to be clear, you sit here today in this moment as the trustees of the town municipal board of trustees. When we get done with this agenda, you'll change hats to the trustees of the municipal authority, the town Quincy Trust. You sitting here right now, the town would not be borrowing money.
Correct.
The municipal authority would, and that's why Title 60 Trust was largely created, is because it's what we call debt limitation, and it's very hard for a municipality to incur debt. It's a lot easier for a Title 60 Trust to. OWRB, if you did a loan through them, you would do it through the municipal authority, but you would have to have the revenues to show that you can support the repayment.
Yeah,
which is why they want the revenue.
Debt of 1 year.
I mean, case in point, you know,
The way to carry a note longer.
You know, on city attorney for 4 acres, we had a lot of long-term deferred maintenance on our sewer lines, to the point that we took out either a $10 or $11 million loan, clean water loan through OWRB, but before we did that, we had to have the rate study to be able to show, and do the rate adjustments to show that we could repay the loan over time. They wouldn't just give us the money that the loan, but we had to be able to show that we had the ability to repay.
And there are loans out there that they forgive Right now, there's a loan forgiveness program that OWRB is doing for our smaller communities. So, once you get your financial statements caught up and you get it, even if you got a qualified opinion, which is a great of a
We have it
time.
on the agenda already. This
Okay.
whole thing you're talking
Oh,
about.
beautiful.
We have it in the municipal agenda.
Oh, that's the one that.
There you go.
Right, right.
County commission.
Okay.
Yep.
Awesome, so let's continue so we can get through this. Okay, on page 20, note number R, I'm gonna go through it real fast. These are the list of accounting changes, this is why I said they were very busy during COVID. Is you can see on page 20, note number R, there's 2 changes that you implemented during the year. And if you notice, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them on pages 21 that you need to implement on your next financial statement. So, there's a lot of changes. Every paragraph is a new change. Okay? So, on your June 30th, 2024, there's a lot of changes that need to be made to your financial statements to be in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. It's a lot. That's why you need an outside consultant. It's a lot. Okay, let's just keep on keeping on. On page 23, because you have citizens in your audience, I want to point this out. You are required to make sure that you have bank insurance, FDIC insurance, or additional insurance to make sure that the citizens' money is protected. And I'm happy to report in this note on page 23, if it's in column A, it's protected by either FDIC insurance or additional insurance from the bank. And if column B and C, those are uninsured, well, column C is uninsured. And I'm happy to report you got nothing in uninsured. Hot dogs, you had plenty of insurance, your citizens' money was protected.
We went down that road when.
Yep.
It wasn't previously.
Yeah, so we're good on that. Okay, another thing that I want to point out on page 26 about payroll liabilities. Note number 8. Now, I can't substantiate this number because we are minting payroll reports. But based upon the data that we were given, the middle of this page, note number 8, your unpaid payroll tax liability started at the beginning of the year at $146,000 outstanding, and according to the QuickBooks that we were given, they paid $148,000 on those outstanding liabilities.
When you say, go ahead, I'm sorry, I'm probably gonna ask the same question.
Okay.
What you got?
In regards to payroll reports, now that we're on
Sure.
the Paycom system, that should be done, right? All the reports should be available at all times.
They should. Paycom is taking care of your reports, and they are making sure that your payroll taxes are paid correctly. Absolutely. Now, when I first came to you guys, whenever there was an issue, you've been fixing it.
Yeah.
And I think you fixed one as recently as October.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But,
So.
and this specifically is payroll tax.
Mhm.
Yeah,
We have to essentially, how much
Previous-
is showing to be paid versus how much is showing should have been paid.
Well, so at the end of 22, you were showing 146,000 of unpaid payroll tax liabilities,
Okay.
right? And during this year that we're looking at, it got paid.
We had a previous employee that stopped paying payroll taxes,
Yeah, yeah,
and we weren't aware of it for a very long time.
for a very
Well,
long time.
but okay, let me ask you though,
What you got?
so we had 146,000 that we owed in
Mhm.
change, but round it,
Correct.
and we paid 148
Yep,
for that 146, so there's
Yep.
almost $1,600 that we paid, but you don't have the documentation to show what it was paid for.
correct.
Okay.
You got it. You got it, yep. We're assuming it's penalties and interest, but without the documentation, we can't prove it.
Okay.
Yeah.
They'll take it.
Oh, they'll take it. Yes,
But
sir.
when I-
IRS
when I
will
hear
take
payroll-
it.
When I hear payroll, you use the analogy a couple times about money going in your pocket.
Yeah.
But money we're talking about here is money that went into state or federal for tax liability.
Either Oklahoma Tax Commission or the IRS. Yeah, it was overpaid to them for whatever reason, and we don't know why.
Well, in that, I can say, I'm experiencing it even now. The IRS will say you owe $16,000. So you pay it, and then they come back and send you another letter that says, no, really, you only owed $8,000. And then they send you a refund check months later for the overage that you paid. And I have documentation of all that.
That sounds about right for the IRS.
So when you're trying to do an audit and it's not yet made it to the next step, it says this for the auditor.
All right, so that's the end of the note. The next section is, we've kind of already covered it in that Statement of Accounting Standards 115 letter that we talked about at the beginning, but it's your internal control report. I'm not gonna repeat it to you. We've already covered all the findings that we had. Pages 38 and 39, I recommend that you look at it. It's the different funds. These are all the funds that the council has approved to exist in your account. You have the Federal Asset Forfeiture Fund, Community Events, Capital Improvement, Dispatch, Fire, Traffic, UCPD, Street and Alley Police, right? So these are all your other, they're called minor funds, and so we still report on them, but their grand total is reported on pages, I believe, 6 and 7.
This the roll-up number, other governmental funds.
Correct.
So
We
it's
like
not
to
general
break
fund, and then you saw the next column is
other governmental. This is just the detail, because I think everybody should have details. So there you go. And it's also required by standards, so we like to be in accordance with standards. Okay, what questions can I answer for you?
So, there's parts that I feel like we made progress. Obviously, we're nowhere near where we need to be. We've obviously made the next step of hiring a financial advisor to start helping us with the month-to-month. Do we accept this, or do we spend some more time with our, consultant and circle back?
How much more money do you want to spend on a year?
That's the thing. I mean, we've already spent it up, to be very blunt.
It meets the requirement of having an audit done. You turn it into the state auditor's office and call 23 to quit, and be done with 23. I think you pause on 24. I mean, we already gave you a list of items that are wrong on 24 that we've uncovered.
I don't want you to, I personally don't want you to start on 24, 25 until we've had some months. How long, forgive me, because
You're
we've
fine.
been behind for so long, and now we're knocking on the door being current, but, we're already past due for
24.
For 24.
And we're not hired for 25.
Correct. And so, this is finishing 23. How long should we give the financial advisor to work on all of these things that are outlined in your thing here? What's a reasonable amount of time that we should give him to work on these things before you can start on that and
Well, so we started
still show progress?
Yeah, so we started on your 24 because we were told the financial statements are ready, and so we came on site on 24, and we pulled some tickets, we pulled some expenses, we looked at utility accounts, right, or citizens and employees paying their utilities right, we recalculated your utility bills, that's how we discovered the sewer wasn't being charged right, so we've done some work. We're stuck at this point, because when we discovered in February that the financial statements are wrong, somebody adjusted them incorrectly again, after they were correct, then we're stuck. So, how long does it take a financial advisor to correct it? Depends on his schedule.
Yeah. So,
I'd say a couple of months, a minimum.
It's up to you guys. I highly recommend, I would like it to be another public meeting with Mr. Meacham. And I would really like to have this on, we need to give him copies of everything that she provided to us tonight. He needs adequate time to kind of review it so he's up to speed on her findings. And then I would like to have another public meeting where we discuss this with Mr. Meacham in detail, is what I would like to do. I don't know what y'all's thoughts are on it, and whether we do that at the next meeting, if that's enough time for him, or whether we hold a special meeting for that.
But to have a discussion to approve or not approve?
No, I'm just saying,
Well, the reason
for
why-
us to ask him a lot of questions and
Sure.
review over this, and then for us to hear, as a board, for us to hear.
Absolutely.
Because I don't like this, and I'm not trying to throw Bob under the bus,
No, go for it.
he would have a tendency to, to handle these things on his own, and it kept the rest of us somewhat in the dark on this types of stuff. And so,
Yeah.
every board member here has a right to ask Mr. Meacham questions.
Oh,
and something.
absolutely.
Obviously, you and I have had 1 or 2 phone calls, I've had 1 phone call with Mr. Meacham, and the whole time, all I can think about while I'm discussing stuff with you is I wish there was a way for me to, record the conversation and give it to these guys, because I just don't, it's frustrating. Obviously,
Yeah.
we have to ask the questions to get you here in the meeting. But the reason I think it's a good idea to hold a public meeting and tell me if y'all think it's wrong, but just to ask him questions, to review all this, for him to give us recommendations, to
Well,
talk to her.
his recommendation, I can tell you, his recommendation is for you not to accept this audit report,
Mhm.
and hire another auditor to redo your 23. That's his
Um,
recommendation. I had a
yeah.
conversation with him yesterday about it. And now I am speaking for him because he is not here, but that is his recommendation. And so my comment is to the town, if you're going to spend money to redo the audit, just accept this one and spend the money to fix your 24. That's just my recommendation, because the work.
It's tough when we hire professional counsel.
Absolutely.
And obviously we've hired a lot of that in the last few years. And the whole concept of that is to surround ourselves and this staff with people who can give us solid, advice on the direction that we should help move this town forward. And when we have two different people telling us two different things, it can be frustrating, and so.
Oh, absolutely, but the records aren't there, and that's the point that I'm trying to make. The records aren't there. So, I'm in favor 100% of pausing 24 and letting him fix the records, fix the financial statements, and have the supporting records to go with that, absolutely. But if we couldn't find them and Michelle couldn't find 23, then to spend money on another auditor to look for something that's not there, to me doesn't make sense. Again, that's just my opinion. You guys can do whatever you want. Absolutely.
So the only question I would ask next is do you think with Mr. Meacham and spending time with him, is there any chance of all of this documentation that's supposedly missing for you to produce all of it?
I'm choosing my words carefully.
Yeah.
Because to my knowledge and staff knowledge, everything that's been asked of us, we've done. To include Mr. Jones over there, all the way over to this department over here. Every single thing we've been asked for, we've gotten.
And I know these are tough questions, but for me, it's
And
really cut and dry.
So, I'm confident that if we take a pause and we bring Mr. Meacham in and figure out exactly what is needed, we can do it. At this point, I don't feel like.
I mean, we're potentially wasting, I don't wanna call it wasting, $20K to circle back and do this again between him and you.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
The frustration on my behalf is that, I know that I have spent weekends, nights, holidays, doing exactly what they've asked me to do. And we still aren't passing. When I hear we couldn't find the proper documentation, that's not telling me anything, it's not telling you anything either. What did we not find? Exactly. Because, I'm sorry, I'm speaking.
Absolutely.
Because every single time we are given a list, I have turned it into Mr. Jonathan back here. I can never say your name right, so I'm not trying to insult you. And I have been given the impression that we are giving enough. And that's where our frustration comes in of not wanting to continue with Burr and Associates. That's where our frustration is coming, because we're not getting good detail on, if we haven't been turning in something, we haven't been told. And again, we're running into the same things of, for example, the list of keeping track of our assets. This department was able to produce it like that when asked. Our departments were able to produce exactly what was asked of us. And I can walk right there and get everything.
And I'm not necessarily defending, first, what I will say is, we've had conversations of tracking assets, but we've never once hired an asset tracking company or got some software together or some, I mean, when we track assets in my line of work, like there's a barcode that goes on every freaking thing there is over the price of $500. If it's $500 or more, it has an asset sticker on it, and that asset sticker, and we have to do an inventory of those assets at the end of every year, at the end of every fiscal year before we produce them. And I don't think we've ever implemented that stuff.
We have
Now has our departments created?
But it's never been said that we
Yeah.
have to have that to pass our audit either.
Yeah.
That's what I'm getting at. What do we need to have? Exactly.
And I understand your frustrations, and I'll be somewhat sympathetic to it, because we want to continue the training and putting, and I'll say SOPs in place and working with this
And
financial advisor.
you
But
and I
I love
discussed
the
that.
idea of a person that's walking up to me, that's holding me accountable, at a higher standard.
Well,
And
I don't
back to
feel
what
like
he
she's
was saying
holding
earlier,
me
when's the
accountable.
last time this town passed an audit? I don't think this town would have passed an audit in the last 2 or 3 decades under this kind of scrutiny, to be honest with you.
I understand that.
And, you know, are there auditors that can package things up and make things look a little bit prettier and those types of things and send it on through and
Not
then
what
because
I'm
we're.
asking for.
Yeah, I know that, and I understand that, but, you know, and it'll be up to this board to decide and ask those tough questions when the time comes. I wanna meet with Mr. Meacham, and I want to have conversations with him about this and everything that's in this thing, and I wanna ask him point blank, can you help us get to a point to where, when her team walks in, can we pass an audit? Because by the sound of it, if she's being that tough on us, you know, is she holding us to a higher standard? Or is she blatantly lying to me right now? I'd like to think it's the first one and not the second one.
I don't
but-
feel like she's being tough. I feel like we need better explanation of what's required of us. Because, again, every time we're asked for something, we're
Yeah.
producing it. So, and I know for a fact that I have called your office and they didn't know how to do QuickBooks because I taught Alex how in my office.
I don't want this
So,
to get unprofessional.
I don't
I'm
either,
asking tough questions with both of you present.
but you
I
asked me a question, and
understand,
I'm
yeah.
explaining it.
Yeah.
Yes, is the answer I have. I feel if Mr. Meacham came in, we could produce what's necessary, because I know that Mr. Meacham is going to tell me exactly what I need to know.
Of course, he's a consultant,
Yeah.
and that's his role.
Exactly.
And it's, and
That's
in
his
her
role.
defense, and, you know,
That's my
and I'm
defense.
not, again, I'm a 1/4, at the moment, 1/4 vote here. You know, it's not her job to consult us, unfortunately, because she's the auditor. She really can't, in a sense, because she's
I
the
get
auditor.
that. I
And that's
get that.
gonna be, you know, by adding this, you know, by adding the Meacham team to this,
Right.
you know, I just don't wanna keep throwing money at the wall, just
I
trying to
don't
make
blame
things
you.
stick, 'cause that's not fixing anything. Like,
Yeah,
just
it's
not.
really not, but that's why I'm saying yes. If he came
Yeah.
in, we could absolutely get exactly what's needed
Yeah.
passed, because he can do what she is not allowed to do.
Mhm.
And therefore, we wouldn't have the whole, that blank spot
Right.
between everything.
Yeah, and I apologize for putting both of y'all in a tough
No,
position.
I
where
know,
I'm
I
asking y'all
don't-
questions.
no, I don't have a problem.
I'm not,
I mean,
no,
I speak for everyone up here, we want this stuff fixed, like, it has to get fixed, like,
Exactly.
I mean, and it's
Yeah.
not a, you know, how does it make me look at, as a, you know, as a
Oh,
person
no,
who's setting this
it's
thing?
about the town.
It's about the
It's about
town,
how
it's
it
about
makes
the
the town
finances,
look.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
And this stuff's been being done for a very, very long time.
Very
This
long
is
time.
nothing new. I mean, it's
Right.
absolutely nothing new. I confidently feel that we have better control on it now than we've ever had,
Right.
but we still are not there. Like,
Right,
we're
right,
not
I
even,
agree
we're not
with
even
you.
close.
I agree.
And so the question
Yeah.
becomes for all of you guys is, do we want to go ahead and accept what she's done already, and then start with the Meacham team here forward, and put a pause, obviously, like she recommends, putting a pause on it.
Pause on
and
24,
accepting
accepting
this.
23,
And I, you know,
pause
when it
on
comes to the,
24.
when it comes to the state auditor, I mean, it's my understanding that if the state auditor comes in and audits everything, that we have to pay the state auditor
Yes.
for that, and it's probably very expensive to do.
Very expensive.
You know, whether we pass or fail, yes, it's important to me. I
Yeah.
mean, I was told by Mr. Meacham that, you know, it's really tough calling it pass or fail because this is an, you know, interpretation of things, but, I mean, that's the words that are used, right? Pass or fail.
We use them as a
Correct,
layman
and so,
term,
yeah, and so, you know, at the end of the day, this town continues to fail, you know?
Yeah.
And at what point does the state auditor say, you know, I need to come in and look at that, you know?
Well,
And
she-
again, I wish he'd
Yeah.
come in tomorrow and do the same thing, you know, but the town is, you know, we do live on a budget. I mean,
Exactly.
we're not in the hole, we do have cash and we pay for everything as we go,
Correct.
but we can't keep bleeding money. I mean,
Exactly.
and my argument to the state auditor is that we're continuing to try to add pieces of the puzzle to get better at this,
Yeah.
but we're also trying to stay within budget, you know?
No,
And so-
absolutely, and that's one reason why my vote is, my opinion is to accept 23, close the books on it, and pause on 24 until the financial statements can be adjusted. Close out 23, let it be done. It meets the requirements for the state audit, you're done. Then you can start 24, we haven't gotten to the financial numbers yet. We've only just done testing of non-financial statements. Pause on that, get that cleaned up, get the documentation under control. Because a good consultant should, in all honesty, a good consultant should write all these notes for you. All those notes that we went over, good consultant should do that for you. And they should have a piece of paper to substantiate every single number on in this report. And if he does that, which is what a good consultant does, then you're going to pass your next audit. Absolutely. Well, you're going to pass the number side. You're already failing on the internal control side because of what I wrote in this letter.
That's
The
first
single
one.
page.
Yeah,
You're already failing on the internal control side. But the numbers can be a pass, and that's good. Because then you'll have numbers that you can use for Oklahoma Water Resources Board if you need a loan, or to apply for the drinking water $1 million grant, or the clean water $1 million grant. Because they don't care about internal controls, they care about the numbers. But I say quit bleeding the town, accept 23, and
So,
call it.
I'm gonna ask another tough question, and I
Sure.
know this is a very broad question.
Sure.
You realize it's probably impossible for you to answer.
I'll try.
Our idea,
Mhm.
the general census here, with all of this, is we
Yes.
spend more money on the consulting side,
Mhm.
and it will cut down on your costs.
Absolutely it will.
So, I know you have, I know you've only worked with him and or his team.
I've worked with
maybe-
his team, not him.
Yeah,
But yeah.
on how many occasions?
2 jobs.
Okay, on those 2 jobs,
Mhm.
does his team do a good job, and are they passing audits?
The job that I did with one of his associates, she did not prepare the audit report for me.
Okay.
Meaning she gave me the financial statements, but not all the words that went behind it. But she did good work. The numbers were good. There was no adjustments to the numbers. On the other job, it was complicated. But most of the time when account has a consultant, the numbers are beautiful. We do very little adjustment. For example, Elmore City uses Crawford. It's
And I don't
lovely.
have, at one time I tried to punch these numbers a month or 2 ago.
Yeah.
I'm gonna throw just an average number out there.
Sure.
We're probably spending,
You're spending way more than you need to.
yeah, what do you think,
Mhm.
double, triple?
Triple.
And
And-
so you think your costs would be roughly a third if
Oh,
the
yeah.
numbers are right?
Correct. And because what happens, the consultant does also gets the data for us. We're not digging through boxes, right? We're not having to create schedules, and we're not having to dig through boxes for our receipts. He gives us exactly what we need. He's dug through the boxes, and he said, yes, I need this, or no, I don't. He's produced the
And so-
schedules for us. So we don't
And
have.
you're auditing January 1 to December 31st, I'm sorry,
July
July 1 through
June
June 30th,
Mhm.
okay. So, really, even through this fiscal year, it's about
Mhm.
over,
Yeah.
so, he should still be able to go back and help us fix 24, help us really focus
He
on
should,
25.
if the records are there.
Yeah, and then go from there. Go ahead.
If the records are there, he should be able to clean up your 24, in such a way that our audit fees are half, or a third.
Third.
Well, we need to know he's gonna do it monthly.
Yeah,
You need
yeah,
to
and
know,
then,
well,
and again,
no,
we're-
okay, pause on the monthly concept, because you have a situation where he needs to go backwards and
Mhm.
fix your 24.
Yeah.
And then he needs to fix your 25, because that's already past due. Then he needs to get caught up on 26, because by the time he gets through all of this, it's gonna be June 30th, 26, so now you're a third year that he needs to clean up and be pretty. And then he really can start the monthly stuff probably in July, because it's gonna take him a time to clean up that many years and reduce the schedules that are necessary to reduce the audit costs.
So we need to know that his schedule's gonna be able
to handle it.
That would be my concern, because it's not, if he took on the job thinking that this is just 1 or 2 days a month, right?
Mhm.
That's not what you guys need. You need a consultant that can come in here. And then maybe he can, but you need to ask that question on your schedule.
Yeah.
Can he come in and dedicate time, and what is the cost? What's the cost? So you need to get a separate engagement letter for him to come in and clean 24, because that's not the engagement letter you probably signed. More than likely, I don't know, I didn't see it, but more than likely. You need to get an engagement letter to clean up your 24, an engagement letter to clean up your 25, and then an engagement for whatever you already signed, I don't know what that is. But that's really what you need.
So, I guess when you say 2025, you're talking about
July 1, 24 to June
Okay.
30th, 25.
25, okay.
Uh-huh.
So,
Fiscal years,
so
you're in
the
25,
chances
26,
of us turning in 26 on time is probably still 0?
No.
No? What's the amount of time that they give us?
A typical audit where the financial statements are in good order and their records are well organized, 6 weeks. From the time you come out for planning to the time I'm presenting to the council.
That's for you for 6 weeks, but how much?
6 weeks.
How much do they give us to turn in the audit on that?
Oh.
Or is there a deadline for that, like
So,
April 15th, or
So, your 26th, that's not due yet, is due in December 31st.
Okay.
So your 25 is 3 months late.
So 6 months, you have 6 months.
You have 6 months.
Okay.
Yeah.
To be on time.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's possible, if Meacham's schedule allows it and you can afford it, it's possible to get 24, 25 all cleaned up and be able to get 24, 25, and 26 all done.
Keyword, afford it.
Yeah, I don't know what he'll charge, cause I don't know. I don't know his rates. It's not something I've been privy to. But yeah,
Well, I know what your rates are, so if we can spend that money with him to get it cleaned up and passed.
absolutely. So I've been preaching since y'all first hired me, y'all need a consultant. I'm pretty sure I said that in the very first meeting back in March.
Well, I don't really understand why, when you got everything lined out, why you would not still need a consultant. I mean, it would just be like having an
You still
accountant
do.
every month.
No, I've
seeing your mistakes that you were making and
Correct.
fixing them. I mean, I have an accountant,
Yeah.
I make mistakes, they find them, they call me and say, hey, you left this off, or.
Well, it's
I
just a
mean-
matter if the town can afford it, but the ideal situation is to have a monthly accountant come in and shore up the books to make sure what you guys are getting is accurate.
And it affects that equation way more than just, I mean, the month to month, I agree with you on if you can afford to do it, because I mean, if you ever have turnover rate or, you know, with employees or
Right.
those types of things,
Somebody's
you're
hired.
right back to ground zero, you know, on
Correct.
all of those things, and so it's just an endless cycle, but
Correct.
we're running really late
Yeah,
tonight.
so
I
really
just-
go
I just-
back to this.
Yeah,
We
I
need
just need to know what you guys think, and if you have any input you wanna add, what your thoughts are on accepting it versus.
He's talking to you.
Oh, yeah, anybody, I mean, anybody that'll speak.
I don't live here and I don't have to live here.
Yeah.
I
know,
I can tell you my thoughts.
Yeah, tell me your
I mean,
thoughts.
my thought is, you hired a financial consultant who, you may not have heard it directly, but you've heard it from the auditor, has concern about you accepting it.
Mhm.
I don't know what that concern is, I haven't talked to Russ, and so that does give me pause. I mean, from a practical standpoint, I get where Tim's coming from, of
Yeah.
putting 23, as messy as it may be, to bed, and pausing 24 to try and make it that cleaned up so that it's a lot easier for them to audit. It just gives me a little bit of pause that if Russ has concerns about accepting 23, I'd like to hear what those
Oh,
concerns
I
are.
can tell you. Would you like for me to tell you what his because he told me yesterday when I called him, because I wanted to know what was his concerns about 23, right? So I could be prepared in case I needed to bring work papers with me tonight, 'cause I thought he was gonna be here. Okay. His pause is that the disclaimer does you no good. That it's worthless. That it doesn't satisfy anything. You can't use it for any grants, you can't use it for get any loans, because it's a disclaimer of opinion. Me saying, I can't give an opinion on these financial statements. And so his suggestion, is what he said to me yesterday, and you can verify with him, please do. His suggestion was, do not accept the audit report, clean up the financial statements for 23, hire another auditor, and he thinks another auditor can do it for $7,500. And I don't think you can do a municipal audit of your size for $7,500. But he seems to think that he could find an auditor to do that. And that was his pause, that the disclaimer does you no good. You can't apply for grants. Well, you can apply for grants. You're still 2 years behind. And so, there you go. He doesn't like the disclaimer of opinion.
And so we'll pay you and pay another $7,500 to possibly get the same thing.
And to have a consultant to clean up your 23. A consultant to clean up your 23,
Yeah.
and another auditor to come in after me and re-audit them and that's what's his comment. And again, you're welcome to call him yourself, you table it, absolutely, but, yeah, that's what he really said. So, it's absolutely your choice.
And
And
that's not gonna
but-
affect grants at all
No, you
moving
can't apply for
forward, I
grants right
mean-
now.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're behind.
until we're caught up with all of
Correct.
them.
Right.
And then I will say, I've talked to him one time, and that's basically almost word for word what he told me as well.
Mhm.
So his concern was that. Now, again, you know, I wanted him to have that conversation in front of all of you guys, you know, because, I just want both of us.
Yeah. That's basically it. He doesn't like the disclaimer of opinion. And I told him, I said, originally Jonathan wanted to do it as an adverse opinion, which wouldn't be an opinion. A disclaimer of opinion says no opinion. So Jonathan actually wrote the report as an adverse opinion. And when it went through our QC, because we actually have to hire somebody as a QC person, because I can't QC my own work. It's against standard. So we hire an outside QC person to come in and QC our work, quality control our work. And she's like, you have too many things wrong. It's not an adverse opinion. It's a disclaimer. Because of the negative effects of the missing documentation, we don't know what it's affecting. You can't issue an opinion. So, yeah, there you go. So we try to get you an adverse, which is an F instead of a 0. Or a non-applicable, really, is what you got, a non-applicable. But it does meet state auditor's requirements. You have a report, you turn it in, and you put 23 to bed in the spending on 23. No skin off my nose. I'll be transparent. I did the work, I still get paid, whether I do a disclaimer or an adverse, whether I turn it into the state auditor or not, I still get paid because of my contract. So no skin off my nose approving it or not approving it. It's really what
if
you want
you guys
to do.
wanna table it and then completely listen to him, you're welcome to. It comes down to, do we wanna spend the money twice?
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
In your professional, I don't have a vote either, but in your professional opinion,
Can I answer him?
I'm just not, do you think there's any way to correct 23? Or you guys can ask that, I mean.
Is there any way to correct 23?
Yeah, because I usually don't take
You're fine,
audience
ma'am, I
questions.
appreciate that.
I'll ask a question.
Yeah. Is there a way? If the documents were there, yes. But if the documents can't be found, no. You're just wasting money.
So obviously there's a disconnect, I think, here and here.
Sure.
No,
Absolutely.
just whatever it is.
Yeah, absolutely.
But whatever you're asking for, is it not specific?
We still don't know what document she's talking about.
So if they ask for a document, are you saying, give me,
Jonathan, let me just say this, Jonathan does an excellent job when he's here. He is patient, he takes a lot from us, he does an excellent job when he's here. He will also be specific. He brings lists to us and says, I need for you to fill these blanks in. We fill those in. Matter of fact, we just did one last week with him.
if you're
So
filling them
we
in
know-
him, are they not getting?
I don't know, because
What we're doing.
everything we've been asked for, we've gotten. Everything.
You're welcome to speak. We're just trying to learn as much as we can, so you're welcome to speak.
So I need to
if you're
know
comfortable
what
speaking.
we're not producing, otherwise we're going in a circle, we're just gonna keep doing the same things. And as far as cleaning it up in QuickBooks, that's 90% of my time has been spent cleaning it up.
We're asking
So-
tough questions here, and we're putting people on the spot, so I just ask that we stay as professional as possible. But I would absolutely love your opinion, and I'm obviously asking for honest opinions, because I'm just, we can't fix this issue unless we kinda understand where it's at, so.
Absolutely.
Stand up. So first off, let me give you Jonathan's background. He is 10 years in public accounting and auditing. He did 5 years with a firm in Chickasha, and he's been with me for 5 years. And when we go on site, he's the lead staff auditor, and he tells the other team members what to do. And he approves all work. He's like, yep, that's the document we're looking for. No, keep looking. And that's his job on site. So speak whatever you like to say.
Hello. So when it comes to key audit areas, you kind of look at it as, we looked at tickets. Tickets is a big thing. How many, what percentage could we find versus what we could not find? Those numbers are in the report. We look at license and permits, we look at franchise tax being an area, we look at miscellaneous, having certain line items. We discussed earlier, error ticket, or before, when we originally got financials, there was something just said discrepancies. And it's like, hey, this probably isn't a good look to have on financials. What is this? Or, hey, this is a $50,000 revenue, but we can only find 30 of it. Where's the other 20? Those are the sorts of things that we're running into is like we're asking specific questions, getting specific documentation, or, yeah, we can't locate that.
But going back to the very basics.
Yeah.
Sure.
You're asking for documentation. She says, I'm giving him everything he's asked for. But yet, She's saying we don't have the documentation that's being provided.
Mhm.
Where's the disconnect there? What am I not seeing or understanding there?
Oh, absolutely, go for it.
The disconnect in this particular instance is, I'm gonna talk about capital assets because that's something that I mainly handle myself because it is extensive, it is large, and it is time consuming. When it comes to capital assets, absolutely getting lists from the police, but the police is one piece of the overall government. You know, we come in, I've sat down with Ms. Michelle, I've sat down with David, what are these assets? Well, it's difficult for us to say that all the assets are listed if we don't trust the financials to be correct. Because then there could be some purchases in other areas that we can't substantiate because we don't know if that financials are right. So, when I'm talking to you, are all the government assets there? We think so. Well, here's all the lists that I came up with. Are there any additional ones? I don't know. That is she's given me everything I've asked for. It's the what can't we find?
But do you know what we need to find?
I know what to look
Absolutely.
for.
Yeah.
But in this particular instance, without having clean financials that can be searched through and having a documentation from the expense side of it to substantiate what that purchase is, I cannot say whether or not, oh, is it an asset or is it a purchase?
So like on for example, capital assets, usually what happens is there's a capital outlay account on the financials, and we literally look at that and we're like, can we have that invoice, can we have that invoice, can we have that invoice, right? There's a sale of capital assets or sale of equipment. Great, show me the bidding where we bid on the sale of that item. That's just capital assets. I'm waiting for the train to go, because I can tell you can't hear me over the train.
I'm good here.
Okay. When it comes to other areas, we're asking for stuff. For example, the franchise tax area. He knows what that looks like. I'm sorry, they look the same at every single town. The only thing that's different is the title at the top.
I got you.
Okay. So he knows what to look for, and he knows what to ask for. And if it's not there, it's not there. If we're told it's not there, we don't keep digging in your boxes. We dig in the boxes, we say we need this, and she says everything's upstairs in those boxes. We're gonna dig through those boxes first before we ask, because that's where they're at. Yeah. But if it's not there, it's not there.
I can answer you now.
Okay.
Now that that was said, I can answer you.
Okay.
I don't know because I don't handle all that. That's not my area.
But what?
Since Gina was here, municipal has always been kept separate from me. Franchise tax goes to the municipal side. Citations go to the police side. I don't have anything to do with that. So now I know why I don't understand what she's saying.
Franchise
Because
tax
it's not,
goes to
and
the-
what Jonathan was saying as well too. I don't have all, that's not my area. I don't have the knowledge over all that.
Whose area is it?
It started off as Gina's, and then it became Jamie, and now it's Cammie. And Cammie is going through the clean up the mess like I did with Elaine.
So all of it's
The
missing or
documents they're talking
confused
about
and nobody
missing.
knows where anything.
So-
There's not one person in charge of the whole flow, and that's
There
what
you
an
go.
outside consultant would help
That's
you
why I
with.
didn't understand what in the world yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know that we win anything tonight. I mean, I think we just have to make a decision here, and we're gonna have to get that consultant in here, and there's gonna have to be.
Yeah, you can still vote on this, and I can still turn it into the state auditor's office tomorrow and call it done, and he can still come in and explain it to you, if you don't wanna spend money twice. That's really the bottom line of accepting it or not accepting it, 'cause again, it's no skin off my nose. I have a contract, you're paying me regardless if you accept or not. I just need to know, do I submit it to the state auditor?
And I.
Can you may or may not be able to answer this, it might have to be a rough question and answer, but
Okay,
This is FY '23.
correct.
24 is long done.
24.
25 is not long done, but it is.
Just about, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the
It's
25
late.
is kind of long done, it's 9 months after the close of that fiscal year. We're in
Correct.
FY '26 now.
Yeah.
Would and what was it, a disclaimer
Mhm.
on FY '23?
Correct.
If FY '24, FY '25, and here in a few months after it closes, FY '26, is there a certain period of time that a disclaimer would haunt you when trying to get grants, when trying to get
No.
funding.
If you can get your 24 and 25 done timely, they're not gonna look at your grant, they're not gonna look at 23. There's not a single soul gonna look at your 23, if you can get your 24 and 25 done in the next 6 months. They ask for 2 years of audits, drinking water, clean water, OWRB grants, loans, they're looking for 2 years of audits. This is not gonna, but right now you can't because you're behind, so this is not gonna haunt you at all.
You have to come back and spend more time on this one instead of moving forward to the next one.
Correct.
Well, and that's part of my thinking is, there, and I wish I could have had a conversation with Russ to flush out some of this, to better understand his concerns, because I've never had a problem with Russ, or on the other side, Frankie, explaining what their concerns are. And
Right.
doing so in a way that is very non-accountant, very, user-friendly, is, I don't have a vote. From a practical standpoint, I get the logic of just be done with this one and try to get the cleanup done on the next 2 years that have already been completed, and then have your self-audit ready for the current year after it closes.
Yeah.
I just wish I could have that conversation with Russ to better understand.
Because she's not saying that we're gonna pass it anyway, we just won't have an adverse.
Well, no, I mean, what she's saying is you want an adverse at least,
Right.
as opposed to a disclaimer, because it is kind of the difference between you
But-
failed, but you still have proof you took the class.
Keep in mind.
Maybe a bad way to put it, but.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's kind of like in college. If you drop the class, you don't get credit for it. If you get an F, at least you still took the class. But kind of keep in mind, guys, how many findings were there missing documentation? There's a lot of documentation that you're hoping you can find.
And that's been the case on every one of the audits.
That's pretty much been your case since you've hired me, is documentation. So, if I was sitting in your shoes and not being your auditor, I would say put 23 to bed, stop the bleed on it, be done with it, spend my money on 24. But I'm not on your council. But there sure is a lot of documentation missing that you're hoping you can find enough to
Redo this again.
redo this again, and pay somebody else to redo this again.
And waste time on moving forward.
And
So
waste
get
time.
others done timely, where we might get a grant.
Correct. You're spinning your wheels, you're spending time and money for something that can be put to bed, and then spend your money going forward, and your time going forward.
I think that's where I'm at.
Yeah, I mean, I wanna be respectful to Russ as much as
Yeah.
anybody, but at the same time, he's just getting started here. I mean, we got a lot to divulge, and I personally would rather spend the money on the future.
And we don't even know if he's gonna be able to
Make any more
all that
time.
we need
Yeah.
him to do now.
Yeah.
But he has a schedule to do it.
Correct. So then still, so you're not even sure if he can take on cleaning up 24, 25. If his engagement
He's
letter.
been very gung ho about letting us on.
23, 24.
Yeah,
23, 24, 24, 25, and 25, 26. You have 3 years outstanding. And I
Well,
don't know what.
2 years outstanding.
2 years outstanding. I don't know what was in
A few months
his.
away from.
Yeah, I don't know what was in the contract you signed with them. I've not read it, I don't know. But that contract needs to address the 2 years of cleanup. And if he's got time, awesome. But if he doesn't have time, then you, the board, have to make a decision. Do
He
you
must,
wait on
he
him?
must have time, cause he wants to clean up what, the one you just did.
True.
So.
Good.
But,
So there you go.
that's where I'm at. I say we spend the money on the next one.
Y'all actually have to have a vote.
No, I know.
Okay.
I'm just telling, this is our way of like.
I think that was his way of.
That's.
Waiting.
We
Oh,
heard
we
pretty
have to
clearly
wait
where
for
Ryan
it.
was, I
I
think that
got
was
you,
his
sorry.
subtle nudging of these two to kind of get a sense of where they're going.
He's younger than me, I could outlast me, I had to go ready to go.
And then you do have to wait for Ryan to get back.
Yes.
Yeah, but keep in mind that, you are already having internal control issues on your 24. I highly recommend you read that single-page letter, because it's not on the agenda, so I can't discuss it.
But he's gonna help clean those up too.
You cannot clean up some of those, they're done deals,
Are they?
they're done deals, yeah.
And again, can you just summarize the difference between the numbers and
Absolutely.
the two big components of the
Yeah,
audit?
so in an audit, thank you, Jonathan. In your audit and for waiting, you actually have 2 reports. you have an independent auditor's report on the financial statement, the numbers. You can pass your numbers, absolutely, but then you have a report here in the back, on the next page, of independence report on internal controls, a bunch of more words than that. It's a separate report, that's procedures. You can have perfect A+ on your numbers and fail miserably on your controls, on your processes.
And this is what I was trying to tease out with one of my questions, and I picked the worst possible one to try and tease out on, but
Sure.
because what you weren't brought in until a year or so ago, and they started to get audits for years that were already closed,
Yeah.
would it be fair to say that if the internal controls were not in place for those years that are already closed, you can't go back and retroactively put them in place?
Correct.
And so essentially that, I think that a bad analogy that if my kid turns in homework and the teacher waits to grade it for a while on the math and she's using the wrong formula, well, she's gonna get the same note on all the homework she turned in because she didn't get the earlier homework to tell her which formula she was supposed to use. She's gonna fail on the other two as well because they were already turned in before she got that feedback.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like your analogy is perfect. You ever had a really bad math problem in school, and you had to multiply this, and then use that number over here, and then use it over here, and then circle your number when you finally got to the end, right? If you messed up here, it's going to make all your numbers wrong, right? That's what he just said. Because you hired us so far after the fact, I mean, you didn't even hire me until March of '24, and we're not even doing that audit yet. Your controls, your processes, things that you had in place were boogered up, and they had been boogered up for a long time. Therefore, when we planned your audit, Jonathan and I were like, we can't trust any procedures or policies because the people that were there during that time are not here anymore. And we're given boxes of records and being able, and trying to figure out what happened. I mean, Michelle didn't even start until April of '23. This is through June of '23. She's here for 3 months. So it's not like we can say to Michelle, hey, what happened in August of '22? The people aren't here to ask. And so you're absolutely correct. Mistake was done at the beginning, and it just filtered all the way down to the end. Whereas Michelle's been here for all of '24, July 1 of '23 through June 30 of '24, we have a knowledge base to ask questions of now. So the future looks brighter.
And part of the reason I raise that is because in work with cities and towns, they'll have a negative note in their audit, and you'll see in each of those that there's an opportunity for management response. That's part of the benefit of these audits is every so often you identify something that you didn't know you shouldn't have been doing this or should have been doing this, and management's response is the corrections that they have now made during that year.
Correct.
But you are getting feedback multiple years after the fact, so you can't go back and fix a process that, you can't fix what was already done. You can try and clean up the numbers, you can try and, in a perfect world, you have everything in a nice neat paper clip or stapled together for every transaction, which is easy to find, but very often it's what I'm hearing, which is we've got to go to multiple places to pull everything together. That in a perfect world, if we had a financial consultant, they would have already had you keeping all that together, so it's very easy to find. So it's very easy for an auditor to walk in, put them in a room, there's all these boxes that are very neatly labeled, and so they need to know about transaction, they can pull it really quickly.
So
You can
what
recreate-
happened,
you can
you know, we
recreate-
changed that, but going forward, we're putting the things in place that will.
What I'm saying, and you tell, please correct me if I'm wrong, that's
Sure.
like poli-sci major, not anything approaching a math major.
Yeah.
It's one thing to be able to go back and find documentation that wasn't properly stored and properly store it, and you're not gonna fail the audit on the numbers because you found all the documentation.
Right.
But you can't go back and fix the processes that you had because they already ran their course, they already
Correct.
worked.
Yeah.
And you didn't have the audit to be able to look at somebody, America's asked the question a couple times, was it malicious, was it mistakes, was it lazy? You're getting feedback in March of '26 about what should have occurred from July to June of '22, '23.
4 years ago.
Well, you can't fix that, and that's not gonna help on '23, '24 because you got it in March of '26. It's not gonna help on '24, '25 because you got it in March of '26.
Yeah.
It's not gonna help as much for '25, '26, except for if some of these came up more recently, things can be changed at least for the last few months.
For example, there was a utility billing software issue. and it was discovered in November of '25. It was fixed immediately. Upon discovering it, Michelle's team went in and fixed it immediately. But it still affected July, August, September, October, November, 5 months worth, right? But an auditor says, we know it was a problem, you didn't know it was a problem for 5 months, we're not gonna ding you on it, because you corrected as soon as it was discovered. Yeah.
But you're gonna call attention to it.
We're gonna call attention to it.
While noting what the response was.
It's gonna go in a letter to the council, not in your actual report, because it was fixed immediately. So it's kinda like you're saying, you're trying to clean up stuff that was really old that you can't correct. So, anyway.
And we're not gonna see a lot of differences in the controls, more than likely.
Correct.
Looking backwards.
Yes.
If the controls would be put in place as your consultant comes in and gives you advice.
Right.
Absolutely.
Well, that's the main thing, that we get it back on track, because audits aren't always defined, you know, people think, well, they're getting audited because they did something wrong.
No.
Not necessarily.
Mm-mm.
Nobody stole or anything like that, more than likely, but it was just that we're not doing things quite right, and so.
Correct. All right, any other questions of me? Okay, can you hang on just,
Not up there, but.
Oh, okay.
Can you wait just a second, because I have the next, can we jump down, since we're running so far behind, can we do 15B?
Can they make a decision on this to
Oh,
table it?
yeah, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
here's why.
Don't forget your pay.
I want you to.
Accept it? Okay. I'm gonna,
And I'm looking at the track right here.
Okay.
sorry, what, 15A, sorry. Okay, in regards to 15A, Fern Associates, President Audit, fiscal year 2023 through 2024, I make a motion that we accept, the audit.
I'll second it.
Sorry, got a motion and a second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
15B is paid.
All right, 15B, audit paid for capital.
I was wanting to jump there.
Audit paid from capital improvement, consideration and possible approval, denial, amendment, revision, or the acceptance of paying $18,961.14 for the audit performed by Fern Associates for fiscal year 2023-2024.
I think we should mark 2024 out, right?
Correct.
It says 23
Okay.
to 24,
So,
it
for
doesn't
fi-
have an
physical-
and there.
The bill is for 23-24 because we did do some work on 24.
Yes.
That, for you to get that, sheet.
Right, for you to be able to get that one pager.
But you're gonna put a hold on that until we.
Correct.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, right.
And
Anybody got a motion?
just for the record, real quick, the reason I need to pay it out as capital improvement is so I don't have to adjust the budget this quickly to the next budget.
And it can be paid out of any account because it affects all accounts.
And that was based on your recommendations, right? Yep.
I'll make a motion to approve 15B to pay, Fern Associates $18,961.14 for 23-24.
We have a motion, do we have a second?
I'll second it.
All those in favor?
Aye. No, sign it now.
You sign it.
I said, can I?
Yeah.
Okay, and then we had another gentleman named Ring that was on the visitor, but he's not here, so we're.
All right, thank you. You're welcome. Thank you,
So-
gentlemen.
You need an envelope?
Have a good time.
That's not.
Thank you, guys. All right, we're back on number 8, swearing an oath of the mayor. Do I need to read that?
Oh, yeah.
Oklahoma? My goodness. Oklahoma Status Tile 11-8-103 states that any officer elected or appointed before entering upon the duties of his office shall take and subscribe to the oath or affirmation of office prescribed by the Oklahoma Constitution. The oath of affirmation shall be filed in the office of the municipal clerk on February 9th, 2026. Vice Mayor Ryan Dawson motioned to appoint Keith Dennis to the seat of mayor for the town of Union City. 1999 Code 2-208, administration of oaths. All officers authorized by state law, the mayor, the town clerk, treasurer, municipal judge, or judges such as other officers as the board of trustees may authorize, may administer oaths and affirmations in any manner pertaining to the affairs and the government of the town. At this time, Vice Mayor Ryan Dawson will administer the swearing in and oath of the appointed candidate.
We need to wait on that.
Yeah.
That was a mouthful.
was.
I'm glad he's a good talker.
Oh, what a long night.
How you doing?
Bunch of old men need bathroom breaks.
Then you got two of them.
I'm fixing to have to take one myself. There's fixing to be a line over there.
It's bad on this, so you gotta turn the water on and worry about what else is going on in there, it's just.
Hope they don't hear me out there.
Are you staying for the whole night?
I, don't have to get home urgently,
Okay.
so.
Oh, boy.
Y'all rarely have
You talking
questions
to me?
for me. I'd like to ask some questions this time.
I have a question for you, but it's under new business.
Okay.
But if you need to leave, it's fine, we'll catch up later.
All good.
So they stand in front of you, stand in front of me.
Either one, I don't care.
I don't wanna get the picture.
Raise your right hand. And repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Keith Dennis,
Do solemnly swear.
do solemnly swear
Or affirm.
or affirm
That I will support.
that I will support,
Obey.
obey,
And defend the Constitution of the United States.
and defend the Constitution of the United States
And the Constitution of the State of Oklahoma.
and the Constitution of the State of Oklahoma,
And that I will not
and I will not
knowingly receive,
knowingly receive,
directly or indirectly,
directly or indirectly,
any money or other valuable thing
any money or any valuable things
for the performance or non-performance
for the performance or non-performance
of any act or duty pertaining to my office,
of any act or duty pertaining to my office,
other than the compensation allowed by law.
other than the compensation allowed by law.
I further swear or affirm
I further swear or affirm
that I will faithfully discharge my duties
that I will faithfully discharge my duties
as the mayor of the Board of the Union City, Oklahoma,
as the mayor of the Board of the Union City, Oklahoma,
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Is this one a son?
Yes, please.
Heart medicine. Yeah, you can check it, it is not that. All right, number 8A, fulfillment of open seat for Board of Trustees. Anyone requesting to be considered for a trustee position, please stand up, state your name and address, and you are requested to limit your presentation to 3 minutes. Any discussion being presented must pertain to the position of the Board of Trustees. Consideration and possible approval, denial, amendment, or revision of the fulfillment of the open board seat left by trustee Keith Dennis as of February 9th, 2026. Discussion of responsibilities of a Board of Trustee. A, must not miss 3 meetings in a 4-month time period. I thought that was 3.
It's a majority in 4 months.
Is it? Okay, interesting. In a 4-month time period, including special meetings. Must attend new, Officials Institute course through Oklahoma Municipal League. Must be a registered voter of the town of Union City for 6 months. Discussion of citizens interested in the open seat is Samantha Mason and Jacob Johnson. Question and answer session, and then voting by the Board of Trustees.
Samantha Mason did send an email stating that she is ill. She could not speak. She doesn't have a voice right now, so she did not want to be present tonight.
Okay. Mr. Jacob?
You guys know me, I hope what all you guys want, the best for this town. I have a ton of assets, liabilities in this town. As you can see why I get upset when stuff's sold under cheap, it makes the value of my stuff go down. I want things done right, I want things done proper. I think this town, like I've been trying to tell Teresa and everybody, this town could be a good town, it's growing, it's gonna keep growing. I would like to see it done by code, by ethics, and how it should be. I'm on the planning board committee already, I've been there, so. Any questions for me?
So, the elephant in the room, you probably already know what it is. It's people contesting where you're registered to vote versus where you live. Teresa, you had looked up that rule that we have based on that, and it was very vague. It
Yeah,
basically
I
stated,
did get a copy of what
yeah.
our code says, he just
Yeah.
has to be a registered voter for the town, which he is.
I am a registered voter. I called every big election board when all this happened. I stay out of my barn, I'll tell you, which is not anybody's business. I'm moving out there full-time in 2 months when my daughter graduates from Bethany. There's a reason my kids didn't go to school here. My youngest graduates in 2 months. I've already torn out the apartment that I had in there. We're gonna build inside the back half of my barn, and me and my wife's gonna live there, between there and the lake. I have 3 houses right now, so if you want me to tell you where I live at any given time, just different times of the years, I'm at different places. I'm out here every day checking cows right now. I stay out here some, but there's no elephant in the room. I went through all the boarding. I called the biggest voting boards, Tulsa, Oklahoma City. I'm doing everything proper. I ran through the sheriffs. I ran through everything. I'm doing everything by the books, just like I do everything else.
Mr. Mayor, a question was posed to me, so I did a little bit of looking. The way that the courts interpret it, in our code, just needs to mirror state statute, which is that you have to be a resident qualified voter and qualified to run, which is where the 6 month comes in, because you won't find it in the Title 11 statute that you'll find it says you have to be eligible to run for the seat. That's a different statute. It says you have to be there for 6 months. What the courts essentially say is that a person can have more than one domicile, more than one house that they could stay at, but you only have one residence. And it is a very vague is a good way to put it. It's not a mathematical test. One of the things, and that Jacob absolutely checks the box on, is the courts look very heavily at is the place that you intend to have a degree of permanency, including the place from which you exercise your political rights. Well, I think most people probably know that voter registration rolls are open to the public. I have pulled them for numerous purposes, pulled them more recently, the most up to date, because when you get one of those logins, they update them every day, and Jacob is a registered voter in the town of Union City. At this point in time, as the town attorney, everything that I'm seeing says he qualifies as a resident of the community. He may stay at more than one place, many people have different domiciles, but this is the place from which he's decided to exercise his political rights.
And just to back his comment, the Canadian County Sheriff that did the investigation back when this was brought up, exactly said his thing. His license doesn't match where he votes. It's on purpose. Some people do that on purpose. If people have their assets, they can live wherever they want and vote where, as long as they're only voting one place. I can't go here vote. I can't go to Eufaula and vote. As long as I'm voting one place, I'm okay.
It's not Chicago.
Right.
Anybody else have any questions? No? Jamie? If we don't choose someone tonight, we have 60 days from the date of the time when Bob McGregor turned in his resignation.
So the way that's worded and the way it's contemplated, municipal terms for statutory municipalities are 4 years. If there's vacancy created in an elected position, then the governing body, the remaining members of the governing body, as long as there's majority, here there clearly is, can fill the vacancy until the next general municipal election, which essentially turns on if you leave in your first 2 years, and there's more than 2 years remaining at the next general, the voters would have the chance to vote on who fills the remainder of the unexpired term. And if you resign with 2 years or less, then the term is up at that point in time. But then you have 60 days to do it, so then I say that part to say that the voters always get the last say on it. If you have 60 days from when the vacancy is created to fill it. If you don't, then the statute requires you to then call for a special election. So the board gets the first opportunity to do it. If the board doesn't do it within 60 days, then you call for a special election.
And then that special election takes place in, like, so that was another thing that came up, when I was talking to Tricia about this, like, under this, the way this was written, that they're replacing the seat left by trustee Keith Dennis. So, I was elected, I think I'm only a year-ish into my 4-year term, and so whenever I took the seat of the mayor, did I take over his term? Or I kept my 3-year term, I still have 3 years left on my term,
There's a lot.
because I was appointed.
A lot more nuance in that.
Okay.
Okay, when were you appointed?
Oh, I wasn't, I'm sorry, I mean,
We
I was
were
appointed
in
as
a-
mayor.
we were in an election.
But I was elected for, as a trustee for 4 years.
And, somebody else, were you?
Mm-hmm.
But
you were doing a 2-year term, because you were finishing someone else's, is that right? I can't remember.
Yeah, I'm, on from like October, November till the April.
Okay.
Where I think you're ultimately going with it is,
Am I finishing Bob's term, and then the next
Yeah, that-
trustee is finishing my term, or?
a little bit of both. The mayor's position is a position that is filled by the board, not by the voters.
Okay.
And so, it's not its own separate elected position.
Correct.
The statute refers to it as.
Yeah,
a
what I'm
board shall
referring
elect.
to is, am I taking over Bob's
Your
board of
term did
trustee
not
term?
change. Your
My
term
term
of
will
office
change,
did not
okay.
change. In terms of calling for an election, it's the same type of process that you have for your own elections, which is you guys follow the town meeting act, as opposed to doing what everybody else is used to, the elections where you go to the the polling places, the county holds the elections. So if you didn't fill a seat, then your first meeting after 60 days, the statute would require you to vote to call for a special election, and that then goes through the town meeting act as opposed to the statutes on going through the county election board, which is a lot cheaper, honestly, and can be done on a lot.
And the 60 days are gonna be up before the next meeting, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Unless there was a special meeting.
No, right. I'm just making sure I got the dates and understanding, yeah.
So it would have to be tonight or a special meeting.
Or a special meeting,
So because I
correct.
was elected serving a 4-year term, I will technically be in this seat for 3 more years, and the person taking.
You will be on the board
For 3 more years, yes, but they'll have to choose the mayor again, correct?
April
Yeah.
27th,
Yeah,
the
of
board
course.
would elect a new mayor, because after
Correct.
every general election, you could have turnover.
Correct,
So the board
yes,
has a chance
yes.
to pick a new mayor.
Yeah, every 2 years, yeah, correct, okay. And then, so that person that will replace this seat will be there until 2027, and they would need to run for.
No matter what the term is, they will have to run in 27. It will either be for
Right.
a full 4-year term or for a partial 2-year term.
Okay.
But no matter what happens, if you make an
Okay.
appointment, it will be on.
So if we don't choose someone tonight, it goes to, we have to hold a special election?
You have to call one and then hold one, and it's a little bit different when you go through the county, because you calling one, then there's.
But that would be done like we could do that like the next time that the county's holding an election?
No,
or
you guys, because you're under the town meeting act.
Okay.
It's a
We can
different process.
hold one
You're not
a
bound
lot
by
sooner
statutory
than
dates,
that.
because this is something I was telling Michelle earlier, was that they keep taking away the election dates for municipalities at the county level, and so depending on when you call for the election, it could be months before they have an available election date. You're under the town meeting act, so it's a lot quicker for you to be able to get to a town meeting. There's separate notice requirements.
And we have to pay the county election board to hold that election? No?
No, that's the benefit of being under the town
Oh,
meeting
town
act,
meeting,
you
okay.
don't have to go through the county.
Okay, you don't have to pay, okay.
And there'll be some costs associated with it, there'll be.
Well, it's like
Internal.
the publishing
Yeah.
of it and that
It's not
kind of
nearly
cost,
as
but
expensive
not,
as printing
not
out, having
paying
the county print out all the
into,
ballots, and
yeah.
you don't have that 60-day timeline, and then the filing period that the county controls, and it's a lot more streamlined process.
You got someone here wanting to do the job though.
So, anybody else have any questions?
I don't know you, I think you and I don't know each other, but what intrigues me is, and I don't wanna use the wrong word.
Use whatever, you're not gonna hurt my feelings, I'm an open book, brother.
I think you're very passionate,
I am.
and I like passionate people. But the way you've addressed this board at times, I'm confused on why would you wanna even.
Because if you saw the whole text messages, sir, and I'm a passionate guy, and I don't know how much they've shared with you, okay? But every person I know on this board, either coming from the city or coming from another board member, right? You were put on here to help old Bob vote, is what I've heard, okay? He was put on here to stop the gas station, he got on to stop the gas station, okay? These are just things, I'm just saying what I've heard, okay? I don't lie, I have no agenda here. I don't like I don't like getting lied to by the police chief. I don't like getting lied to by the assistant police chief, right? I think when I call the city attorney as a citizen, when things have been done illegally, I think he should talk to me.
We get all that. Why would you wanna join this?
Because I want the best. I want to show what's going on. Just like I talked to the neighbor out there, and he's like, 115,000, that's cheap for land. I'm like, I agree. I tried to say that, I agree. We gave money away there, guys. Whether we don't know we did or didn't, we gave a lot of money away. I mean, we gave enough money away to pay our audits. I'll tell you that. I mean, over hundreds of thousands of dollars we gave away as a city. If we would just talked and listened it out or separated it, I don't care if we wanna mow it, I understand that. I mean, I drive up here this weekend, neighbor of the, and just like I told your wife, I get, your son did a hell of a job on my gate, hell of a job. The county did a heck of a job on my entrance. I'll give praise where it's due, and when it's due. Just like this Citizen of the Year right over here in the rounded top building that does everything on this corner, he's out spraying the dang corner this weekend with weed kill. My question is the city, for the city, why are we doing that? Why is a neighbor that owns it, that's buying his own stuff, that's out spraying the yards and the areas, why does that have to be a citizen and not us? Those are questions I want to ask and get answered, hopefully. I mean, yeah, I'm a passionate person, I've coached, I'm passionate, I don't lie, I just want the best.
Yeah.
When I get lied to, I get upset,
I get that.
that's the only thing, sir.
I get that. That was just a question.
No, I appreciate it, I love it, I don't like being lied to though, sir.
And I think that was the right adjective to use.
I agree, 100%.
You are a passionate
I am.
person. But it's just confusing to me prior to being.
No, I'll be just as passionate on this side, trying to get it right, as I am on this side, trying to get it right.
Thank you.
Anybody like to entertain a motion?
I think the last time it was just about a show of hands.
Yeah. It's either that or we table it.
I've never been to a meeting where it's got tabled either, man, I'm just telling you that.
I was tabled 3 times, and they let other people come, and put it out for them to come.
No, I think that's shitty.
I mean, I'm just being
I'll tell you, I think that's terrible. I've been at every
Being
meeting
honest.
since, and I get it, if you don't, if you don't, that's fine, I'm not gonna stop being me, I mean, I'll tell you, that's fine.
From a procedural standpoint, the only reason that I would ever recommend that you table it would be if it was to a special meeting you were calling that was within the 60 days, because tabling an item causes it to reappear in its current form at the whatever date you decide.
Okay.
When you table it to the next meeting, this would be the item at the next meeting, but you would not have the ability to act on that item at that meeting. And so if you were tabling
Yeah, I'm
for a
okay
special.
either way, we can do show of hands or we can.
But if it's a, you know, if there's no motion, no action, I mean, then you know what happens at the next meeting, which is the 60 days will run, and the statute will say at that meeting, you need to have an item that would call for election. So I just wanted to throw that out there on the idea of tabling it, it would only be if you call a special meeting.
So, I'm good with the show of hands, raise your hand if you would like to vote for Jacob Johnson. Okay.
Spoken. Good luck, man. Good luck. I hope he's going to call chief. I'm just, Matt, I'm not done. Oh, and I wanna ask you, I'm glad we're still on camera, you wanna say, oh, isn't that's the game warden's job, right? Why didn't you text me that? Why didn't you text me that the 29th when I asked who to turn this in, who to file? I didn't hear anything from you, you haven't called me since. Can't talk now, tongue got your cat lip, You can only say certain things when you want? No, I'm gonna call you out, brother, I'll run, you're fine, you keep hiding stuff. And I know what all 3 of these ladies, and I know we haven't passed an audit, I know what's been said, and I'm gonna turn it all up. And thank you, you're a true man of your color, brother. Are you not?
That's enough, Jacob. We're
No,
moving
he's
on.
resigned 3 times and you hired him back.
We're good, all right?
Okay.
Thank you.
You're good? Hey,
I said we're good.
one more thing. I wanna know why you talked to Teresa about changing my zoning on my trailer park without me knowing. Remember when you did that, man?
No, I was asking questions. in
No,
regards to the business license.
no, Teresa told me you were trying to get the zoning changed.
We were talking
This
about
isn't even on the agenda, I mean, it's not,
It was in an
we need to
open
refrain,
meeting.
it's not on the agenda, we can't.
Oh, you get caught lying again, huh?
I mean, I.
You're a liar.
I'm not lying.
You're a liar.
All right, have a good day.
You're a liar. Did he do it? Yes or no? Did he do it? So you don't wanna say, see, Teresa?
This is an open meeting.
Teresa, He knows what he did. Matt, you got my number.
All right, I'm gonna move that still. The Department of Union City Code Enforcement. The following correspondence is provided to the Board of Trustees for their review and information by Union City Code Enforcement Officer Teresa Wheeler. She gave us a report.
Somewhere in there's my report.
Where are we at?
We're on agenda, number 9, Department of Union City Code Enforcement.
I'm only on number 9 on the first.
To be fair, you got some that you checked off there later down.
Building permits, contractor permits. Teresa, anything you need to add to us at all?
Starting to work on grass and weeds and stuff, and I've been working on trying to revamp the different licenses and permit applications to make them more efficient and to have more information that we need to do this properly.
Okay. If you need anything from me, give me a call. All right, moving on, agenda item number 10. Wait a minute, hold on, I'm sorry. We were on 9, there was a 9A, we already addressed 9A. 9B is water and sewer non-franchise permit, consideration and possible approval, denial, amendment, revision, or the acceptance of a water and sewer non-franchise utility permit with fees to be established by Board of Trustees, approved by Scott Vaughn and David Jones for a utility facility on the Town of Union City right of way.
I think this is what he was talking about, where I was gonna where I brought something forward to the ex-mayor about when a utility company damages.
Yeah, what the charges are, what that.
And utility easements.
Yeah.
And we just gotta come up with, if we're going to charge a utility company, what are the rates gonna be? What's the labor rates gonna be? What is the administrative cost gonna be? I mean, there's just.
And let me clarify,
so many different.
let me clarify here. That's where the discussion went,
Yes.
but wasn't what the item was. What the item was, if you're going to grant a permit, what would the permit fee be?
Okay.
Where the discussion went was, well, if they are using that permit and then damage one of our facilities.
Why aren't we charging them?
Yeah, that's where it needs to be. You said like David Jones starts a new cable system, big company, they wanna come in and run, that's what the fees are.
But,
So this is a different.
well,
That's two different.
I think the discussion shifted to how to come up with a fee.
Yes.
By looking at something other than, honestly, what you should be looking at, which is, whenever you grant a permit, you're using your governmental authority, sovereign power, and you can't charge a fee that is not designed to an amount that reasonably anticipates what the work would be to process that permit. It doesn't have to do with what might happen after you've been using it, it's more if there's gonna be plan review, if you're gonna have an engineer that you have to pay to review the plan, like making sure that the taxpayers that pay that bill, that it's gonna be reimbursed through the permit fee. If they end up damaging it, that's where you have a claim for civil damages to try and recoup like losses are. But this would more be, okay, what is this process going to look like, how much reviews there are gonna be, and what is it gonna cost the taxpayers to do that by virtue of some of these folks' time, David's time, whatever it may be. But that's kind of where the discussion went a little sideways, going to the after the permit is granted as opposed to what is the reasonably anticipated cost to get a permit granted.
We also need to change the wording in the code book before we implemented that.
Yeah, I mean,
We're gonna have to revamp.
I mean, part of this is, do you wanna charge a fee?
That's the whole thing.
I think we charge a fee, but not like whatever was proposed at first, but I think like, if a utility company comes in and they hit our water line, and we have to call a contractor, other than if David or Hunter can fix it, you know, we charge their time. We pass that time, we pass that, what the parts are, and you pass the water loss. That's all added up into that bill.
But again, that is, if we think of permit as granted, that's after the fact, as opposed to what the law allows you to charge as a fee that recoups what happens in the lead up to the permit being granted. There's a legal remedy to recoup damages if they're liable, and there are circumstances where they would be liable, even though they strike one of our lines. But this is more what it's going to take, and it might be that we want David, and I'm just throwing this out there, we want him to have to do a pretty significant review to identify where our lines are, to make sure that they know where they are, and that's going to take his time, which we pay him for, which we would factor into setting the price for the permit.
And
But
people make
essentially
mistakes
roughly
too.
what's gonna happen
I
on
mean,
our
it
side,
happens.
it's gonna be the cost on our side up to the permit being issued.
I know, but still, I mean, if anything, even witching, I mean, you can be off 2 or 3 feet.
Well, there's a tolerance zone, it's like one.
Right, but I'm saying, I'm just saying there could be, you could think you're right on it too, and it could be 3 or 4 foot.
But I think we're talking about something, different.
Really comes down to if people are gonna use our right of ways, do we charge a fee to get that permit? And if so, how much should that be? Will that turn on, how much work are we gonna do up to issuing, up to and including issuing the permit, not what they happen to have the permit?
This is just for water and sewer, are we also talking about utilities?
It actually has nothing to do with water and sewer, I've been telling you.
That was just a
Um,
sample.
Yeah, so Scott Vaughn, our engineer, just sent, and I sent a sample, I don't remember now what, he said we're the first town he's seen that didn't have, so if you wanna build a new house or a shop in your back, you gotta get a permit, but Scott's gone.
To run the lines in
Right.
the easement.
So he was saying,
For dedicated to us.
we should do that, and it gives 2 things, it gives us a chance to control where they're gonna be, cause we can look and say, hey, you know, eventually, there's gonna be houses north of Keith, we're gonna have to run that new line up there at Water Line. So we keep them out of this spot, exactly, whatever. This gives us a little more, this is what I'm
Control.
authority.
But tell them
when
where
they
they
come
can
in.
and can't go, yeah.
Yeah, so,
And that requires city staff to put in.
To do some
the
work.
Which you're paying them for, and look, you're gonna pay them anyways, but the law allows you.
I just don't know how to structure it,
to-
I don't know how you structure it, I don't know what other towns are charging, I don't know.
So this goes to even internet companies coming into town.
All,
This would be.
anybody who's gonna access that utility right away.
You're throwing a dart at the dartboard.
Yeah.
Half the time, roughly speaking, we're gonna lose a little bit of money because David's gonna have to do some extra work that wasn't baked into that permit fee, and half the time, they're gonna make it so easy that David doesn't have to do as much work as what was contemplated.
Do we have anything pending right now on this? Is it something that you could look and see maybe like what War Acres or what some other towns might be charging for that?
Yeah, we can do a survey of what they're charging. You don't necessarily wanna go with, oh, we'll charge exactly what they're charging, because their fee might have been based, like if we looked at Oakland City, I'm venturing to bet that their costs are a lot higher than ours.
Yeah.
And so, the idea behind it, and this is the difference between enterprise activity and a governmental activity, when you are selling water, you can make money if you want to. You can set it at a rate that generates profit, that can then, as Auditor, referenced, be turned around, you don't issue dividends, you return it to the taxpayers by way of sending it to the general fund.
This, you're just trying to cover
Taxpayer
costs.
stuff. As opposed to when you're doing a governmental activity, you can only set prices in amounts that are reasonably anticipated to recoup, but not supposed to be generating profit.
Okay.
So if we, some people after medical marijuana became legal, set $5,000 local permit fee, and they were processing one piece of paper and not doing anything else. Those were extremely problematic because they didn't have $5,000 worth of expense in processing that. So you're never gonna have an exact precise amount because every application can be a little different. You're just trying to figure out what, on a average application, how much time is it gonna take, what's that cost to us gonna be, and how much of that, up to 100%, can be passed on to the person that's applying for the permit, versus how much of it is just gonna be subsidized by the taxpayers.
So we just table it and reword it and bring it?
Because technically,
Do you
permit's on
want
her.
Do you wanna speak?
No.
I mean,
Go
let's-
to general fund.
Let me ask that broadly as a question, because if you don't want a fee, then we don't have to talk about it.
Right, that's the whole
If you
thing.
want a fee.
Yeah, I want a fee.
Okay. Then from there, we can figure out and get something in front of you that try to.
I mean, that's just me.
Can you structure
Yeah,
how?
there needs to
comes
be a
in?
fee. Yeah, I just don't know how to structure the price.
It needs to be added, and I need to know specifically the requirements.
Okay.
Yeah.
You may take David Entries to go inspect where they're putting it.
I truly believe it should go before the planning commission and board.
Probably.
That's you, Jeff.
Huh?
I'm saying by the foot.
There you go, there you go.
All right, so we're gonna table this and then.
I would recommend against tabling it,
Okay.
for the same reason that
So make a motion that we are gonna charge a
to
fee.
table it, it's the exact same item, and as Teresa already indicated, we get into this, it's gonna be a lot more detailed, there's gonna be a little bit of a different action item presented to you, so you don't want the exact item.
Right.
We've got the direction we need to bring something back to you in a couple months.
Okay.
But it doesn't need to be this exact wording on the
Okay.
agenda.
So we'll just skip over this, no,
Okay.
no more.
I feel like we've gotten enough
Okay.
feedback to know that it's worth putting pen to paper and bringing you something more detailed.
Okay. All right.
This is no action.
Moving on,
No
no action. On 9C, Mr. Randy did not come, so is there anything we need to discuss on there? So we will table this one. All right, 9C will be tabled.
If that's okay.
Well, it's nice, it's not so much table, is it? If
Yeah.
it comes back, they can put it back on the
Right.
agenda.
Okay, all right.
I won't if you don't ask.
Okay. Department of Union City Police, the following correspondence is provided to the Board of Trustees for their review, consideration, and possible action, and for informational purposes by Chief Taylor. They've obviously gave us a report. Anybody have any questions?
73% warnings and 27% citations.
Man, Chief's gone,
Yeah.
warnings go up.
We got a new guy, he's kinda nice.
Yeah.
I was about to tell you, new guys usually, it's like, they can't stop issuing.
Well, so his thing, and it's good, he's stopping just about every single car he can, so, just, get experience and all that stuff, so. But he's doing good.
Showing good
I
discretion.
get
Yes,
passed
he's
on
showing
81,
very
I'm
good
like,
discretion.
where's everybody at?
Yeah.
You're at 59 and you're at it.
The medical leave from cardio, that's, it's not on the job, it's just personal, I believe.
It's sick time, sir.
Sick time, okay. Anybody else have any questions? Okay. All right, Department of Union City Fire, number 11, the following correspondence is provided by the Board of Trustees for their review and possible action and informational purposes by Chief Jones.
Should have a report. February was actually a really good month to us. We've never had, that I can remember, 11 calls, and to drop that off, we've already had 12 this month, so we've already made up for it. We had 3 going the other night at one time. So, however, we did do a lot of training, as you can see, a lot of the medical CPR and all that stuff that we do every year. Kind of shifting, tomorrow night we'll be studying hard on possibly live from what I'm seeing, we'll see what the weather does, but, severe weather, we'll do a, webinar with the National Weather Service live. And,
Oh, y'all are doing a webinar with them?
Huh?
You're.
Yeah, we'll
all
do
the
that
firefighters,
station,
yeah.
yeah, and, do a live webinar with National Weather Service, and again, unless it's real, don't worry about, because they're calling for storms, but it's kind of depending on which forecast you're seeing. Other than that, it's been a good month.
What brought the power line down?
What we talking about now, 81?
Yeah.
The farmer, he came down and hit the guide wire and it broke the wire.
Oh, gosh.
Completely fell across 81, and it was live because it started a fire. So, we had to completely block it off so they could get up there and kill it, so. After we drove across it 3 times looking for it.
Number 12, Department of Union City Emergency Management, the following correspondence is provided to the Board of Trustees for their review and possible action and informational purposes by Chief Jones.
Excuse me, he said there's not much report, we do have one set of bids for 2 sirens. I've contacted another company, and they're supposed to be getting it to me any day, so hopefully we'll have bids. He's gonna, I gave him all the GPSs, he's gonna put them in this sounding something and decide if we really need to that close, and anyway, should have a lot more information next meeting, hopefully.
If he does that, can he provide any kind of printed report that we can look at?
I would think so.
That we could keep
I'll
on
tell
file,
him.
that we can keep on file?
I would tell him that we would like that. I
Yeah.
will tell him that we would like that.
That'd be nice to have something that, because if we're gonna subtract one, I would just like to have some
Sure,
kind of
yeah.
documentation from somebody.
Say it's okay?
Yeah.
Technically, this is rated a one
I
mile.
don't like to
right
delay
here,
safety,
so,
but.
Yeah. But it all depends on weather. You know, a lot of people don't understand, these things are technically an outdoor warning, they're not really supposed to get you out of the.
Yeah, but we
bed when
we also know the
TV's
work,
on.
so.
Yeah. Right now, we're all working with those 2 still.
All right,
Number 12, I'm sorry, that's one we just finished. Check that out. All right, number 13, Department of Union City Animal Control. The following correspondence is provided to the Board of Trustees for their review and possible action and informational purposes by Animal Control Officer David Jones.
Don't proceed. We got a report, but I guess I don't. Do you have it?
One dog was adopted, one dog was returned.
There you go,
to the
that one.
owner. Shelter status, at the time of this report, there was only one dog being housed at the shelter. Animal Control also took in 2 cats during the month, both of which were successfully placed with the rescue organization. Appreciate everybody's support.
Anything to add?
Your turn.
That's what he wrote.
There you go.
Anything else, Mr. Davis? That's it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, number 14, Department of Union City Streets and Alley. The following correspondence is provided to the Board of Trustees for their review and possible action and informational purposes by Streets and Alleys Supervisor David Jones.
So we're getting ready to get busy, obviously. Been working on all the equipment, making sure it's ready to go. Just to address something that was said earlier, the reason is because we can't just go on private property and do what we want. So, you know, in certain places, so we can only do the right of ways and the highways. So we don't just start spraying where everywhere. So, anyway, so we are going to have to replace the brush hog, but I'm going to put it off till we mow 152 a couple of times and see what we get. We've looked and drove down it several times and hoping nothing, but you know, just probably gonna be around things, but,
Keep it on the south side.
Have you,
is everything on yours on north? That's kind of looking like it was.
you looked at the land pride brush hogs, that's what we've been getting the last couple of years.
Have you, I'm not married, none of them.
Yeah, and, Von Tundman Equipment out there on Old 66 Eastern Road, they'll bring you parts and everything else. for
Oh,
you.
really?
So,
I'll definitely come talk to y'all, we'll get bids.
yeah, we got a brand new one up there right now.
Works
You
really
wanna go look at it, yeah, it's sitting to the back of our yard, but you can also talk to Lindsay Von Tundman, and she'll let you know the parts availability and
Awesome. Okay.
how she can work with you, she'll help you get it set up and everything.
Awesome.
So,
Tractor still seem to be in good shape, so we just, that thing's just getting worn, but again, with 152 opening being new, I don't want to doing down it for a little bit, but, other than that, we're just gearing up on that part and getting ready.
All right. Number 15, Department of Union City Town Clerk Treasurer. The following correspondence is provided to the Board of Trustees for their review and possible action and informational purposes by Town Clerk and Town Treasurer Michelle Burns.
You have my report, there's nothing really that special on it.
So again, on this election oversight thing, I will not run for election in 2027.
I know.
Okay, so,
But,
no, I know, I'm just making sure we.
Well, I mean, the mayor's.
Well, the mayor will, yeah, the
Well,
mayor,
so what happens-
they will vote after the election, but I will not be on the election for 2026. The open seat will be soon. All right. Anything else you need to add to us?
no,
Anybody have any questions for Michelle?
75. I kinda do, but I don't.
we'll ask it.
I can't, I don't know how to ask
Just
it
say
in the right way.
it, just ask it.
So I'll just pass.
No,
I don't know how to answer the question.
just ask. What's it have to do with?
Police department.
I don't do the police department.
Oh, I understand that. but-
Oh. That's not on my report.
You're supposed to write the pay in with the city clerk. You're supposed to do the pay, right? That's what we learned tonight. Doing the
Well,
payroll.
the way she put it, I mean, and then anybody correct me if I'm wrong, that the chief approves all of their time. He approves their time sheets, you know, all their accrued time, any kind of comp time, all that stuff. Once he's done, he provides all that over to Michelle, and then Michelle's the one who actually
Well, how
I
it
don't
works.
think the payroll,
How
but
and
we,
here's how it works, I don't ever see any of that, really. What happens is really, Paycom is doing payroll, bottom line. We just are the navigators, we're the controllers, we're called controllers. And the reason why is because we put in the data, we give them the information, and then they produce the payroll. So what happens is because they know who's worked what, like what the schedules are, they go ahead and approve on their side. Once it's approved, they shoot me an email or a text and say, okay, we got our side done. So then what I do is I finish it up by processing it through, which causes a down wire to go through. The down wire is what connects to the bank that says we're gonna pay this much money for payroll. So without the teamwork of it, it doesn't get done. But Paycom actually is doing the payroll, meaning they're the ones doing the 941, the OK cap, the taxes, the taking out money for insurance.
Again, the concern,
all the accruals
the
happen.
citizen concern is the checks and balances, right? So that's
Right.
why one of the answers to it that I feel like will be an answer is you providing that report of every single paid employee to the board each time there's payment. That will allow us to have
Yeah,
some oversight
yeah.
into
Absolutely.
who's getting paid what.
Absolutely.
And then
But
we can,
there's
and then at each
a lot
meeting,
of-
during this portion of the meeting, we can, if we have questions or
Right.
things, we can bring those
But
back.
a lot of places have different department heads that approve their department, cause they know what their people work. They have their checks and balances, so then I'm supposed to be able to just go ahead and complete the transaction and trust what they put in is so,
I
which is
approve
fine.
the employee's time card.
Yeah.
Once that's done, HR does whatever
Right,
they
and that's,
need to do.
and I'm HR as well, so it all, they do their parts and then I just push it through, but the whole,
But it's
when
still
you
not
say who does payroll, really Paycom does, cause they're the ones keeping a tally of all the accruals, taking out all the taxes, all of that. We simply on this side.
There was online concern that they didn't agree with Adam being the one to approve all their times and everything, but that's what a department head, in
But
my opinion,
that's
that's
what
what a
they do.
department head is supposed to do. I mean,
Yeah.
he's the only one that can do that, and
The
that's what
only
he.
one that knows,
And
well-
he has a budget that he has to stay within and et cetera,
Right,
so.
and he is
Yeah.
taking that responsibility of
Yeah.
making sure his payroll is staying in that budget.
But I think it'll help, once
But
each
yeah.
board member starts receiving, we can have some oversight there, we can look
Absolutely.
at it, if
Yeah.
anyone has any other ideas.
Yeah, did you get your answer?
Well, I think I know how to ask the question now, kind of figuring out where you're trying to figure out.
Okay.
Gross pay for all our employees is open record. That's, the deductions from pay are not, but the gross pay is. Has anybody in the last year or so requested information on how much people have been paid for any period of time? And it was said earlier tonight that we've got 2 officers making over $100,000.
No, nobody's requested it, and how you know is that we have actual official documents that they have to fill out if they're requesting things. And I don't have anything like that, nothing.
I think his concern might have been, well, wait a minute, if that person knew, should they have known? And the
Well,
answer is
they-
yes, it's
but-
gross pay is an open record.
That's what I was gonna say,
But
not
that's the
just
question,
that.
did we get a request?
Where citizens also can get that information is our budget. When our budgets get approved, you can see them online.
Let me
They-
ask
they
you
determine-
this
Are we
question.
budgeting by person?
No, department.
Okay, so when the comment was made that somebody, we've got 2 people.
He's fishing, he was fishing, he
Okay.
don't know.
Okay.
Let me ask the question this way,
Well,
to kill.
employee doesn't apply.
What he was doing
It's the open
is,
record.
what I have learned that citizens tend to do, and I usually just stop it at my office. I'm just like, that's not how it works. What they tend to do is they find out what our budget is, how many officers, let's use the police department. They say, okay, the police department has this amount budgeted for their payroll. They have 15 officers.
Divide by 15.
Exactly, and I'm like, that's not how it works.
Doesn't include roll-ups, doesn't include pension.
And they don't
doesn't
include the
payroll.
fact that we get paid 26 times a year. They think biweekly, that's 2 times each month, period. That's not the case.
So, in regards to this, all this questioning and employee policy, we may not have a policy on this, and I don't know if we should or should not. If someone texts or calls or comes into this office and asks one of them those questions, at that point, they should never text that information or give that information out, or should they? I'm all about transparency, and obviously that's public record, but
No.
then that person should fill out the document request for that.
They need to fill out an official request, so we are covered legally.
Mm-hmm.
We don't wanna give out that kind of information to someone without a paper trail.
Without a paper trail, and also to make sure, and this is why I'm a big fan of filling out the open records request form, is when it's done verbally and you provide records and then they find out there was something they didn't get, then it becomes a dispute of, did you refuse to give me what I asked for? Well, if it's all done verbally, 2 people might disagree on what was asked for, whereas when it's in writing, we know exactly what you asked for and whether or not we provide it.
And it gets rid of those people who like to ask for something, and then they come back later and say, oh, but what I really meant was, but that's not what you asked for.
Yeah.
So we've ran into that, and so it really helps cover us.
Yeah, cause
Because
we
they
need to
sign off
continue
on
to be
it.
transparent, but I agree with what he said, there needs to be a
Yeah,
paper
yeah.
trail, just so we
Yeah.
know.
Look at AD
Not necessarily
County,
we, but it.
once a year on their website,
Post it.
they'll post wages of every employee.
Yeah.
And it's just the wages, and, most of the time it just shows whatever the net wage is actually.
Should be gross.
Yeah,
Posting that.
but because of cafeteria plans on insurance and stuff, that gross income that is,
The deductions from your income can be withheld. Now, you
But-
can get there because the check that you get would also be an open record. What you don't get there, all the deductions, all the line items that show how we got from gross to net, that's the part that we're gonna withhold.
Yeah.
But your house know what the gross was, and the check itself is gonna be an open record, so you can figure out what the net is.
There's a lot of ways that a citizen could get that information. It's online.
and it was posted in newspapers every year
Yeah, it gets
prior to
published,
the internet also.
the budget especially, and then they think they can figure it out from doing math.
So if somebody comes in and requests that, you have to sign something, where's that form go?
That form will go, yeah, it comes to me, depending on what they're requesting exactly, but before I release it, I go to him.
Is that something that all
I
of
always
us
get
have to do?
approval before I release anything
really?
that,
Open records, they care about open meetings to the extent that you had two separate legal entities that I guess the meetings were kind of commingled with each other, and so not two separate meetings for two separate entities, even though all people are the same. But open records, there's like, the state auditor occasionally will do it, because the state auditor likes to get paid to do municipal audits, because they get paid very well to do those, and so they'll look at it, but they also don't really out for any final conclusion about whether anything's done illegal. That's what's great about those audits, is it's a lot of, it's a black eye, but it doesn't actually always mean they committed a crime.
15C.
Alright, 15C, add Mayor Keith Dennis to bank accounts, consider impossible approval, denial, amendment, revision, or the acceptance of adding Mayor Keith Dennis to all bank accounts.
I make a motion to add Keith Dennis to all the bank accounts.
I have a motion, do I have a second?
Yes, I'll say that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
And then there's something I have to sign in regards to that, I'll do it at the end of the night.
It's okay, yeah. Or if you have time, you wanna come in tomorrow, you can.
Okay.
Do I have it?
No.
15D,
He has
Board of
that.
Trustees handbook, but should I sign in regards to, I think, that doesn't matter, we'll talk about it. The following correspondence and possible actions are provided to the Board of Trustees for discussion regarding the probable, the possible future adoption of Board of Trustees handbook.
Let's say probable.
That's not this, right?
No,
That's
that's
the
what
code.
we're in.
Yeah, alright, I'll be very brief on this, if it was 2 hours earlier, I might talk longer. These are your business meetings, you all are elected to represent constituencies, we're not direct democracy, we're representative democracy. When you hire an employee, you generally give them a handbook so they know what to do and what our expectations are and how we operate. But this is something that's not really done at the elected official level. This is the idea of a guy named David Weatherford out of the Tulsa area that he's pushed across the state. I'm a firm believer in it. I sent Michelle a copy of a draft model handbook. Take a look at it. I would encourage you to, if you guys are on board, to set aside some time at future meetings, not to get it all done at one, but to set aside some times to have some good deliberate discussions about how you want to run your meetings, how you want them to operate. One of the things that constantly comes up.
I'm a big proponent of getting this more structure. For me, the core focus is to continue to allow input from the community as much as possible, but structuring it in such a way to where there's order within the meeting and allowing us to stay on task throughout meetings.
I wanna talk about that in new business.
Yeah.
The two good things will come of it, then I'll shut up. One, going through that process and getting to a final document will prompt you all as a board to have discussions about what your expectations are and what you would like to see happen. And then once you come to a consensus on how you wanna run your meetings, it gets reduced to writing, and then when somebody new comes on the board, you have something to give them. Doesn't mean it can't be changed, I mean, it's not locked in stone, it can always be changed in the future, but at least helps somebody that's brand new. When you get a new person elected, they're not necessarily gonna know why the agenda is structured the way it is, whether or not we allow citizen participation, if so, on what terms. All of that will be addressed in the handbook, and there have the answers there. So take a look at it. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out, but what I'm asking for you guys for a future meeting is to come back ready to tell me, yes, we wanna set some time aside to have these discussions, or no, we're happy doing it the way we're doing it.
I'm a big enough proponent of it that I don't wanna hold special meetings ever, but I would even be open to that, like, this really needs to get done, just so we have organization with them, but.
Take a look at it, make some notes, and then.
Is it a PDF type file or it's a hard book?
PDF.
Is it something she can?
I think it's a Word file.
Is
Is
it?
Word file? Is it
Oh,
something?
it's Word then.
Okay, is it something that she can send to each of us? Can you do that as a?
Yeah.
Can you blind carbon copy all of us with that, please?
Do it.
Okay.
It's 50 pages for the mayor and a half page for the other.
Okay, fair enough, I'm gonna read it, so.
I make sure I wear my glasses.
All right, 15E, resolution number 2026-3, copy rate increase. Consideration of possible approval, denial, amendment, revision, or the acceptance of resolution 2026-3 that applies a rate increase for copies, documents, audios, and videos.
I did not include this for some reason. Remember, we went over this in the last meeting and I needed to change it back to 25 cents? That's what I've changed on it.
Okay, so
That was
I have
the
it,
only
I have
thing
it sitting here in front of me. The copy fee will
There you
obviously be
go.
25 cents. Certified copy fee, certified copies of documents will charge $1 per copy page to $2 per copy certified page. When you say certified, explain certified to me. Like it's got a stamp on it? Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
certified
okay,
stamp,
okay,
yeah.
got it, okay. Be it further resolved, section 3, mechanical production fee, copying, any open public report which cannot be reproduced by photocopying, such as a computer printout or blueprint, the requester shall be charged the actual cost of the town, including the cost of labor, material, and equipment, $5 for each CD, $10 for each audio video CD, and $20 each for audio video flash drive. Be it further resolved, section 4, prepayment of fees, prepayment of records of $30 or more, estimated amounts of cost of copying, mechanical production, or searching for the record, overage or underage in the prepayment amount shall be settled prior to producing the requested records and delivering the copy of the mechanical reproducing of the record. So, explain to me the last one, and like give me an example of that.
I want every budget for the last 20 years.
Okay.
Well, it's gonna be a lot of copying, and what will often happen with an open records request is that the clerk will make the copies and wait for you to come in with the check, and then you never come in.
Okay.
And so, we're out the time of the clerk, we're out the cost of making the copies, and so essentially, if somebody comes in and makes a records request for that piece of paper tomorrow,
okay.
well, they're not gonna charge a prepayment for that, but if you want a voluminous request, it's getting a deposit to make sure that once we start making those copies, you're actually going to get paid for them.
And if you don't show up, we still got paid.
Right.
And the other aspect, and the reason the 25 cents, I have to say 25 cents, that's statutory, but the digital medium are the things that have never been addressed in the statute. It is, again, one of those governmental activities where you're not trying to make a profit, you're just trying to recoup cost. It's not just the cost of the CD, DVD, it's also the time spent having to burn it, the staff member sitting there, locating everything, getting it all sitting there while it gets burned.
Okay.
So.
Anybody have any questions? Got a motion?
Make a motion to approve resolution 2026-3.
I have a motion, do I have a second? Second. All those in favor? Department of Human Resources, the following correspondence provided to the Board of Trustees for their review and possible action and informational purposes by HR Supervisor Michelle Burnett.
Nothing to report.
Anybody have any questions in regards to HR? Number 17, Department of Human Services Payroll, the following correspondence is provided to the Board of Trustees for their review and possible action and informational purposes by Payroll Supervisor Michelle Burns.
Nothing to report.
Everything good on all of them? Anybody have any questions for Michelle?
No.
Okay. Number 18, executive session, we don't have no action. 18A will be no action as well, adjournment of executive session. 18B, executive session action, action, there is no action on 18B. All right, number 19, mayor and trustee reports, updates regarding recent and upcoming events. I don't have anything, you have anything? Updates regarding recent projects or updates regarding general operation of the town. Anything? Okay. New business, number 20, new business is limited to business that arose too late to be included in this agenda. Open floor for new business. I have two. You want me to cover them real quick? One that I wanna reiterate, and it's more of asking a favor more than anything. I know Bob spent a lot of time swallowing a whole lot of the day-to-day problems and issues that arose in the town. Y'all been doing a pretty good job of creating emails to those and sending to me. My request is that, like what he described, a blind carbon copy, you can send it to me, and then blind carbon copy every single board member if it's important to me, it's important to these guys as well. It also cuts down on them having to call me and ask questions, that they may already have the answers to. Based on obviously how we conduct business here, I'm a 1/4 vote, eventually a 1/5 vote, and they're just as important as me, and I don't wanna have to relay that information to them, every single time. So, like the email you sent to me in regards to them, that was a great email, super informative, but I just want these guys to have the same email, so I would appreciate that.
I want you to call him.
Well, I mean, again, it's just like it starts that concept of the Open Meetings Act or those types of things. It cuts down on all of that and me having to communicate with them outside of a board meeting. And then the other one is, for you, and she's supposed to talk to you about it briefly, I just wanna ask, and then let them know as well. I requested that they get us a quote. One of the complaints that I've had brought to my attention even before I was in this role, was our audio and our video for these meetings. It is not very, it doesn't always pick up if someone's, up here we're talking and different things. If you're not talking loud, the people that are watching the meetings back, later on can't hear. So I've asked for him to improve, maybe add a second camera, and I would like to have 2 cameras, one that, like when we have a live feed that plays on YouTube, I would like it, and I don't think I'm breaking any rules by doing this because I've seen it on other cities' websites. But where it covers either one camera that covers the crowd and us, or a 2-camera system with a split screen so that when that video is posted, it's showing both the people talking in the crowd and talking here. I mean, I don't know if we add a pickup microphone there, and I don't know if we need to each individually have our own microphone. I mean, we're obviously not the size of Oklahoma City and those kinds of things where they have all of that, but I would really like to somehow improve the audio and video of those playbacks so that people can hear.
And live stream?
And live stream.
Real time.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know if that's something we have to, put on the agenda and approve to do that, but I would like to live stream meetings as well so that people.
The live stream thing is because, whatever ain't been approved yet.
What's that?
The meeting minutes.
So what I think
Right,
I hear you
the
saying,
next
I
month?
don't know. What I think I hear you saying is, take a look at him and at a future meeting, giving you an idea of what the
Correct.
cost would be.
Correct, yes, yeah,
for-
and
to improve the audio.
Yeah, he don't have anything tonight.
In order to look at,
Yeah.
what would be necessary to live stream as opposed to recording.
Correct, yeah.
So I'm just gonna tell you, just kind of a summary up front. The company that has set up what we have so far is an access control type company.
Okay.
That, it's an acquaintance of Chief Taylor that, got that set up put there. Either way, whether we integrate into what we currently have, or we decide that, it needs to be way better than what it is, there's inevitably gonna be multiple components to this, cause one thing Michelle mentioned, within the last few weeks was you all wanted lapel mics for good audio. I think that's a good idea. We've got pretty good wireless technology these days for that.
Yeah, that technology's gotten much cheaper, much
Yeah.
cheaper.
But all to say, there's gonna be more than one component to this, because, you're gonna have stuff that ties into YouTube or Facebook or, whatever live streaming you wish to do. There's gonna be a portion for wireless devices that we currently don't have in our infrastructure, and there may or may not be a need to, pay the access control company some money to integrate something into their current setup. So what I'm saying is, yes, we can get a price on this, we can get an estimate, but there may be more than one party involved in terms of not going to one vendor to get it.
Okay.
So, expect more from me on that, but, it's one of those, I'm gonna have to look into what's the most cost-effective and, reasonable thing to do for the size of this organization.
Yeah, and I don't know if you all have anything I'll add, that's what I've asked.
You have to put another one on me, just get a spot on.
Yeah. No, this is not for a spotlight, guys. This is a transparency thing. People can't hear what's going on in the meetings. I don't know what you're doing in other meetings, if they're doing those things.
Same struggles.
Yeah, same struggles, yeah.
We live stream at 4 acres, but we have that exact problem.
Yeah.
If you're not right, because we got, 10, 11 microphones up at the horseshoe and one at the podium, and if you are not just about right here, if you're just a little bit over here,
online, you can't hardly hear what they're
I
saying.
can also say
You
you have
get
a
a dynamic mic out there using bluegrass, and it'll pick up everybody.
like a lot of professional streamers that make their money doing content online, you notice they start to get technical glitches as they're trying to, stream on Facebook and YouTube and Rumble and all these other platforms at the same time.
I don't think that's necessary. I think we just want one single platform, and I'm not opposed to continuing doing exactly what we're doing now in case something fails with this. There's a backup way to post it, but I agree with Jeff, like being able to live stream the meeting where people can see it in real time, you know, and then again, just improving that audio. So if you can work on that, that'd be great.
So part of what I'll also look into is whatever equipment setup we choose, what's the easiest platform to stream to, and then we can have some back and forth on, you know, option A, option B.
I mean, this is, we talked about that, but YouTube's, I mean, where we're currently posting everything, and it's obviously the #1 streaming platform there is, and everyone knows how to get to it and use it for the most part, so I think it's just that one primarily, but, anyway, all right. Anybody else?
Yeah, I've got something. So, in my opinion, we need order in these meetings. If someone wants to talk, and at the time that it's proposed that they come and talk, that's when they get up and talk. They introduce themselves, they give us their address, and they've got 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, they sit down.
And that's what he's bringing to the table, so he will bring those to us.
No more questions,
yeah.
yelling.
Yeah.
Whatever,
And
out there.
one key piece of it, and that's why, that's one of the discussions that you have as part of the board handbook, it is to make sure that you're being fair to everybody, because it is only when somebody gets disruptive that you want to shut it down. But one of the chief ills that the First Amendment is trying to protect against is viewpoint discrimination, and so it can come off as, if you're saying something I don't like, then we're gonna shut you down. Whereas if you just have facially neutral rules, that's 3 minutes and that's all you get, then it doesn't matter what it is that you're expressing, as long as we enforce that even-handedly, then it's not gonna be viewpoint discrimination.
Right.
But that's a discussion that you need to have as a board. Do you allow citizen participation or do you not? I'll tell you, David Weatherford will tell you, never, don't do it, he calls it open mic night. But I think it's gotta be a decision for every community. And one thing I'll urge you to think about is, do we have a sense in the community that the only way you're gonna get heard by the board members is to come here? Or do they know that they can reach out to you outside the meeting and be heard, so that when you show up to the meetings, you know what their thoughts are? But, are you gonna allow it, and if so, under what terms? Is it gonna be on one item, catch-all item of citizen participation, or is it gonna be my agenda item? These are all discussions that we would have towards adopting a resolution that set policy. That would then get incorporated into
And that's that handbook, is getting all them rules lined out, and then setting up that structure. When everybody getting their input on how they think that should be handled. Cause I'm good with people hollering and screaming at me if they need to be passionate about something, or if they got frustrations they're trying to vent. But at the same time, like, you know, there's a certain order within things, you know, where, you know, it stays professional and that sort of thing, but it's a tough.
It's a small thing, the mayor exercised his prerogative tonight, and I'm glad they did it the way they did it. You've been doing your municipal authority meetings before the board meeting, but when people are here, it's the board meeting that has an item or two that people are most interested in.
Yeah,
And the mayor exercised his discretion
and
to call the board meeting first before municipal, and to move around on the agenda to get.
And that was the only reason I did that tonight, was just to get everybody that needed to speak or wanted to speak in and out, and some of the people have long drives home. But again, you know, it's just gonna be fluid, but.
In my defense, I did provide the mayor with an air horn. And he told me to put it away.
You don't need an air horn. I mean,
I'm
y'all
telling
can
you,
judge me all you
you
want.
set off an air horn, they'll quit talking.
I'm a big proponent, though. I mean, if you go back to when the Bill of Rights was written in the Constitution, I can guarantee you that group of men in that room were not quiet, and they were not, if I pictured it, and if I could put a fly on the wall, it was a war in that room. And the greatest document ever created was written that day. You know what I mean? So like, I don't have a problem with people voicing their opinions, but. Yeah, that's true, and smoke cigarettes, probably some tobacco. All right, anybody else have anything for new business? But I agree, we definitely have to get that stuff structured out, but, anybody else have anything, new business? All right, number 21, Ryan Dawson.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
All right, do I have a motion, do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, we are moving on to municipal. We have already given the indication of the pledge of allegiance. Call of order time is 10:08.
roll call, everyone's present. Consent agenda item, number 5, all matters listed under consent are considered by the Town of Union City Board of Trustees to be routine and will be enacted by one motion. Any Board of Trustees member may, however, remove an item from the consent agenda item request. Approval of the, A is approval of the minutes of the municipal meeting on February 9th. B is approval of the payroll and payroll tax purchases orders for April 2026. C is approval of the insurance and retirement purchase orders for April 2026. D is approval of utility purchase orders for April 2026. Do I have a motion?
Do B, C, and D, should that be 26?
Huh?
Should that be 2026?
I think
Oh.
A is the issue.
A is the issue, it should be
It
2026.
I'll have
Well,
to
I
amend.
apologize, A is approval of the minutes of the municipal meeting on February 9th of 2026.
So,
Yeah,
my recommend,
I'll have to amend it.
yeah, my recommendation, look for motion to approve B through D.
Okay,
And A will come back at a future meeting.
okay. Do I have a motion for B through D?
I'll make a motion for item 5, B through D.
I have a motion, do I have a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor? All right, number 6, correspondence from citizens. Jeff? Okay. Number 7, financial reports. The regular monthly financial reports for all funds are provided to the Board of Trustees for their review and information by Union City Treasurer Michelle Burns. At the close of business February 28, 2025, bank account balances are as follows. Union City Municipal Authority is $842,081.33. Union City Municipal Deposit Funds is $58,700.39. Anybody have any questions? No. Number 8, Department of Union City Water and Sewer. The following correspondence is provided to the Board of Trustees for their review and possible action and informational purposes by Water Superintendent David Jones.
Okay, so if we got plenty of time, I was gonna see if you guys could follow me down the lagoons right quick.
A nighttime tour?
Yeah,
Think about
anyway.
Nothing really, you can see my report there, we did have some issues with the altitude valve, those are fun. What that does, quick version is, tells the valve when to turn off and on when the water's coming into the tunnel, about pressure, so,
But that's pressure in town too, if it doesn't fill.
yeah, exactly, yeah, and then we're having, you can probably tell,
I could tell.
get down to 38 and go up to 50, anyway, we got part ordered and hopefully that'll be in the next couple of weeks. It's kinda, it's working good right now, but it's not the permanent solution. It's maintained about 40 to 50 right now, so we're doing good. Anyway, on the wastewater side, I've contacted a couple of companies about the smoke test that we need to get done. Should have hopefully 3 bids or so next meeting. I think, the discharge permit, all the paperwork's done, and they came out and inspected it and said it looked awesome. So, shouldn't be no problems there, we're just waiting to get the permit now, which will actually won't affect us until the end of next year anyway, till November. If you remember, we can discharge from, November 1st to April 30th. So, right now, we're not worried about it because it's not raining. So, did talk with the engineer a little bit, just about some, gotta be thinking down the line, because eventually there is gonna be a house addition, something come in, and we're gonna have to think how we're gonna handle that sewer, so just get his thoughts on land applications or whatever the situation may be on future, not just kind of discussing it.
We need to reapproach possible land purchases
Exactly.
to the south.
To the south. We're gonna talk about a grant, well, I think that's the next one, but
That's the next one.
I think that's probably gonna be not happening right now, right, with the,
Right.
so, we got paperwork to do a grant, but there's no reason to.
Okay. So 8A is the ORW rig grant. I'll read it just so it's been done. Consideration of possible approval, denial, amendment, revision, or the acceptance of applying for the ORWA, Oklahoma Rural Water Authority, or rig rural infrastructure grant for 2026. So I don't know what the deadline is on this thing, but we
Well,
probably will not need it.
My understanding is we're not eligible,
Yeah.
so.
So, the commissioner, Ms. Dawson, has been doing a great job of communicating some things to me. When I receive something from her that needs to be shared with the other board members, does it need to go back to Michelle before it gets forwarded to them?
Much like Michelle, you can send something out for informational purposes.
Okay, so just line carbon
do a
copy?
DCC so it knows
Okay.
what applies on.
Okay.
The main thing that, if the majority of you are transacting business, which includes not just voting, but also having a substantive discussion about an item amongst yourselves, that needs to be in an open meeting.
Yeah.
And so doing it outside of those channels, but there's a difference between getting together personally by text, by email, and trying to discuss items, go back and forth on it, and like a firm associate that sent you the draft audit, could you send it out to them? Of course you could. You're just blasting out information as opposed to trying to lobby votes, trying to.
And that's a learning curve for me, so, cause she sent that to Ryan and I, and so moving forward, I will line carbon copy each of you and send that out, just for informational purposes.
Think of it this way, there's a subtle but important difference between, here's something that I'm gonna bring up at a future meeting, and here's all the reasons why I want you to support it when I bring it up at one of them is informational, and I'll tell you why this is important at a future meeting, when the public has fair notice, while the other one is trying to lobby votes, so that when we get to the meeting, it's just motion approved, second, and it's something big that really you would think should have some back and forth on it.
Okay.
The public has the right to see you make decisions.
Okay.
And
So-
the emails and open
So
records.
tomorrow, some of the emails that I've sent over the last 30 days, I will forward those to you. It's just gonna be a handful of emails, but I will get all that forwarded to you guys.
We appreciate it.
All right, number 9, Department of Union City Water Clerk. The following correspondence is provided to the Board of Trustees for their review and possible action and informational purposes by Water Clerk Tammy Willard.
You have my report.
One of the things that came up this, last couple of weeks with, Cammy, she had and you may have to elaborate for me, there was an overbilling of a customer by almost $2,000, correct? And so she had to go back and issue a credit for that. We've been trying to be very, very strict on who can and cannot approve credits. I told them that that's fine, go ahead and get it done, because it was a substantial amount of money. And then I told them to document that, to make sure that it's documented well as to why they did that. But is that something that I can singular approve her to do, or is that something that I can make the decision in that time, and then we bring it up in the next board meeting? Or should it technically be, should we wait until the next board meeting? Is that confusion?
We're just correcting a bill.
Yeah, to me, there's a difference between oops, we put the comma in the wrong place, we put the period in the wrong place.
Well, it's
There wasn't authority to charge the amount that was charged, and so we're going back to correct the bill, as opposed to and you'll see this more often with late fees, where somebody's trying to get current, but the late fees are killing them, and in most places, they will authorize a waiver of the late fees if you are getting back to current, and who should make that discretionary call. From a staff level, I'm good with it being staff as long as it is pursuant to a policy, either an ordinance or a resolution that you've adopted that outlines a clear and objective criteria that applies, so that the policy decisions made by you guys, they're just carrying out the policy decision.
And I don't know that we've actually written a policy around that per se, and it's probably something that needs to be done.
But doing a bill correction where
yeah.
we overbilled and we're now just correcting the bill, you're not crediting them with anything.
Right.
Credit is you aren't gonna have to pay what you otherwise would have to pay. We had a billing oops, we're just fixing the oops, we're not giving anybody.
And then describe to me again the way in which you document that, so like if it does come up in an audit or anything.
So in the software, we're able to scan documents. So
Okay.
anything that's done is scanned in. And then you also have notes section, so I can go and adjust, and it'll have a note section like incorrect amount or bill too much. It's entered in there. There's also, on the other side of this, there's a note section. So it says office, complaints or office notes, you note your information in there. It then takes it and adds it to the top where it has your line items of what it was. It also marks the time, the date, and your initials for your username. So all those things are documented inside their account.
Good. So this one, to
Yeah.
me, sounds like this wasn't something the board had to vote on, because
Right.
it wasn't bill.
Yeah, but it was a whole stacked series of late fees, and they were asking for credit of all those, that's something that.
We don't.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, no, I know that,
Yeah.
I mean, we've corrected that,
But
I'm
we
just saying,
have to fix
but,
the bill,
but
yeah.
if that person wants to come in front of the board and ask for leniency, that's how I would handle that, yeah.
Either that, or if you had enough of them adopting a resolution that gives clear guidance that here's when it can be waived if they agree with this.
Okay.
And then at that point in time, it could be done as a staff level, because the policy decisions are made by you guys, and you're not then making it on a person by person, you're just saying, here's the criteria to get relief.
Okay. Got it. Good?
Anything
Anything else?
Yeah, and I don't mean anything negative on this, but are you using AI to help you out?
I am.
Okay. So do we need to implement some policy on AI and the use of
For what?
Union City? I mean, we do it our job, we can put in AI for certain data, but we can't name a specific company in our AI things. But anyway, we can talk about AI later, but
I mean, it's not taking, I'm not just creating
I
it, I
just-
put my own words in there and then it creates it and
I-
organizes for my report, but yes.
In my industry, people are significant trouble because AI is generating fictitious and what they call hallucinating citations. And then judges are sanctioning them very harshly because you are, and I say this to get to the point, which is, as a lawyer, anything I put my name on, I verify that that's mine and everything in there is accurate. And that's the one thing with AI is you gotta make sure you test it, because once you submit it, it's yours.
I'm married by AI.
That's fact right there. Is your AI?
Anybody else have any other questions?
Hey.
Union City, number 10, Union City Municipal Authority Clerk and Treasurer. The following correspondence provided the Board of Trustees for their review and possible action, informational purposes by Union City Municipal Authority Clerk and Treasurer Michelle Vernon.
Nothing to report.
Anybody have any questions we haven't already asked tonight? Okay, number 11, Union City Municipal Authority Human Resources Municipal. The following correspondence is provided to the Board of Trustees for their review and possible action, informational purposes by HR Supervisor Michelle Burns.
Nothing to report.
Okay, number 12, Union City Municipal Authority Payroll. The following correspondence is provided to the Board of Trustees for their review and possible action, informational purposes by Payroll Supervisor Michelle Burns.
Nothing to report.
Number 13 is executive session, we have no action. Number 13A, adjournment of executive sessions, no action, and 13B is executive session action. There is no action as well. Number 14, mayor and trustee reports. I do not have anything for municipal. Ryan, do you? Anyone else? Okay, number 15, new business for municipal. Anything? Anybody? Okay. Number 16, Ryan Dawson.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
A motion, do I have a
meeting.
second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Adjournment
Chill, that's okay.
at 10:20.